Good morning, everyone. Okay, it is before 9 o'clock. This is an achievement in itself. So let us begin. Just to set the scene this morning, we will be having our session on the ad hoc expert group meeting on the fostering of economic diversification through the tourism sector, exploring opportunities for urban tourism in Eastern Africa. So this morning we will have Burundi chairing, and we will have a presentation by Dr. Jim Ayokire, and followed by a panel discussion and some questions. So with that, Burundi, welcome. Thank you, everyone.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je pense, je vois que il ne faut pas perdre du temps. On va commencer les travaux de cette journée. Et sans, je pense que ça sera une journée aussi riche là. Donc, j'invite le modérateur à prendre des voix et pouvoir diriger les travaux de ce jour. Merci.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. Are you still sleeping? How do I say good morning in Seychelles? In Creole? Apart from bonjour, I want the native one. Bonjour. Okay. That means everyone is awake. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to moderate today's session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, country representatives. I think I'm a common denominator after yesterday's interventions. Our session today, as you all know, we are talking of tourism. And I suppose there's that principle they say, you make sure your DSA stays where you go, right? I wonder how much of us are doing that already in Seychelles. I'm sure our host would prefer to make sure the DSA stays with us. Yeah? So I'm gonna be very strict in terms of time today, because I realized tourism is very engaging and interactive. So people would need time also to go and feel the city, enjoy and spend the per diem, because it's part of the tourism. We can't talk and then we don't do it. We have to do it. Okay. So today we are going to have, as preceded by the speaker, we're going to have presentations from very distinguished individuals who have done some interesting work on tourism in Africa. And those presentations will sort of set the scene, set the stage for, I hope, to be a very engaging conversation. And then after that, I will invite on board on the panel a few distinguished individuals, and we can start the conversation. So if I may call upon our first presenter, Dr. Jim, who is going to take us through his presentation. I indulge all of you to pay attention, note down your questions, and then we will come back. Once we have had panel interventions, we can have conversation. I hope this is going to be an interactive conversation. You still have breakfast in your system, you still have energy, you're not sleeping yet. It's not lunchtime. Thank you very much, Jim. May I give you 20 minutes? 20 minutes, okay. Thank you. Floor is yours.
No, that's power option. It's connected. So.
Thank you very much, moderator and distinguished members and colleagues. Bonjour. Merci, President. That's the French I've learned in a few days. So, yes. So I'm by the names of Jim Ayerichere. With the under UNECA, we have done a study on urban tourism, which to a number of people it may be a new area, and anyway, that's the reason that we are focusing on that area. So the presentation, I'll try to be as brief and as crisp as possible. So we shall look at the performance of tourism, urbanization and its impacts on tourism, urban tourism data gaps, the global trends, how you measure tourism, urban tourism competitiveness, the level and nature of urban tourism, and then recommendations from the study. But even before then, I would like to give a brief highlight on, for instance, why are we focusing on urban tourism? Because urban tourism is out of the traditional tourism. We all know the traditional based tourism. If it is areas with wildlife, you're only talking about wildlife based tourism. If it is areas with natural areas like beaches and the rest, you're only talking about water based tourism. But we are talking about how do we look at other forms of tourism that can actually make us more competitive, and especially that can encourage more people within Africa and within the regions to travel within the region. Because by its very best nature, most of the tourism was designed for the foreign market. So in most cases, you find that all the products usually revolve around what the foreign market is interested in, and then the regional, the domestic tourism is not mainly catered for. Just a quick run through of the general tourism landscape, and for the benefit of those who are not specifically looking at tourism. Before COVID, that is our benchmark. Before COVID, tourism was the fastest growing industry, generating 1.5 billion travels, 1.5 billion people traveling around the world internationally. And 4 million, that's an average of 4 million arrivals a day, and that's quite some big amount of people. But what's more important to note is from this share, from the share of the 1.5, Africa is only getting 5%. It's only getting 5%, that is around 71 million. So it means we're taking a small share of the bigger cake of the world international. That should be of very great concern to us. Even when we come to the amount of money generated, we are taking 5% of the arrivals, but all the total money generated before COVID, which was around, I think, 3.5 trillion US dollars, we're only taking 3%. So you see that the cake is big, but we're only biting a small part of it. And that's of great concern if we talk about tourism as a vehicle for development, tourism as a vehicle for having more people to get jobs and improve on their livelihood. Obviously, COVID came in. I know this is a story that Seychelles has bad memories of, and all of us in the African countries. COVID came in and everything slowed down. And now the sector is in recovery mode. How do we recover, and how are different regions recovering? And there is a brief show of how regions are recovering. Africa is trying to recover, but you see the recovery rate is still slow, and it's projected full recovery to be maybe by 2024, 25. That's when we shall be back to the pre-COVID times. And the pandemic had a lot of impact, and you can see the numbers. Over 1 billion tourist arrivals reduced, loss of over 1 trillion US dollars, and a number of jobs lost. And the recovery is still not yet certain. And that's why having other forms of tourism that can be able to add on or boost the traditional forms of tourism is quite important. Tourism plays a big role. This graph shows the contribution of tourism and travel to GDP. So you can realize that Sub-Saharan Africa, it is very low contribution when you go to Europe, when you go to the Americas, and these are over the years, 3 different years. So you realize that tourism has the potential to contribute to development of the country and through GDP. But as noted, Sub-Saharan Africa, we are still lagging behind for a number of reasons. And as we shall later on see, one of the reasons is that if you look at the destinations that have developed their tourism, the first people to become tourism are the people themselves. In Europe, 80% of travels are generated within Europe alone. They travel across each other. When you come to Africa, you find that the intra-African travel is maybe around 30%. So it means you only rely on the international tourists. And if a shock like COVID comes in and the international tourists are no longer coming, then it means you are down and dead. So because you don't have travel within your own region. So we say that's why there is need to improve and bring about other products and other attractions that can be able to attract people. And urban tourism is among those aspects. And in brief, urban tourism is urban areas as destinations. We all know when you talk about tourism, most people look at urban areas as transit areas. You just come and sleep in town and go to a national park. You just come and sleep in town and go to a beach. But now, how are those areas? How are the urban areas themselves not just transit regions, but how are they attractions in themselves and people can stay there longer? And that's why this study, we took an approach of doing benchmarking. We have benchmarked a number of cities that across the world. Among them is Bangkok, which receives the highest number of visitors, as we shall see. Among them is Dubai, which receives the highest number, not the highest, but it generates the highest amount of money from urban tourism, and some other cities in Africa, as we shall be able to talk about. Tourism arrivals by region. This is just a general overview. Sub-Saharan Africa, we see that Eastern Africa, of all tourists that come to Africa, we get 28%, Western Africa 23%, Southern Africa 49%. So you see, there's even that disparity in where the tourism is developing along the region. But important to know is that regional tourism is still low. Travel within our region of Africa is still low, and that's why having such a conference of all participants from East and Central plays a big role. And as mentioned, because we have limited travel within the African region, when COVID hit, then we were more hit because you didn't have any travels coming across. So urbanization, we are talking about urban tourism, which is mainly driven by the urbanization process. And we realize that African countries are among the rapidly urbanizing populations. And across the world, over 50% of the people now live in urban areas, and it's projected that the number will increase over time. So it means you're having more people shifting to urban areas and more activity taking place, and urban areas generating nearly, some countries, 80% of the economic activities are found within the urban areas, and therefore generating most of the development. So these are just over the years. Sorry, these are just over the years. So urbanization in Africa, Central Africa, these are percentage growth rate over the 3 years. But you see that Eastern Africa and Central Africa are more or less on that high end. So you're having more people in urban areas, and you're having more activities taking place within the urban areas. So urban tourism is basically driven by also urbanization. As you have more urbanization taking place, then it means you have more people being able to visit these urban areas. And interestingly is that when you look at all the international world tourism, city trips have increased, and they are forming a bigger part of the tourism tourism destinations. However, as we said, urban tourism is a bit new. It has a lot of data gaps. It's not yet fully understood, especially in this part of the world, as we shall later be seeing examples from the other areas. And we attribute this to data gaps. There are a lot of information that is not fully known about what urban tourism is. And among them is what is the trend and performance of tourism, even at a global urban tourism, even at a global level. UNWTO has tried to do some work. WTTC is trying to do some work. So there's increased focus on urban tourism as one of the segments that that needs to be understood. Levels of urban tourism development, especially in Eastern or Africa, is not fully known. There's not a lot of data collected around that, and even the potential. To what extent are our cities attractions? To what extent can our cities be centers of tourism activity and therefore increase more benefits not only to the rural areas but also to the urban areas where most of the population is, and where now trend is showing you're having more challenges within the urban areas, including high rates of poverty within the urban areas and employment, and therefore it will come in. The main stakeholders, if you are to develop urban tourism, who are the stakeholders that should be involved? But most importantly, what are the best practices from other countries that have developed urban tourism? And that's when we talk about the global trends. This is just a graph that summarizes the top 6 countries in urban tourism. The first one on top, we have Bangkok. And Bangkok receiving, by 2018, they received around 22 million international overnight visitors. So we are not even only looking at the day visitors who come in and go, but you are talking about international overnight visitors in Bangkok. 2018, that's 22 million. Paris, 19 million. London, 19. Dubai, 15 million, and the rest. So you can see what the numbers we are talking about in terms of development. And because of urban tourism, a number of cities, a number of countries have been able to diversify their tourism products. So it means even if you have wildlife, people can still come and have an add-on of urban tourism. So it means you become more attractive, you become more competitive. And not only that, but you're also improving on the urban areas as areas of where people live and where people also come to visit. But we note that it's not all about a bed of roses that urban tourism is good. Among the benchmarks we also did is to understand that actually urban tourism can also be dangerous. And in tourism, that's what we call over-tourism. Tourism is good, but now you can have over-tourism. Too many people in an area, therefore resulting into a lot of other unintended consequences. And we shall talk about an approach we used to understand how Africa actually can be able to learn from other countries which are already suffering from, other cities which are already suffering from over-tourism. Among them, we have Venice, Barcelona. Now the numbers are too big and the local residents are even protesting, and you find that it's no longer, the tourists are no longer welcome, but they are shunned and they no one don't have them. So we don't want to fall in the same trap where tourism now will become counterproductive. The table just compares. We are not only looking at the numbers of arrivals. This is Bangkok and 22 million, but even calculating how many average nights do they spend, how much do they spend in total, average daily expenditure, and then percentage of the national or domestic tourism. But you find there that Bangkok, we have said, has the highest number of overnight visitors. New York has the highest length of nights spent, around 8 days spent on average per visitor. Dubai has the highest spending, generating around 30 USD billion annually. Somebody who goes to Dubai, and we all know Now, when you talk about the name Dubai, people already are associating it with tourism. When you say, ask anybody randomly, do you want to go to Africa or Dubai? And would easily know the choice people would make. And on average, you are saying a tourist is spending $553 a day, and they are the highest spenders. So you can imagine if our cities could attract even half, if we could attract tourists who spend even $200 a day within our cities, that one could create a lot of. And the question, what we're interested in, how is Dubai able to do this? And we shall see the key lessons that we pick. Singapore with the highest percentage of national overnight arrivals. It means that even people alone, the nationals that visit the city alone, but mainly the uniqueness of Singapore being maybe a city country. So, but all that gives us pointers to understand that actually urban tourism can be a vehicle for generating a lot of income for the country and also for the cities that where they are. But how do we measure the urban tourism? We shall talk about that, and I think the next session talks about how do we measure tourism. One of the major challenges of tourism has been that it's not well measured. It's an amorphous industry that exists in all different corners, and therefore, in most cases, measuring its impact is not easily understood, and therefore, it tends to be ignored. A number of indices have been developed, more or less modeled on the World Tourism Tour and Travel Tourism Competitiveness Index. But it means if your urban area is to be competitive as a destination, then a number of things have to be considered. And that's why we say economic and business performance. And now even WTTC has also moved, has produced a report about urban tourism and the indicators. They're a bit different, but they're all talking about the same thing. So is your urban area conducive in terms of economic and business performance, the business environment? Tourism performance, how many people visit you? How much revenue do you generate? Tourism policy, to what extent have policies within the urban areas been crafted to promote and support tourism? Tourism infrastructure, health and safety, and sustainability. So those are the major pillars that can be used to measure how urban areas can be able to develop as sustainable areas and as competitive to attract more tourists. It's just trying to summarize how all cities perform. This is in front of ranking. This ranking was done by Euromonitor, an organization in Europe that has tried to rank, and even the World Travel Council has also tried to rank. But it means that the nearer you are, the better. So the more you go out, it means, and although these are the parameters. So you can see Cape Town, you find spiking out more. Johannesburg is spiking out more. So the more the spikes, it means the lesser the competitive on that parameter that you are, and we shall be able to look more about that. So the nature and level of urban tourism in Africa, we did the same for cities in terms of performance. 5 was the good performance. So it means when you say, it means Addis performing better on economic and business environment. So the nearer to the center, it means the performance there is not good. So we sampled a number of cities across the African continent, including Dar es Salaam, Djibouti, Kigali, Nairobi, Victoria, so and a number of others that we tried to qualitatively rank. But the major challenge was that this data is not there. Even when you look at the international ranking, the rankings that are done internationally, I think in Africa, we only have Cape Town, Johannesburg, Cairo, I think Marrakesh. Those are the only African countries that exist on the international ranking out of 100 countries that they rank. So it means we don't have a lot of data. We have not looked at it that closely to be able to rank and also compete internationally. But importantly, the study tries to understand what are the drivers, what drives urban tourism? Why is urban tourism a sector that we can actually be able to focus on and the opportunities that are therefore therein. One, we talk about increasing levels of urbanization. We have mentioned that urbanization is, the African region is increasing in terms of the urban space, and therefore that's an opportunity for urban tourism. And yesterday, we were listening in very attentively. We were talking about the special economic zones. So for example, are special economic zones drivers of urbanization? And therefore, can they be drivers of urban tourism? Because you can imagine you're creating a special economic zone, the chances are very high it will drive urbanization higher. And people who will come there are not only coming for processing and manufacturing and exporting, but tourism will naturally grow out of that in terms of the facilities that are able to be presented. Expanding middle class, African Development Bank has shown that the middle class in Africa is increasing. We know that tourism very much moves with the ability to have a disposable income to engage in a number of activities. So the more the middle class is increasing, the more the ability of people in Africa to move within their region and therefore contribute to urban tourism. So you'll find that I'm mentioning more about tourism in Africa because that's mainly our base. Yes, tourists from abroad, international, can come and find us already engaging in tourism within our region.
C'est fort, voilà. Alors, il faut aller vite. Merci. Bon, il faut aller juste à la conclusion parce que le temps passe.
I don't have interpretation. Somebody can help me.
Juste 3 minutes
Okay.
additionnelles.
Merci. So, more focus on diversification. MICE in tourism, we talk about it as meetings, incentives, and conferences and events. So how can conferences be able to drive urban tourism? One of the things we realized when we came to Victoria, you'd find it's more of a holiday place than a meeting place. So maybe that's an opportunity. Increasing ICT penetration, it means you can be able to promote more urban tourism. Yesterday we talked about the youthful population. This is a chance for more youth to get into urban tourism. Increasing transport connectivity, we talked about Northern Corridor, all those are chances to improve on urban tourism. Easing of travel restrictions, now more countries are easing on restriction. And then is enhanced safety. As you have more safety, then you have more people being able to travel. I won't spend a lot of time, but the study was able to do stakeholder mapping. Who are the stakeholders in urban tourism and where do you place them? So we don't just mention them, but we are able to identify and say, they are those who have high interest and high power, you engage those ones closely. There are those who have high power, low interest, you bring them on board. There are those you have to engage and drive. There are those you have to empower to contribute. So we do that stakeholder mapping and you're able to know whom to engage and therefore who can be able to help you to drive urban tourism. But obviously our urban areas have challenges, and the challenges within the urban areas are affecting the growth of urban tourism, which means we need to be cognizant of. So there's unfavorable economic environment, especially even for the SMEs. We were talking about SMEs yesterday. There is low tourism performance in most of the urban areas. It's still a new area. There is inadequate planning. We even had to look at rating how different urban areas are urban tourism ready. To what extent are urban areas ready for tourism as urban tourism as one of the products? Low attractiveness, inadequate infrastructure support. We know the infrastructure deficits we have in most of our countries, either roads, hotels, and the rest. Minimal health provisions, limited urban tourism sustainability monitoring and research. We have limited research that has been done on urban tourism as an issue, but one of the major functions of this research is to begin that conversation and to begin the focus looking at urban tourism. We conducted a risk analysis. This is a risk analysis matrix. We looked at all the risks that are likely to come out of urban tourism, and that's why I was saying we're avoiding over tourism. We shall not go into all the details, but the red ones, these are risks that require immediate attention. It's not a bit clear on the graph, but these are risks that require immediate attention. And among these are infrastructure, limited planning, lack of data, and the rest. Then those in green are those which are low risk, and therefore you just use regular planning. And the importance of the risk analysis, the risk matrix, is that it helps you to where to focus your resources and what risks you need to mitigate, and a number of mitigation measures are recommended in the study. Nearly coming to an end, the question is, what are the key success factors? What do we learn? We did a lot of benchmarking from other countries. What do we learn from other countries that we can be able to adopt in Africa? For example, is uniqueness and authenticity. Each urban area tends to be unique from another. Victoria is unique from Djibouti. Djibouti is unique from Addis. So how do we identify that and know what makes us unique? Which in most cases has been referred to as the urban DNA. What is your DNA as a city that makes you different from the others? Because that's why you'll be able to compete. Then most of all these cities, the Dubai, Bangkok, we have talked about, New York, Amsterdam, all of them have comprehensive policies for planning for urban tourism, and they have good planning frameworks that they have set up to urban tourism. Even Cape Town, also benchmarked Cape Town, they have Cape Town tourism strategic plan as a city. Conducive business for investment, but most importantly, they have well-structured products and organized tour packages. Among the countries is Dubai. If you go to Dubai, they can give you 10 different packages you can do. 2 days, 10 days, for family, for people alone, for adventure. So you find you can easily be able to stay longer and therefore spend more. And that's what usually is a challenge for most of the tourism destinations in Africa, that how do you make the tourists willingly pick their money from the pocket and pay you? So if you don't have a lot of activities and a lot of interesting engagements for them, they will have the balance to go back with. So we may not be doing a good job. And then marketing and promotion is key. All these countries have been able to market themselves. For example, one of the examples I usually give is Dubai. They are using their national airline as their major marketing. They even have promotions. They say, bring your boarding pass for Emirates, you'll get 20% discount on all these facilities. So the national airline, how can our national airlines actually not only be flyers, national flag flyers, but how can they be tools of marketing and promotion of our destinations, including urban tourism that we are mentioning about? So lastly, President, we are looking at recommendations.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Merci. So, merci beaucoup. So we are looking at the recommendations of the study. So one, we encourage urban areas in Africa to formulate policy and planning frameworks, because nothing will develop out of the blue. And we have seen benchmarked even cities like Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa has changed now, as the State Minister was talking about. They have set up 3 urban parks, and they are full. And the interesting part is that 80% of the people were Ethiopians. So you see that one drives even tourism. So, but that comes out of the policy direction. Undertake institutional regulatory reforms. We need to look at our institutions and how they are aligned and how they can be able to support urban tourism. Obviously, provide tourism infrastructure, information, and promotions of tourism. We need to brand and promote and market urban areas as destinations, not only as transit areas. And then design urban tourism development incentives. What incentives do you put in place for the private sector? Because we're talking about the private sector is the driver of the sector. So they need to be incentivized to be able to invest in urban areas and drive tourism within those areas and provide quality. Then collaboration and partnerships, which is very key. And research and development is key, because research is what makes you to have informed data and therefore be able to provide and be able to have a different form of tourism product. Thank you very much. Merci, President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jim, for quite an insightful, packed presentation, I suppose. I think for me, the takeaway question, how do we make tourists willingly spend their money? I hope it won't apply. It should apply after we leave Seychelles, right? All right. You've all heard from him. He has done a wonderful job giving us the landscape of urban tourism. What are the challenges? What are the issues? And what is urban tourism? Benchmarking it with other countries, how others are doing, how are they faring? I was quite impressed. Dubai is making $30 billion a year. 50 years ago, Dubai was nothing. Think about that. But today, everyone wants to go to Dubai. The other day, we were in Mauritius. To come to Mauritius, you have to go to Dubai, and then you come back to Africa. What can we do? And Africa is beautiful. We have everything. $30 billion a year. I want you to remember that figure. When you go to Dubai, remember you are contributing to $30 billion a year. How much are you contributing to Africa? Well, I don't want you to start answering questions. We are going to start the conversation. I said we want to have a conversation today, right? So let me call upon the panel. I did not allow Jim to go and sit because when the panel is talking, there are some questions for him to answer as well. All right. Let me call upon my distinguished panelists. Today, we do have Honorable Sailesh Girma, who is the State Minister of Tourism in Ethiopia. Sir, if you can move forward, please. Thank you. Our second panelist today is Ms. Sherin Francis, who is the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Tourism and Foreign Affairs here in Seychelles. Thank you. Okay. Our third panelist for today, Mr. Osman Abdi, Director General, Djibouti National Tourism Office. Sir, if you can come forward, thank you very much. Our fourth panelist for today, Mr. Kwake Donko, the CEO of African Tourism Partners from South Africa. Thank you, Mr. Donko. Quite a heavy packed panel. And then our final panelist, Mr. Fred Odek, Chairman, East Africa Tourism Platform from Rwanda. He's not here, okay. Or he's joining online. Okay, we have him online. All right. And I'm pleased, Madam PS is in the middle, so you're balancing the scales. Right? So I don't know which direction you choose to tilt the minister side or the Djibouti side, but we will see by the end of this conversation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You have all heard what Jim presented, some very stylized facts of what is happening in our countries in terms of tourism, what are the challenges, and great recommendations. I want to start off with, I'm not going to fire questions, I'm just going to ask simple questions. But before I start, I want to give the four panelists, except Jim, because Jim has had a chance to speak. And I'm going to be very strict on time. 1 minute to reflect, just your reflection on what Jim presented. If you can do that in one precise 1 minute, less is more today. I'll start with you, Honorable Minister. Your reflection, tell us about your country. From what Jim presented, I think Addis was mentioned somewhere. Tell us, where is Ethiopia? Where is Addis Ababa, one of the largest cities in Africa? If you could do that in less than 2 minutes, because you're the minister, and I want to come back to Addis, so I don't have problems. So in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to say Addis is no more a hub at the airport. Instead, it's a gateway. It's a touristic place to stay overnight and so above. And it's no more a transit, rather it's a tourist destination. That's it.
Thank you. No, before you go, so it's a tourist destination. What is it that Addis has done differently? what is it that Addis has done differently compared to the other cities that have been mentioned in this presentation? If you could share experience in urban tourism, please.
Well, in Addis has done differently in few things. One is we have started and introduced the online visa and visa on arrival, which contributed a lot. And the second is we have airport hotel, which is at the airport itself and close by. So tourists who are interested to stay and visit Addis Ababa and its surrounding environs would have more time to walk around. And the third is in Addis, we have developed 3 flagship touristic projects, which attracts not only the foreign tourists, including transitors and also the local visitors. At the same time, we have a more secured and safe travel experience within the city, including bank exchange of currencies. So from the visa to the facilities that tourists are looking for, and to the tourist attractions that are developed at a destination level, brings more time and more visitors to stay and choose Addis than any other city. So I will take more time later to explain what we have done as a country.
Thank you very much. I think I like to hear more about that when we come to that conversation. Let's move to Madam PS. We are in your home. You are hosting us. What is it that we need to hear about Seychelles?
Thank you very much. I'd like to say welcome to everybody to our beautiful islands. You're on Mahe, one out of the 115 islands. So there's many, many, many more islands for you to visit. The reason why you need to come back, because if you've come only in Bovalo on Mahe, you've not had the Seychelles experience. For Seychelles, we're small group, small archipelago in the middle of the Indian Ocean. We practically 2 stop from any cities in the world, quite well connected. We're blessed with a year-round summer, and also blessed with amazing nature, flora and fauna. And of course, very importantly, very friendly people. You can feel right at home anywhere you go. And this is one of our charm. For us, tourism is our mainstay. It's our bread and butter. Practically 2 people out of each household earns a living directly from tourism. And we're small, so we cannot run for the big numbers like many of these big cities. For us, it's about how much we can get out of each visiting tourist. And I think it's in our vested interest that all of you spend your per diem here. Therefore, like I said, environment is the cornerstone of the industry. So everything we do, we have to talk sustainability, especially with the climate change discussion now. The word sustainability have gathered a new meaning for us. And while we're talking about urban tourism, we don't see ourselves as really up in the world, but I believe if you can get your strategy for tourism as a country as a whole, you can get it right, then you'd probably get the urban tourism right. And there's one thing which you highlight in your presentation was knowing your unique selling point, what makes you unique as a destination, whether it's the country, whether it's the city, whether it's a section within the city, you need to know what makes you stand out. And this is what you need. Your story needs to be about that. And regardless of whether it's rural tourism, urban tourism, I think this to get right for our cities in Africa to be like Dubai. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam PS. You've heard from the authorities, spend your per diem, otherwise you will not go home. Thank you very much for your intervention. May I turn to now Mr. Abdi, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I will speak
Speak in
in
English?
French. Hein?
French. Okay.
Merci d'abord pour m'avoir invité. Je remercie le bureau du l'INECA pour m'avoir invité à présenter en tant que pénaliste l'intervention de Djibouti. Je remercie M. Jim, l'expert, qui a fait une très bonne présentation sur les opportunités de développement du tourisme urbain. Djibouti, c'est justement une de ces nouvelles jeunes destinations touristiques. Nous avons... Pardon?
Excuse me, there's no translation. Would you mind? Slow but surely. We'll go with you.
In English?
Yes.
My English is not very perfect. I think if I speak English, you will be asleep. C'est bon? Now is okay?
Do you have translation now? Okay.
Ok, donc je disais que le tourisme a été à Djibouti inscrit comme un secteur prioritaire dans les cadres de développement de la diversification économique en 2014. Pourquoi? Parce que Djibouti a beaucoup de potentialités en termes de création d'emplois et de richesses avec...
Sorry to interrupt. I think we are not getting any translation. Do we have English translator? It's not coming through.
Okay, I will try to speak English.
Well,
Okay.
in that case, then I'll give you 2 more minutes, so you have more time.
Okay.
Yourself.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
So we have our government was definite tourism sector like a priority, you know, in their strategical diversification sector in 2014. Why? Because we have more potentiality in terms of creation jobs on the revenue. We have some exceptional site touristic, but our model was based in tourism cultural on. So we have this also. We can exploit this opportunity on tourism urban. Why Djibouti have situated in strategical position. We have in the littoral. So we can exploit some more for this position between the connection in Africa and what to say Moyen-Orient in Arab country. We build this first area trade zone free zone. We need to implement. It's very important also to implement, a strategical plan for urbanization to attract, Djibouti like hub and business hub, and we think. I think the first objective is development, business between our country, strengthen the connection in the economic sector. And I think the new trade free and FTA said will be a big opportunity to develop this urban tourism. We have this session. We will exchange a lot, our idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sorry for my English.
No. You did an excellent job. The message was very clear. unless somebody chooses not to hear the message, which I don't think is the case. Finally, Mr. I don't want to mispronounce your name, Mr. Donko. 2 minutes, just reflection. Now here you're coming from a private sector. Just quick reflections on what the presenter, Dr. Jim, mentioned. What are your thoughts? What are your experiences living in South Africa and many other cities that you have been to as a private sector? What are your thoughts?
Thank you very much, and good morning, colleagues, and thank you, Seychelles, for welcoming us to this beautiful island once again. I think the study is very insightful, but I would like us to look at the urban tourism as one of the historic tourism approaches in the early days. If we look at tourism, and particularly urban, let's go to the basic economics of rural-urban migration. So urban tourism has always been there. The challenge, however, is that it has never been mainstreamed, particularly in Africa. If you look at the countries that were presented and that are doing well, a lot of them, tourism in those cities or urban areas have been mainstreamed. And why do I say that? The fundamentals and the pillars for urban tourism is built on one, local economic development. So as we look at urban tourism, the role of mayors, the role of city managers become very imperative in this process. And the reason why those cities are doing well mainstream, and they have been very deliberate about it. You talk about South Africa as a case study. Cape Town as a city has put tourism as a priority sector as part of the local economic development of the city. And there are also special economic tourism, I wouldn't say economic zone, special tourism development zones in the city. We are currently doing some work in Zimbabwe, and we are looking at that particular approach. To the extent that they have Cape Town tourism as an institution, as part of an institutional arrangement within the city, which is focused on promoting tourism into the city of Cape Town. The same approach has been applied in the city of Johannesburg and the city of Pretoria. If you go to West Africa, Ghana particularly is also pushing for a similar agenda for Accra, the city of Accra, the city of Cape Coast. So what I would like to say is that we can look at what exists, but there are still good cases in Africa that we could learn from. The dynamics are different, the political are different, but it got to be deliberate and it got to be intentional, and it should be part of deliberate actions for local economic development. Another major important area we got to look at, don't forget the cities are not run by tourism officials or even tourism ministers. I would say the cities are owned by mayors. So what UNWTO, for instance, has been doing over the years, and I'm glad that, and I commend UNECA for doing this, they've been running urban tourism summit with mayors around the world. Unfortunately, it doesn't touch in Africa. So I believe this is a very good beginning that we could bring them in, because without them, we can talk and pray and go to church and do whatever. It's not going to happen. And so I'm very glad that UNECA has taken this challenge on. And luckily, Jimmy has done some work already that will serve as the base, the foundation for this particular journey. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much. I like your initial point. We don't need to go to Dubai. We can actually go to Cape Town and learn how they're setting up those touristic development zones and strategic plans that they have. Well, we'll see. The conversation is going to tell us more. Where should we go to? Now I'm going to delve into that was just when you're eating, what do we call? Starter, right? It was just some soup, salad. Now we are going to get into the main course. And I want to echo one of the key highlight of Jim's presentation was on institutions. Institutions in Africa, he mentioned challenges to do with research and development. He emphasized the importance of data for measuring tourism properly, and of course, thinking about urban tourism as a key driver for economic development, right? So my questions, and I'm gonna start off with, we're gonna go back to the same path. I'll start off with Minister. What are the key institutions that can be used to ensure the compilation of good quality and timely tourism data and statistics? And I would really want you to focus more on your country's experience. If you have experience in other countries, well and good. But since you're the minister in Ethiopia, I think it would benefit us more if we hear your reflection, your thoughts on this question on institutions that are needed for collecting and compiling good data for urban tourism, for measuring tourism in Ethiopia, and what are the challenges that the Ethiopian government is facing, and what are the successes that you have. If you could do that in 5 minutes. Now I've given you more. I want to make sure I go to at least I have good time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I would like to share some critical challenge like you mentioned. I mean, data is a critical challenge for all African countries, I would say. But in Ethiopia, we have the National Tourism Statistics Compendium that we annually produce. And the source of data is Port Immigration Authority, which is partly important, but not really as good as the tourism satellite account that might have been implemented by some African countries through an assistance obtained from UNECA. So we haven't implemented tourism satellite account as a nation, but I'm sure we are heading towards that. If you ask me, do you say you have the appropriate tourism statistics? I say no, because looking into other benchmarks, if you look into the World Travel and Tourism Council data that Jim was mentioning, it is mainly focused on economic impact. So WTTC is using the data and producing the data for economic impact. And the World Economic Forum that again Jim was mentioning is focusing on competitiveness. So they focus on pillars of competitiveness like infrastructure, ICT, human resource and things like that. And another data from the international organization is from UNWTO, and it focuses on tourism development. So if you see statistics, for example, the number of jobs created, the foreign exchange earned from UNWTO, it's completely different from WTC. And again, it's completely different from World Economic Forum. So the international data sources, you can see, everyone can see of their own country. From these resources are completely different because the purpose of collecting the data is different for economic impact, for competitiveness, and for development. So finding our own way of using and collecting data is critical. Unless we are always dependent on foreign statistical data sources, which are all different. One is different from the other, and then doesn't give the appropriate information to make decisions on. So that's what I have. But if you allow me or you give me the chance, I would love to highlight some of the contributions from UNECA toward this and other initiatives in the country. So may I take later, or
if you can do in 1 minute, quickly. Oh, you want to come back later?
Better later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I mean, this is amazing to hear the Ethiopian experience, and what it really comes out, the need to also use national statistical data to make informed decision. Now, I asked that question deliberately because I know Ethiopia has done quite a lot of good work on tourism, and you proudly say so. But I want to go back to another bewildering statistic that we saw today. And I would like, as you do your submission, to also think about this. Eastern African countries, Africa what Jim told us is underrepresented, is comparatively undervisited. Okay. Now we are Africans. We are talking about tourism. Yes, it's nice to see Bangkok is the first destination, but when can we make Seychelles? When can we make Dar es Salaam? When can we make Nairobi the first destination? How can we reverse this trend? How can we reverse this trend? I'm going to start off with Madam PS. In your thoughts as a PS of tourism, and you've invited us to stay, so we spend more. And you said you have a charm. We're welcoming, and I think if you go around, you can see that no one disturbs you. But how do we make Seychelles the most populous destination? How do we make our cities? How do we reverse this trend that Jim showed today? If you could do that in 3 to 5 minutes, please.
It's a big challenge to tell me to do that in 3 to 5 minutes. But I think, Jim, his presentation was quite elaborate, well done, and he really touched on practically everything. There's a lot of things that we as the African countries would need to consider and get it right if we really want to come first in this race. And it ranges from fundamental things like accessibility, visa, easy access to the country, to things like investment. You'd probably need investment in certain areas, investment in infrastructures, to marketing, to making yourself visible, not just as a country, but as a region, as a continent as well. We know how successful other continents has been in terms of really pushing the agenda, not just as an individual country, but as a continent. For example, in Europe, look how it's easy once you're in Europe for you to cross border and just go to the country next door. But while when you're visiting an African city, it is so difficult for you to just cross border and visit the country next door. It can be because of the visa complexity, but it can be also because of infrastructure. We're not just talking about airline connectivity here. Is in terms of just if you have to drive from Kenya to Tanzania, for example. I believe the continent can probably benefit more from visit within its continent. I don't have the statistics, but probably if you just check the statistics of how much of travelers that leaves Africa to go holiday everywhere else, if we were to just be able to capture that alone, we would probably be very close to single digit on that table, on that rank, just if we were able to manage to attract our neighbors to our cities. But again, we come back to the fundamental issues that prevent somebody from traveling to their neighboring country, but instead it's easier for them to go to Dubai. Air access, no visa. We proud Seychelles, we've always been a visa-free destination, because we know if we want tourists, we have to make it easy for them to come. And we we will collect eventually more money by having more visitors in your country compared to probably the money you're collecting from the visa fee. Because let us all agree here that yes, the visa, I've been through so much of these forums to learn and realize that visa is seen as a revenue opportunity for the government as well. But by having the visitors in your country, you can earn probably 5-6 times more. And I'm being very conservative when I say 5 or 6 times more. You've talked about statistics. You cannot manage what you can't measure. So if you're not able to measure the earnings, you're not able to measure how to positively on your economy, you're not able to measure properly the impact it has on employment, on other economic sectors, you probably then you're just assuming that maybe this other sector will always be the main sector of the economy because you have better statistics. So, say for example, mining is the number one industry. I'm pretty sure you have better statistics on mining because it has been the industry that has been there for decades. And tourism is not really high on the agenda, not yet. And if you want tourism to become more prominent in the sector for the economy of your particular country, you need to bring facts to the table. This is how you tackle the politicians, because you need to come with the figures, you need to come with the statistics, with the data to show there is an opportunity there. But if you don't have the statistics, you don't have the forecast to show the potential trends, probably you'd always be just fighting a losing battle, explaining to your superiors that this industry can probably bring more to the country than any other industry would ever, and it's probably one of the industry that can remain for years and years to come because it can be sustainable as well compared to, say, a mining industry, for example. Your children, grandchildren will come, they'd still be able to, if it's done sustainably, you'd still be able to enjoy the fruits that you get from this industry. So statistics, I'm happy you raised that. It is very important that you have a proper system to capture what you're earning, what you're getting from the industry, other than everything else.
Fantastic. That's beautiful. Thank you very much. Two things from you. Visa. Visa is very restrictive. And she said, too much visa might not necessarily guarantee enough revenue for governments. It will bring people in, let them spend. That spending and the activities, it can be 5 to 6 times more conservatively, more than the visa fees. I think governments are listening. And your point on data. So I know we have another panelist online. Let me see the name. Mr. Fred Odek. Mr. Fred Odek, are you there? I hope you're following this great conversation. I want you to chime in on the first question, but while you are answering, I would also like to give you another important question. We have talked about, Madam PS here talked about climate change and sustainable development. And I just want you to reflect on the first question first. What can we do to reverse, as the first two speakers have alluded to? But the second question that I would like you to open for us is, can tourism in Africa, particularly in Eastern Africa, you being based in East Africa, contribute to the implementation of SDG 11 on sustainable cities and communities? Mr. Fred, if you can, please. Can you hear us? Oh, the question is too tough. Sometimes you can press a mute. Okay, sometimes you can press a mute and say, oh no, my connection is poor. It's allowed. It's a tactical. All right. I hope we will join back and come back to us. Mr. Abdi, I think now that Fred is not online, I would like to pass on that question to you. One is for you to reflect on how do we reverse the trend, just briefly in 1 minute, and then use the remaining 4 minutes to tell us how can tourism in Africa, particularly in Eastern Africa, and perhaps using Djibouti experience, can contribute to implementation of SDG 11 on sustainable cities and communities. Djibouti experience would be very powerful for us to really contextualize your contribution. Thank you. I hope we have French translation now. We do. Please speak in French so that we can get the gist of your conversation.
Merci. Oui, bien évidemment, le tourisme contribue au développement à l'atteinte des ODD fixés dans l'agenda des Nations Unies. Et le tourisme urbain particulièrement aussi peut participer peut jouer ce rôle important. Mais aussi faut-il exploiter, tout à l'heure vous avez souligné qu'il était important, qu'il était plus facile d'aller à Dubaï qu'à Nairobi, mais c'est toujours la même question qui se repose depuis les 10 dernières années. Lorsqu'il s'agit du développement du tourisme en Afrique, c'est toujours la connectivité, toujours le problème des visas, toujours les développements des transports aériens. Je remercie, je salue les efforts des Ethiopian Airlines et de Kenya Airways, mais il faut pas se leurrer quand même, il faut pas se cacher la voile, ce que notre réseau de transport aérien est très à la traîne. Vous avez dit, pour aller à Maurice, je suis obligé d'aller à Dubaï. Mais dites-moi, quel coût avez-vous supporté? C'est ça la question. Maintenant, lorsqu'on demande à un Africain qui est à l'ouest de venir à l'est, quel coût il aura à supporter? C'est ça. Avant de développer des produits urbains, il faut vraiment que cette question de connectivité soit résolue. Il faut que nos compagnies locales puissent créer un système de réseautage avec les grandes compagnies internationales telles que Kenya Airways et Kenya Airways, Ethiopian Airlines et Kenya Airways. Il faut qu'on arrive à faire un système de relais, puisque si nous ne mettons pas en place comment on appelle, ce secteur de transport aérien opérationnel à un niveau minimum, il serait très difficile de parler de tourisme urbain puisque nous allons rester des personnes handicapées qui aimeraient bien visiter Nairobi, Tanzanie, Afrique du Sud, mais les dispositions qui sont à notre portée sont très limitées. Bien évidemment, cela ne veut pas dire que nous ne devons pas travailler sur les autres points, à savoir les produits et le renforcement des capacités de nos opérateurs pour renforcer l'attractivité des villes. Jim avait tout à l'heure souligné que chaque capitale avait des spécificités. Donc, comment proposer des produits durables de tourisme urbain? Juste une expérience à Djibouti, nous avons des sites archéologiques uniques, parfois qui datent de la Première Guerre mondiale, et malheureusement qui ne sont pas mis en valeur, qui ne sont pas sauvegardés. Est-ce que c'est pour autant que il faut laisser tomber parce que nous avons toujours peu de visiteurs? Non, je pense que c'est un héritage qu'on doit léguer, qu'on doit conserver pour les générations à venir, qui seront peut-être demain amenées à résoudre la grande question de la grande problématique de cette connectivité. Deuxièmement, c'est toujours, il faut dire aussi que le coût, au-delà de la connectivité, reste important le coût en termes de l'offre des produits touristiques urbains. Hier, on parlait de l'énergie. Les coûts de l'énergie restent extrêmement élevés dans plusieurs pays. Si l'électricité n'est pas, nous avons toujours nos hôtels, nos opérateurs supportent quand même des coûts élevés. Donc, quelle solution alternative à l'énergie classique doit-on mettre en place? Nous avons à Djibouti ce grand projet de parcs éoliennes, et aussi l'énergie photovoltaïque, l'énergie solaire. Donc, cela va contribuer évidemment à diminuer les coûts de l'activité, mais je pense qu'il y a beaucoup d'efforts à faire. Et tout cela ne peut se mettre sans la mise en place d'un vrai plan de développement du tourisme urbain qui doit focaliser toutes les problématiques qui ont été soulevées par Monsieur Jim. Jim nous a donné les bonnes recettes à entreprendre, mais la question est comment les ingrédients doivent être mélangés pour que le plat soit consistant.
Thank you very much. Connectivity, cost. I like the idea on using wind, to reduce the cost in cities. I'm following. I'm learning some French. Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Abdi. I am tempted to bring our brother Donko in, but first I'm going to do it differently. I want to invite three questions from countries to the panel, and particularly Jim, because Jim did the presentation. I'm sure people are dying. I want to invite the floor to ask questions, and then we're going to come back so they can breathe. While they are listening, they can breathe before I start storming them with another round of questions. From countries, I would like to get from countries. I'll come to this side. I want from countries. If you could raise three, and I want you to make it very short. I'm a very strict moderator. If you go beyond 2 minutes of your submission, I'll stop you. So start with Burundi, Chair, and then we'll go to DRC, the third. Sao Tome, all right. Oh, Cameroon, I'm sorry, we'll come to the next round. So you have Burundi, DRC, Sao Tome. 2 minutes, please.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Donc, je salue l'Éthiopie pour l'effort qu'il fait dans le développement du tourisme. Et je trouve, je pense que selon l'expérience que nous avons vécue lorsque nous traversons vers l'Éthiopie, nous voyons à l'aéroport les gens qui se servent de guides. Et on ne peut pas se perdre, jusque même au niveau des hôtels, il y a les gens qui nous guident et on ne peut pas rater l'avion. Il y a la volonté, il y a vraiment, ils ont une stratégie sûre d'attraction des touristes. Mais tout de même, je pose la question, bon, on arrive en Éthiopie, donc tout a été bien, on vous guide, mais quelle est la stratégie que vous faites pour sortir de l'argent dans la poche du touriste? Quelle est la stratégie que vous faites pour sortir de l'argent? Parce que le touriste peut venir avec de l'argent et sortir avec l'argent. Quelle est la stratégie que vous faites pour sortir de l'argent des touristes? Merci.
Thank you, Burundi. Burundi wants to borrow your strategy and how you get money out of us. That's clever. That's clever. Straight to the point. Let's go to DRC. DRC, please, if you could do the same in 2 minutes.
Merci. J'avais une contribution, je ne sais pas si j'ai le droit de le dire ou je pose directement la question. You didn't understand? I said.
No, I'm just listening. There's something to say. You wanted to say it. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. Is 1 minute enough?
I think.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, merci. Je voulais juste souligner par rapport aux ODD. J'ai vu qu'on a mis en exergue plus l'ODD 11, mais moi je dis que les ODD sont en interconnexion. Le tourisme, ça ne sera pas seulement pour les villes fortes, ça va aussi être l'ODD 1, éradiquer la pauvreté, ça va aussi être l'ODD 2, la faim, ça va aussi être l'emploi. Donc c'est vraiment un secteur qui va améliorer les indicateurs dans beaucoup des ODD. C'est seulement ce que je voulais ajouter, mais pour ma question par rapport à l'Éthiopie, j'ai dit au ministre, j'ai été plusieurs fois en Éthiopie, ils sont très bien organisés, mais c'est une population fermée. On ne sait pas vraiment découvrir l'Éthiopie. S'ils peuvent faire de leur mieux pour s'ouvrir. Donc, vous ne découvrez pas qui ils sont un peu très fermés. C'est juste qu'est-ce qu'ils doivent faire, la stratégie pour que les gens les découvrent, pour qu'on revienne encore. Merci.
Wow, I hope this will not provoke war between DRC and Ethiopia. Ethiopians are very closed. What's the ingredient? You're not closed though, Minister. I've had the chance to interact with him. He's very open, but we'll see. Wow, okay.
C'est juste de l'impression quand je suis là-bas. Donc, il peut peut-être donner d'autres informations.
I missed that one, but I suppose it was said in good faith. Minister, it seems people are liking Ethiopia. All right, let's go to Sao Tome. Let's go to Sao Tome. 2 minutes. Can you speak on the mic, please?
Merci beaucoup tous les panélistes. Je m'appelle José Antonio Sao Tomé Principe. J'ai une question à poser à la ministre de Tourisme du Seychelles. La question c'est what is the best way to develop tourism in the small country as Sao Tome and Seychelles?
Can you speak louder, closer to your mic, please? Can you pull the mic forward? Yes.
Okay. What is the best way to develop tourism in the small island as Sao Tome and Seychelles too?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's directed to you, PS. What's the best way? They want to learn lessons from small country. I think Sao Tome, they want to borrow some lessons from Seychelles. All right. I will give you, Minister, time to process, and you'll come back. You'll come back. I want to go back there because I just opened there. So you have time to think through the answers that you want to give. Mr. Donko, the first question that we were discussing is how do we reverse the trend? And you are from private sector. You have been in the continent. You have seen it all. I would like you to chime in on that, giving brief interventions on how we can reverse the trend, at least from private sector perspective. And secondly, to comment on what Mr. Abdi started on with, which is how can tourism contribute to sustainable cities and communities, and reflecting on what DRC said. It's not only SDG 11. There are other SDGs. So if you could tackle those two quickly, then we go to the minister and the PS to respond on the questions. Over to you, sir. You can use the mic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. I think reversing the trend is the role that I believe the private sector could play is basically to advocate. Because the challenge is, a lot of the policies that are in place have been put in place by government. And a lot of the time when we meet in the room is the government speaking to itself. And it's not possible for the government to advocate itself. The PS has alluded to a couple of issues. The PS is in government. And I think her colleague government will argue their case. And it's very difficult for the government, a minister to advocate a minister and a PS to advocate a PS. So the private sector has got the role of advocating. But to advocate, we have to work together as one. It got to be a collaborative approach. So what on our side we've done, and Geoffrey was there, we tried to bring the Africa private sector together. Fred was also there, Suzanne was there, to make sure that the private sector agree on a common vision on advocacy, on the issues that the PS spoke to, visa, and the second one is connectivity. Don't forget that the airlines are in commercial business. And the commercial business is basically built on demand and supply. They will go to the market where they will get demand to basically buy the tickets and book the flights, and obviously to give them the commercial sustainability. Now, with that, the government has to make it easier for them to be able to go. So normally we are complaining about connectivity, but the issue is not about connectivity, just that the fundamentals, the airport taxes, the policies around regulatory framework for them to land in a particular country. Last month or so, I was on a forum and I was telling them we heard about Yamoussoukro agreement. I think as far back as in the late 90s. Some of us were in primary school, some of us were in high school, some of us were in university. Now we are about to retire, and not much has been done. So the private sector has to be more aggressive in the advocacy. Now, linking back to the issue of statistics, the PS again alluded to a very important fact. You can never advocate without having the facts on the table. You got to go there and justify why something has been done. That is that the work of consultant become imperative in this process, like what Jim has just shown us. So we got to make sure we got our facts right, and the facts must be relevant to a particular environment. I mean, the minister mentioned something which is very interesting. He talked about three sources of statistics. He talked about WTTC. We can talk about World Economic Forum. We talk about UNWTO, and I know UNICA is doing a couple of work. They are all for different purposes. Why do we? And if you look at all these institutions, none of them has got a base in Africa. None of them. I'm a fan of UNWTO. The good thing is they've got a division in Africa, which is also another debate. Why? When are we going to start looking for African solution for Africans?
Powerful.
The consultants, we are all consultants, but you get a lot of the strategies that are developed here with consultants coming from outside the continent. I'm not saying that we can. We need a global context to obviously augment what we have locally. But then, can we take the best out of the three statistical sources and possibly marry them and add the local content of what Jim has done and what other colleagues have done to help us to fight the fight that we are fighting? So to be able to diverse, to summarize, private sector has to come together to advocate. So collaboration is very important. If you look at manufacturing across the continent, there is a manufacturing association. I saw some private sector associations here representing the continent. You have in mining, you have in automotive, you have in all other sectors. There is nothing like that in tourism. So that is one. Two, let's see how we can work with UNECA, for instance, and the other existing bodies, UNWTO, WTTC, World Economic Forum, to improve the level of statistics that we have so that we are able to advocate. Now, in terms of sustainability, I think there are a couple of issues. One of them is that the concept of sustainability must be well understood and applied in the local context. If you come to Seychelles, for instance, the issue of sustainability will be about over tourism. The island survives on the sea. How do we protect the sea? If you go to other cities, inland cities like, let's say, or inland countries like Zimbabwe, the issue of sustainability might be different. So the blanket application of the SDG goals, I believe that is wrong. And my belief that the application must be localized so that specific areas within a particular economy should then be focused on. Countries with overpopulation, let me take Nigeria for instance, it should be looking at something around the youth, not necessarily just the environment, because if you get the youth to understand, you'll be able to get the rest right. Some countries must move from, South Africa is looking at just energy transition. We've been depending on coal. We have to move from coal to something else. But a lot of things that the hotels can do, how can we support the hotels to basically embed things like solar panels, solar energy in their development? So it should not be one size fits all approach. I believe that each country should look at their key strategic priorities in that area and focus on them rather than trying to apply a blanket approach to sustainability issues. I don't subscribe to that principle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Local context matters, and I think I'm going to cycle back to everyone. Collaboration in the private sector, but we also we need to think about collaboration in the context of our multiplicity as Africa. Each country has its own strategy. Each country has its own policy on urban tourism. Should we go each country in its own, or should we go collectively as a region? And if we're to go both ways, how do we do so? We'll come back to that conversation. Now, Mr. Minister, I think we have had time to chew. We've had time to chew the questions. There were two questions. One, how do you make sure when we are in Addis, we don't leave? That's number one. Number two, from DRC, it was asked, a bit controversial, but I think you can handle it. How do you open up? We don't know you. That's what the DRC is saying. But I think clearly, if she has spent time with you, she would know that Ethiopians are open. But I won't answer for you. You will answer for yourself. Please go ahead, Honorable. And feel free to give your contribution that you wanted to give earlier on.
Okay. Thank you so much. And so I will start with the question from the DRC. I'm sure the concern that has been raised has a meaning. Ethiopia, being the origin of humankind, being the source of at least some 17 evidences among the 30 that shows Africa, particularly Ethiopia, is the origin of humankind, and Ethiopia being the origin of coffee Arabica, and again Ethiopia being the source of the longest river in the world and contributing some 85% to the River Nile. Yeah, we will talk with Ugandan colleagues later, and again Ethiopia also having its own alphabet, its own letters, its own number, and sheltering the two extremes. One of the lowest point on Earth, Dalol, which is above 116 meters below sea level, and also close to 40 mountains above 3,000 meters. Two extremes, really mountainous and Afro-alpine climatic and ecosystem, and also the one of the lowest point and the most inhospitable climate in the globe. So sheltering all this, I would agree that we are shy enough not to speak all this. So I'm sure we will work more on the human resource part, so that we will show that Ethiopia is very hospitable and very shy at the same time. So we can work more on communication, providing of training or language to speak at least the African language, Swahili, and also speaking French and English at the same time, so that we can be equally conversant. So that's key. And to respond to the second question, I can bring a striking question to all of us. That would be, we as Ethiopian have been farming for above 3,000 years, and we are not self-sufficient yet in agriculture. And looking into the manufacturing, the secondary economy, going beyond to the primary economy, we haven't produced laptops, we haven't produced automobiles. We as an African also haven't produced much cell phones to sell it to ourselves or to overseas. So looking into the tertiary market, to the service sector, we haven't had the Oxford or Harvard or Cambridge. Looking to the health sector again, in the service sector, in the tertiary economy, we don't have good medical centers and hospitals. I know that most Africans are still traveling through Bole to get a medical service and checkup to Thailand, India, and other countries. So looking into specifically all the three, agriculture, the primary economy, industry, the secondary economy, and service, the tertiary economy, we are not coping up in all. So to me, the best competitive advantage for the African continent is the tourism sector. Imagine Serengeti National Park. It's an out of this world place to see. Seychelles. If you go to Gambia, to even the slave trade, you go to South Africa, we have the imaginary wildlife. And go to Kenya. It's a crazy place to be. Ethiopia, the land of origins. South Sudan, a young Africa, right, coming after Eritrea and contributing much to the beauty of the continent. So we have a lot to show and to sell. So focusing on the tourism sector is critical. Instead of competing on something else that the European, American, and the Asian has developed much already. So to do this, what are you doing as Ethiopia? We have a very beautiful master plan, a 10 years master plan, which was designed by UNECA under the umbrella of the IGAD support. So it was particularly done by UNECA Sub-Regional Office for Eastern Africa. So I really appreciate the contributions from the Mama Keta's leadership and Maniara Joffrey, who was leading this great work. So they put critical pillars for us to work on. One is, to change some policy, regulation, and institutional framework. Following that, we have now an independent, sole-standing, strong Ministry of Tourism for the first time. After tourism has been married and going out with different 9 institutions in the past years. Tourism in Ethiopia is as old as Haile Selassie, His Majesty Tafari Rastafari. But now, just for the first time, it has its own sole-standing ministry. With the policy recommendations from UNECA, we have now the visa regulations, change it on online visa and visa on arrival, more or less for all African countries, and some selected countries for Europe and in the US. Also, with the tourism product development, like I said, Ethiopia is one of the leading nations sheltering maximum number of World Heritage sites. We have 9 tangible, 4 intangible UNESCO sites. We have 4 UNESCO registered biosphere reserves. We have close to 70 protected areas and close to 9 to 10 ecosystem from Afro-Alpine to the desert. So we started developing new touristic products like the 3 that has been mentioned by Jim in his research as a model for urban tourism and also in the regional towns now. We have started developing tourism information centers and visitor center, landmark and watchtowers. Related to the UNECA's recommendation on marketing and branding, land of origins is the outcome of this recommendation. We said Ethiopia is truly land of origins, land of everyone. And Africa is actually land of origins for everyone too, because Ethiopia is under Africa. And with recommendations from the marketing again, we have the DNA, land of origins, the signature, but we are promoting it in the international trade fair, business to business, and road shows. Regarding investment recommendations, now we have international hotel chains, and Ethiopia is open for international hotel business, tour operation business. We give incentive, whoever is interested to construct hotel in Ethiopia, private sectors, we will give, duty free all construction materials to be imported if need be. And we give incentive duty free vehicles to bring for their staff and for the construction phase for their employees too. And again, regarding to the 1 minute. Yes. So regarding to the human resource development recommendation, we have open university and college offering tourism and hospitality education. So that's again a strong recommendation that we have implemented. Tourist safety, we are not a country where you find organized crime and targeting tourists. There is no problem of that kind. And the last recommendation that we are left with is the tourism fund and statistics. So the tourism fund, we have established the organizational structure. We have people, we have plan, but to implement it, we need to take levy, tax tourists who are coming into the country, and also win, and compete in grants, international grant and aids. So we still look for, I'm trying to lobby the UNECA finally, to assist the implementation of the tourism fund and particularly the tourism satellite account, because statistics is very important also for the sub-regional office and for the regional office to make informed decisions. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I think that's commendable. Can we have a round of applause? There's so much we are learning. I'm not sure whether I'm audible enough. There's so much we are learning from Ethiopia, and I'm pleased to have the minister on the panel to respond. Madam Pierce, there was a question. what can we learn from small countries? Tourism. Sao Tome wants to learn something from Seychelles. If you could share some pearls of wisdom there in 2 to 3 minutes, that would be lovely.
I will try to do that in 2 to 3 minutes. I would say the very first thing, if you'd really like to develop your tourism industry, and if we're talking about small countries, small islands like Seychelles as well, but it would imply also for any other country here in this room, the first thing is the country needs to have the political will. This is first and foremost. Without political will, you can get consultants, you can have a master plan, you can do whatever you want. If there's no political will, you will go nowhere. And I think this is one of the success of Seychelles. It's since in the early days, the government realized this is the industry that Seychelles will depend on for economic prosperity, and therefore we need to put all of our resources behind it. And this is where, when the master planning comes, tourism basically it dictates how all other ministry needs to operate and function. So there would need to be a mindset shift if the country seriously want to take tourism to an important level. Things would not be as usual. Perhaps what the Ministry of Transport used to do, the KPIs would need to be different if you'd want that industry to start from infancy and grow to become a major economic supporter. Of course, when being an island, being an archipelago, when we started the industry, one major investment needed to be made, and this was a key turning point in tourism in Seychelles. That was 50 years ago, actually, was the opening of our international airport. We used to get tourists before 1972, but the major turning point for Seychelles was with the opening of the international airport. So infrastructure is very, very key. And of course, the visitor will be coming to your island. They need somewhere to stay. They need hotels. So then it will have to be the tourism infrastructure. You have to think of when a visitor comes in your country, the whole value chain there. They come, they need beds, they need to sleep somewhere, they need to eat, they need transport, they need to get from point A to point B. If they're spending 10 days in your country, they need things to do. So all of these needs to be thought of in that process, in the master planning. What they will be doing, if they be doing excursions. Okay, who will do these excursions? Somebody needs to do it. This is where the private sector comes in here. And they will have to have different, if you want the person to come back again, you need to have different itineraries to fill in the 10 days, and more itineraries to fill in another 10 days if they come back. And you need people to work in the industry, so training. And probably you will need to do reskilling, because the people you'll need to work in the industry, probably they don't have the set of skills to serve the industry. They've probably been working in another sector with another set of skills. So there will need to be reskilling. So you need to have dedicated institutions that provides training for school leavers, but also for anybody who wants to be reskilled to join the industry as well. And now you've developed your infrastructure, your productive infrastructure, you've developed your roads, your airports, your seaport, especially if you're an island. There would not be cross-border travel, definitely. Somebody cannot take their car and drive to you. So you definitely need a proper airport and seaport to be able to effectively develop the industry. But once you've had all of these, you've had your hotels, you've had your tour operators, your ground tour operators to put your packages together, or your tour guides that would sell the experiences your car has, or and all that. Then how do you get people to come? And there's something I said earlier. It's understanding what you'd be selling there. You need to have a reason to visitors to come to your islands. Is it going to be your beaches? I don't think the beaches alone today will work, because there are so many other beaches across the world, and probably somebody else is doing a better job at just selling beaches. But you'd need to have your unique selling point, understanding what really would drive people to your destination, and not going to Bangkok, for example. They'll come to you. So you'll need to understand your DNA as a destination, what makes you stand out. So it can be your beaches, but it will have to be the beaches and something else, maybe a cultural experience to add to it. And of course, it can be hiking, it can be trails. I'm talking about Seychelles here, what you can do. We are an archipelago, so island hopping, it's a big thing for us. It's one of the main reasons actually people come here, other than getting married. It's so Yes, we celebrate a lot of destination weddings here almost every day. You'd see weddings happening on the beaches here in Seychelles. But one of island hopping is actually one of our unique selling points. People come here to discover the various uniqueness of our islands. So you need to just understand what really will draw people to you, and not to another of similar destination. But once you've put all these together now, knowing who you target, who's going to be your audience, who's the person who's coming on holiday to the Seychelles, for example. You cannot be everything to everybody in the world, but you need to have specific persona that you target, and you probably won't have enough resources to run after everybody in the world. So you'll need to be very targeted, probably, to start with, if you want to be successful at it. And what's going to be your message, your story? You'll need to have a unique story to be able to get to that persona. And how you're going to do it? This is where you need to develop your distribution channel, your sale channel. Today, we are blessed that we have so many ways we can make ourselves visible with the advent of technology and internet and social media. So you have to decide whether you're going to stick to the technology, social media, online travel agencies, or you'll have probably a suite of traditional agency that will package you, sell you to the target market you've identified. This is where my persona are located. These are the people that I want to visit my country. So it's a whole series of things, but I think, like I said, the key is in the planning, understanding what you want, and where you want to bring this industry, this tourism, how you want to develop it, but getting the backing of the politician. This is key and central to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam PS. Great submission. I think this could be another degree in its own. And if you extract that part of her presentation, it's like you are going to get another degree in tourism and why Seychelles made it. Okay. All right. So on our panel, we have heard from Jim, and I think Jim, after your presentation, you have had some. I see you taking notes and probably seriously reflecting. I want to open questions to the floor, and I'm also compelled to give you 2 minutes to reflect based on your presentation. Just 2 minutes summary reflection. Are we off what you said? Are we converging to what you said? Oh, we are completely on different scripts. 2 minutes, and then I'm going to open questions on this side and the UN. I'm going to take 2 questions from the UN side, now 3 questions from this side. So there's balance. UN, I'm going to give them less because they're big. Okay, so 3, 2. So while you're getting ready, Jim, please, if you could give us your reflections on so far the conversation, and then I'll come back to the panel again before we break for tea.
Thank you very much, Anthony, and thank you very much for all the contributions. I've got a lot of time and a lot of feedback, but if you allow me, I could just summarize what so far I pick out of this conversation. It's right on point, and I think one of the major, among the 4 issues I've noted down is how can Africa learn from Africa? I think that's what's coming out in this room. That's why you see asking Ethiopia, how are you doing it? The Seychelles. So that one shows the gap that we need to start this conversation. To Africans sit and say, how do you do it? How? Because we shouldn't look at ourselves as competitors. I shouldn't ask you because you will outcompete me. But as we said, everybody has a unique selling point. Sao Tome cannot compete with the Seychelles if they all know how different they are and the markets they are talking to. So I think that's very key on that Afro-positive perspective of how tourism in Africa can actually be generated by Africans and enjoyed by Africans. And that's why urban tourism fits in. If you ask any person, where do you want to go? He will tell you Johannesburg. He will tell you Kinshasa. I've not been to Kinshasa, so I would gladly receive an invite. But if somebody says Kinshasa, what comes in my mind? My mind is music. If I'm in Kinshasa, I want to know where all this music is coming from. So I think that one is key, how Africans learn from Africans. Then 2, how do we focus? Because I think our tourism has mainly been nature and wildlife centered. When people come, they just only want to see those attractions. But actually one of the greatest attractions is the people. I think that's why you have questions of you are not opening up, because we have not talked to each other and become attractions ourselves. When I come to Seychelles, we were asking the other day that where do I go if I want to see real life in Seychelles? Leave alone the beaches. Beaches, yes, but I want to see the people. I want to meet with the people and know their food. I want to know their culture. I want to know who they are. And I think that's where our tourism should focus more. And yes, urban tourism is part of those drivers because we are here in Seychelles. We were saying we want to take a tour of downtown, of the clock tower, to go there and understand more what's happening. We have seen a lot of nice, interesting buildings. So that connection, I think, is what will help us to come through. And then the third is...
I hope it's the last.
The last.
Yes.
How do we make it easier for us to move within Africa? I hope you know that a US citizen can easily move in Africa than a Ugandan. I'm from Uganda. If I'm Ugandan and I'm moving in Africa, I will require a lot more visas than maybe if somebody is from America, because most of them have visa on arrival, free entry. So it means we are not looking at ourselves as the first people to visit each other. And that's why I like what Madame Pierce was saying. How do we open our borders to a neighbor to come in? And how do you make it much easier, even through connectivity and cost and all the others? And I think all these fit in. Urban tourism will enable us to visit our own cities and our own other areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jim. I think that was a great synthesis of the conversation so far. Now, let me come to I'll take questions, and then while they are taking note of the questions, I'll pose my own questions to them. And then we'll come and wrap up for tea break. I see a hand over there. Let me start with. Yes, please. Over to you, Mzee.
Thank you, Kijana. As I said yesterday, my name is Generali Ulimwengu. I'm based in Dar es Salaam, old journalist, veteran.
If you could speak close to your mic.
Thank you. I would like to recognize that Jimmy has just mentioned what I really was all about since I raised my hand. That is people to people. Looking at the program and listening to the presentations that were made this morning, I got this an easy feeling that we were uh, trying to get a binary appreciation of tourism as being either rural or urban. And today's sessions were basically about urban against rural or stroke rural perspectives on tourism. But it has not been urban or rural. It has not, because even when we were going to the Hatari type of tourism, the John Wayne Serengeti shall never die, etc., etc. That was not rural. It's colonial. It's a safari type of tourism that we were imposed. That was imposed rather on us by the colonial masters, and we have never moved out of that straitjacket. It's about people coming, getting to our airports, and being almost blinkered from our towns to areas where they can see wildlife or go to beaches if they're in Seychelles, and then they come back, they board their planes and go back. But I think tourism should be a very important tool of making people to meet people, and that's what Jimmy just said at the end. I think that should have been at the very beginning of the conversation. How do we get people to go to people and understand? How do we get them to go and see how they make? Can they cook egusi as well as the Cameroonians do, or can they do matoke as well as the Baganda do? Can they dance the Sega dance as well as the Ndombolo is danced in Congo? And even in Congo, what you discover in Congo is that it's not only about music. Once you go there, you discover that they have artisans that are so beautiful. They produce so many things. They can even produce shoes that are better, look better, and cost more than shoes bought in Milan or Rome, although they have no cattle, so they have no cattle hides. So let's have a tourism that introduces to people, which help us to people making money, because there will be employment, there will be trade, and so on and so forth. But it will make people know how people live. You can't go to Spain, for instance, without seeing the flamenco dance, or go to Japan in the ceremony. Let's just tourism where we create discovery, because it is new things. Like this time I'm in Seychelles, I've been traveling around Africa and the world the past 50 years. But discover people, get to know them, gain knowledge, then from knowledge build understanding. The basis of understanding, build acceptance, and from there build peace, and pourquoi pas, after that, build love. Then we shall come here for the marriages.
Thank you. I would like you to. I would like to speak from deep love. I think that's very powerful.
Yeah, and I would like to announce that I'm here on my 32nd anniversary with my wife, and I chose to come to Seychelles because the UN said I can come. Thank you very much.
I hope you are planning to do the vows again.
Sure.
We'll bear witnesses. All right. No, not this side. Not this side. Another question in the middle. I said two, so you have to choose. The man spoke. Now I'm gonna go to the lady. Yes, please. I'm gonna make you 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me this chance. I just have two questions for Mr. Donko. Of course, just to take a lesson from your experience. I just have learned that from what you are sharing to us, there is a strong and collaboratively very strong relationship in South Africa between private sector and the government. Having said this, I just want to know more about the how. One is, how is the private sector and the government in South Africa are interacting for the private sector to have meaningful engagement in the development of tourism sector, especially in the urban area, in the process of establishing tour hub in your cities. And the other question I have is, how do you trace that your advocacy effort is really achieved? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those were three, but it's okay. All right. This side now. Okay. I want to hear ladies. Where are the ladies? I see so many. Yes, there you are. One. Ladies on this side. We want to balance gender. You and yesterday, the moderator was saying gender parity, gender parity. What women voice the conversation. So we have one. I wouldn't comment. I will just take it as is. So we have two, and then the third. I'll come to this side. Okay. I'll give that gentleman 1 minute. If you could ask in one, and if your comment should be 1 minute, please. 1 minute. Yes, 1 minute.
Oh, okay, thank you, moderator. I think your strictness today can save us our time. Mine is not a question. It's a comment that I wanted to actually contribute to our main presenter.
In 1 minute, I'll
yes,
stop you in
it is,
1 minute.
research is very good, but I wanted us to look at the rural city aspect of people movement. You see, there's an aspect that of this movement which is a negative. For example, the rural moving to the city, not to consume the service, but the city dweller move to the rural to consume the service, tourist service in the rural area. What are impediment that are around? We need to look at the impediment of rural not consuming, because we have to consume this thing locally before we look at outside.
So the question is,
yes.
What are the impediments between rural and urban?
Yes,
Thank
it's
you
not
very
a question.
much.
Let him study more on that.
Thank you very much. I think he took note. Kepsa?
Thank you. It's interesting that we're talking about urban tourism as a form of tourism, which has previously not been studied. But my question is, do the authorities who are not tourism experts care?
Thank you very much.
Because unless we sort out, especially in Africa, unless we sort out security and movement of people, forget even aviation, just movement of people within towns, then this will be a nice to do study, and we can do as many studies as we can. But if you do not get citizens of a certain town visiting the towns, most towns die by 8 p.m.
Thank you very much. Do authorities care? That was the question. The rest was comment. All right. Gentlemen, there, 1 minute, please, before I make preferential treatment.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that upon all the discussions that we had, there is one fundamental issue that we are dangling around, and I think that the SP of Seychelles spoke about the value chain. We have to build. Do you think that we can develop
the tourism sectors without developing the value chains of the airlines that connects the continent? One. Two, what do we do with our African passport system? So do you think that if we have a unique African passport or special traveling vehicle, it is going to foster the movement of people? So what do we do? Some have the African passport systems. I'm asking the authorities, don't you think that this is time for us, in order to foster people-to-people movement, that we should go for the African passport system, and so that we can move away from triple nationality, double nationality principles in order to attract the diasporas?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the questions have been noted and they're busy writing. I want to make special preferential treatment for the powers that have invested in me. You cannot take those away, unfortunately. I realize that it has brought my attention. We have a couple of colleagues from the UN who would like to also share their thoughts on the conversation. That shows that the conversation is really engaging. And I know there's EAC as a regional bloc that has raised a hand. So I'm going to make these three unique preferential treatment. There are two colleagues from the UN, UNRC, Congo Brazzaville. They are online, I suppose. And then Chris Mburu, he's the one. He's the same person. Oh, okay. So we have only two. And then there's a hand, yeah. UN, there's a hand somewhere here in the UN. Somebody raised, and I chose a lady over you, but you're very lucky. I come back to you again. And then the EAC. Those will be the last three questions, and then we'll come back to the panel. Okay? Let's start with Mr. Chris Mburu. If you could do your submission in 2 to 3 minutes, that would be lovely. Can you hear us, Mr. Chris?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay, and I think you can, if they allow me to put my video, you can see me. Can you see me? Okay.
Unfortunately, I can't see, but go ahead. I would like to hear your voice, though.
All right. Very good. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I've been following this with a lot of interest from Brazzaville, Congo, where I'm the UN resident coordinator. And the reason I was very interested in this, and it's unfortunate I couldn't get myself there physically, is because the Congo has made a big shift, and the Republic of Congo has made a big shift in its national priorities, and really focusing on tourism. You know, we had a national development plan that has just been elaborated this year. And number two on that one, number one is agriculture, number two is tourism. And this is a country that has been very, very reliant on oil and petrol and all that. They have really realized, especially since the crash of oil prices in 2014, that they need to very, very seriously diversify their economy. So they have done this national development plan, which is anchored on aggressive economic growth, and they have identified tourism as one of them. Now, we as the UN, of course, stand ready to help countries in their development plans and in their development priorities. So we are very focused on this and trying to look for ways to support the government develop that. This is why this conversation has been very, very interesting for me, listening to various presenters, how it was done elsewhere. We've been working very closely with the ECA on this issue, and Jean-Luc is there, and we are planning to work on supporting the Congo. Now, yeah, I just wanted to just ask a question with regard specifically to the Seychelles, because how do you get a country that has never focused on this, you know, starting on this And what would be the best advice on where to start, how to market yourself? And I also hope that among the countries represented there would be some sort of partnerships and benchmarking that they would allow with the Congo, so that we can bring the Congo into this conversation, into this work from a position of strength and a position of knowledge.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris. And on behalf of Madam video when she was responding to Sao Tome, I think would reply to the request that Chris posed in terms of what is it that we can diversify Congo Brazzaville economy to tap more into the tourism sector. EAC, 1 minute.
Is it EAC or the UN? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Is it me? Okay. That's
yes,
cool.
1 minute, please.
Yes, I'll be very brief. Number one is probably for the PS or any other person who wants to respond. It's about long-term tourism. I'm talking about the retirees. For instance, if I finish with the UN, I want to retire in Seychelles. Are there mechanisms that are in place that will facilitate such a thing? That's number one. The second thing is regional tourism. Regional tourism, I'm asking a question because if you look, for instance, Victoria Falls, the best, the falls are in Zambia, but the best view is in Zimbabwe. Is there a package to make sure that we have that regional tourism? Or for instance, Nairobi. Nairobi has become the regional hub for quality health infrastructure. Now, how does a nation like Kenya maximize that so that us within the region, we can come to Kenya for really benefiting from that quality healthcare, facilitating that process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like your first question, retiree. I hope that was not a UN question. That was a you question. Very good. You're thinking about yourself. Very important. EAC, 1 minute. You're being strategic. I like that. Simon.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I'm wearing the lens of regional economic community, and therefore I'm thinking about collaboration, cooperation, coordination. We have talked about that, and I was wondering whether we can have it like a collective approach, like in promoting urban tourism. We have done an EAC tourism marketing strategy, also supported by UNECA, which we are implementing, and it has identified urban tourism as one of the forms of tourism we need to promote. Can we have, for instance, a regional sustainable urban tourism development program that covers a number of countries? For instance, I'm thinking about East African community, whereby we identify urban areas we need to promote as a smart tourism destination. And then we do mapping of the attractions within those areas. We do branding. You talked about Dubai. I think if I talked about Dubai in my village, you won't know that Dubai is in United Arab Emirates. They know of Dubai. We need to do branding and promote our urban tourism destinations with a lot of passion, because we have a lot to offer. Number one. Number 2 point is hosting of rotational events. We have quite a number. For instance, tourism expos. We have things like sporting events. Can we have such events that rotate in our urban areas so that it's like we push traffic to those areas and make that urban tourism viable? So I'm actually challenging UNECA to think about coming up with like regional approach in terms of promotion of urban tourism.
Thank you very much. Your point is very well, loud and clear. Regionalism vis-a-vis aligning with country-specific interventions. And how do we walk the walk together as a region and as a country? Very powerful. Now, I'm going to come back to you guys. I think you've had time to take note of questions. I know we are a bit overboard in terms of time, but I know there are great questions that have been asked, and we can't just go and leave them without. And I want to release them until I've also posed a very interesting question towards the end. So I'm going to indulge you for the next 10 to 15 minutes. They get to respond, and I'm going to be very strict, 2 minutes each. And then we have 2 minutes to wrap up. Then we break for tea. Is that reasonable? Are we okay? Thank you very much. So while you have taken time to note the question, I'm going to pose a question that I want all of you to also reflect in your responses. And collaboration came up, popped up. It seems, and the EAC emphasized it. Okay? What can we do? How can we, you have already talked about it, maybe you shouldn't. You have talked about advocates, public, private sector to come together and engage. So that's the what, the principle. Now let's go on the how. How can we collaborate? Okay, I think that's very important. And urban tourism has become at the center of this conversation. We've talked about sustainability, but how can we make it a really live concept in our lives in this region? So I would like you to reflect, answer those questions as briefly as possible, if you can. And if you can't, make sure whoever asks questions during tea break, grab their hand and respond to them. Okay? But these last two questions, if you could respond to that in 2 minutes, and I'm going to keep time. We'll start with you, Minister. Technology is letting you down.
Yeah, now it works.
Okay.
Thank you. So with the urban tourism, I said there is no place to be an urban. So it's time to think. And in the forms of urban tourism, where we are talking about mice like this one, we are talking about showing and promotion of squares, museum, music houses, school clubs, gift shops, and markets. So every country will have places, and all will not be left urban. So it's time to think about urban tourism, and urban areas have better tourism infrastructure. The UNWTO call it infrastructure. So urban tourism is. Translator gave another message.
No problem.
So in general, I said it's time to think about urban tourism. Urban tourism has unique features, like the journalist at the backside mentioned. Every day, a new form of tourism is getting birth, like space tourism, adventure tourism, cultural tourism, and different kinds of tourism. So urban tourism, a new form of tourism that we have to think this time, and every town and cities have the opportunity because they have all the facility and infrastructure. Second question, I think to create a collaborative tourism, regional tourism, we have to design a joint destination development projects. That would be one, at least joint promotion. If Ethiopia and Djibouti has to work together, Ethiopia has a good number of mountains, like Arusha has in Tanzania. So we have hillsides, we have national parks, people can enjoy the wildlife, but we don't have a sea like Zanzibar. So we can combine the two products, design a joint package, and jointly promote. So we can sell it in a better way than selling as an individual country. This time, countries are competing. Countries are not competing, like I said. It's regions. East Africa is competing with Southeast Asia or Latin America. So we don't work as a nation. Let's work as a region, as an African. Thank you.
Complementarities. And what I hear is complementarities between countries. You can't import sea to Ethiopia, but you can definitely go and enjoy it in Seychelles or in Zanzibar. Madam Pierce, in your submission, don't forget the retiree question.
I'll start with the retiree question first. Seychelles is probably one of the easiest places if you'd like to retire, to come and holiday and live here. We welcome you. Actually, we'd only be interested to know if you have enough money to come and retire here. Then you're on holiday. We make it very easy at the end of the day. And like I said, we are a visa-free destination. We do have an electronic border system to enter, but it's not a visa. And of course, you'll be a resident here. We have plenty of our visitors are actually seniors who comes here for 3 months, 6 months. They come here, they stay here, and then they go back home. Especially during the winter period, they stay in Seychelles and then they go back home for summer. So we have a lot of these models here, and you're totally welcome to come and retire in Seychelles.
Thank you. There, regional tourism and collaboration.
I think if we really want to move forward as a continent and as a region as well, it's actually worth exploring what we can do as a region together. I say this because in terms of in my capacity when I was the CEO of the tourism board, now I'm the PS, we've worked a lot, for example, with the Indian Ocean region, with the Vanilla Island. And it's all about looking how we can like the minister said, complement each other and stop looking at each other as competitors. Yes, there would be areas where we will be competing, but we are all different islands. And we realize there are certain areas, if we join together, we become stronger, we have one voice, it's much easier to push our agenda. For one is in terms of cruise tourism. A cruise ship, if they come to the Indian Ocean, they're not just going to visit Seychelles, they would need at least 4 islands to visit to make it worthwhile. So what's the point of Seychelles going to Miami cruise fair, for example, by itself, when we are going after the same thing and it's in our shared interest to have this cruise in the Indian Ocean? So this is where you need to find areas where you know it's going to be a common win for all of us. And if we can all look for these areas, believe me, you would see the result, because now it's just about pushing 1 or 2 agendas. Don't look for a lot, look for the low-hanging fruits and says, okay, this is what we're going to push. I can give another example we did with SADC as well, being a regional grouping. We discuss about how we can work together in terms of destination promotion and visibility. Of course, say for example, Germany is our main market. We would not want to go share a stand with South Africa or any other countries on ITB, because this is our strong market and we've done a lot of investment in there. But we say, okay, why not let's go to Japan together, because that's an emerging market for all of us. If I'm going to put a stand in the JATA fair, it's going to cost me $10,000. But that $10,000 we can share amongst us and each have a space. We still end up with what we wanted to achieve in that fair, but we ended up paying what? $1,000 each? It's a quick win for all of us. It's easier for me to put a case study to say, okay, I'm going to Japan. I don't have much money. We want to start and develop this this market. We're going as a group, so we shared the cost, but I end up ticking my box in terms of starting to explore the market. So I'm just giving few ideas of how, if you look at common wins, it probably, and low-hanging fruit, start with the low ones, then it's easier to move up. And gradually you would see that regionally there's probably a lot of things you can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Common wins, low-hanging fruits. That's the message she's saying, right? All right, Mr. Abdi, over to you. Your reflection, and if you could share some thoughts. Do authorities care? That was a question. Do authorities care? Quickly, if you can do in 2 minutes. I know I'm standing between people and tea. You can see the mood is changing slowly. I don't want to be the one in trouble here. Yes.
Je pense que vous avez commencé la question, mais vous êtes interrompu. Est-ce que les autorités publiques se soucient du développement du tourisme urbain? C'est ça, vous avez dit.
No, the 2 questions. One was how do we collaborate? Second is on regional tourism. But I wanted you to also reflect on a question from the floor, whether do authorities care? Do authorities care in terms of all these regional tourism we are talking about and the things that need to be done? Just briefly, you don't have to answer everything. You can grab Agatha and have a T-side chat and answer more in detail.
Ok, merci. Juste, je voudrais rappeler une chose importante qui, en réponse à la dernière question, à savoir la coopération du secteur public avec le secteur privé. Monsieur Danko avait tout à l'heure soulevé. Le tourisme, avant tout, c'est le secteur privé. Hein. C'est l'avant-garde du développement. Aujourd'hui, les hôtels, tous les infrastructures touristiques sont commercialisées, mises en œuvre par le secteur privé. Le secteur public ne fait que faciliter. Elle met en place un cadre de facilitation. Donc, il est tout à fait dans l'intérêt des pouvoirs publics de discuter avec le secteur privé en permanence. À Djibouti, nous avons cette expérience de mise en place d'une plateforme de concertation permanente qui se réunit une fois tous les 6 mois pour justement lever les obstacles qui peuvent intervenir. Je me rappelle, je voudrais partager une anecdote avec vous, particulièrement à monsieur Danko, qui avait dit que on a tendance à oublier dans les tourismes le secteur privé. Il y avait, lors des assises de 2018, les hôteliers qui nous ont fait part de la cherté des coûts de l'énergie. Et vous savez, à Djibouti, il y a une disposition qui donne exonération, en fait, qui donne des tarifs spéciaux aux grands hôtels des prix de 150 francs. Nous et nos amis, les experts qui appuyaient justement la tenue de ces assises, j'en avais posé une seule question qui était simple. On va vous partager un questionnaire pour nous faire part quelle était la part du coût d'électricité sur votre revenu. On sait très bien que le coût de l'énergie est cher. Mais nous, en tant qu'agence intermédiaire entre le secteur public, agence publique institutionnelle entre le secteur public et privé, on ne pourra pas défendre vos points de vue si vous ne nous dites pas. À 2 reprises, nous avons transmis ces données, à 2 reprises. Il n'y avait toujours qu'un seul opérateur ou 2 opérateurs qui répondaient. C'est pour dire que on n'est pas l'État n'a pas un intérêt à chercher des nouvelles artifices pour augmenter les impôts. C'est pas là la question. Hein. On est tout à fait conscient que sans le secteur privé, le tourisme ne va pas se développer. Concernant le développement du tourisme urbain, je rejoins ce que les excellences, Madame la ministre et le ministre ont bien soulevé. Le tourisme urbain, c'est une potentialité qu'il faut travailler et qu'il est l'affaire de tous. C'est vrai que est-ce qu'on doit privilégier le développement rural dans le tourisme ou le développement urbain? Non, je pense qu'il faut trouver juste le juste milieu. Nous avons tous ces spécificités dans chaque ville et il nous faut, c'est à nous, le secteur public aussi bien le secteur privé, de trouver le meilleur ou bien le meilleur mécanisme pour que des produits intégrés qui mettent en avant ces spécificités soient présentées à nos consommateurs. Évidemment, le volet de renforcement des capacités est aussi très important, puisque des fois, nous avons cette faible appropriation des compétences au niveau, aussi bien au niveau du secteur public qu'au niveau du secteur privé. Et là aussi, c'est un domaine sur lequel nous devons tous y travailler pour que nos échanges puissent être prospères.
Thank you very, very much. What I hear from you is that government cares. Sometimes you do surveys and the respondents run away. So there needs to be collaboration, but you do care. You respond to my question. All right. So the chair is holding my, he says I need to stop. But before I stop, I'll give you a minute and a minute for your submission. And while you're submitting, I want you to do one thing for the audience. Say one word about regional tourism that you have not said since we started this conversation. I want you to say one word that you will not have said by the time you finish your 1 minute.
Right. Let me start from there. I think regional collaboration is strategically imperative. We saw it from COVID, and I like the EAC approach. And I think from urban tourism perspective, I will concur with EAC's recommendation that UNECA assist the region to have a plan or a strategy for driving urban tourism. And through that, we can do regional tourism because we've got about 5 cities in the region or 10 cities, and those cities or urban areas could be connected through that. In terms of the collaboration from the private sector, I think the private sector needs to get itself organized. And I'm very confident Africa Continental Free Trade Area is in support. They supported us when we had our meeting in Botswana last 2 weeks. And we believe that an organized structure, I will talk to the lady more about South Africa, will help to engage the government better, because you cannot go to the government or the policymakers, disorganize yourself. And finally, I believe that the programs that need to be undertaken at urban tourism could start with the quick wins. I think a couple of people have alluded to that. My sector, for instance, you can get events that are moving around various cities, whether it's concert, whether it's conference, whether it's meetings of this nature. You can also get a lot of programs that can be shared between countries, particularly when it comes to sports tourism, that can be shared between countries. We saw countries co-hosting events. In Africa, there is a very interesting campaign that Abu Dhabi is running. They are saying the World Cup is just 1 hour away from Abu Dhabi. And that is a very good case study of urban tourism. So on this note, I believe that the collaboration, having the strategy supported by UNECA, will help us to have a very strong urban tourism strategy for the region, and that could be emulated by the other regions across the continent.
Thank you very much. What is your one word?
My one word is regionalize,
You have said the word
regionalize.
region today. What you have not used.
Yeah.
The word that you have not used that relates to tourism.
The word that I haven't used?
The one word that you have not said in the course of the conversation that relates to tourism.
That relates to tourism.
Yes.
Is partnerships.
Partnership.
Yeah.
Honorable Minister, what's your one word? So we have partnership. One word, please.
Love each other.
No, that's more than one word.
Love.
Love. Partnership, love. Yes, Madam Pierce.
I can't even think of what I haven't used. Perhaps I'll say support. Let's be more supportive.
Partnership, love, support. Mr. Abdi.
Africa tourism for Africa.
No, that's many words. One word. One word. One. Just one.
Partnership.
No, it has already been said.
Okay. Renforcement des capacités.
Capacity. Partnership, love, support, capacity. Jim, what's yours? And then I'll give you 30 minutes to conclude.
Can I combine the two? The one word and 30 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That saves me from the one word.
Yes.
For me, I would just want to give what they say proverb. You talk about regional tourism.
Yes.
I don't know what they say. It's a Japanese. They say, if you move alone, you'll move fast. But if you move together, then you'll move a longer distance.
Thank you
And I
very
think
much.
that summarizes the regional tourism and the need for partnerships and collaboration, and the need to look at tourism from a new Afrocentric angle and looking for tourism packages and products that are for Africans, but that will also make us more competitive. Thank you.
What is your one word?
I thought I had skipped that, but
What is your one word that you have not used today?
yes, the one word is unity.
Unity.
Yes.
Partnership, love, support, capacity, unit. Together we can. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we can break for tea. Chair, over to you. How long should we take, Chair?
Oh,
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je crois que nous avons épuisé toutes les cartouches vidant le dossier sur le tourisme. Et maintenant, c'est le moment d'aller prendre le café, et c'est tout. Donc, et retourner rapidement. Je crois que nous avons 15 minutes pour le café et revenir.
No, actually, we've got 15 minutes for the coffee. 15 minutes. Papa, 15. 15 minutes. Thank you.
En fait, parle de comment les pays de l'Afrique centrale se sont comportés pendant ces 2 dernières années, comme vous le savez, qui ont été marquées donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19, qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une grave crise économique. En fait, parle de comment les pays de l'Afrique centrale se sont comportés pendant ces 2 dernières années, comme vous le savez, qui ont été marquées donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19, qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une grave crise économique. En fait, parle de comment les pays de l'Afrique centrale se sont comportés pendant ces 2 dernières années, comme vous le savez, qui ont été marquées donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19, qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une grave crise. En fait, parle de comment les pays de l'Afrique centrale se sont comportés pendant ces 2 dernières années, comme vous le savez, qui ont été marquées donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19, qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une grave crise. Cameroun. En fait, parle de comment les pays de l'Afrique centrale se sont comportés pendant ces 2 dernières années, comme vous le savez, qui ont été marquées donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19, qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une grave crise. Cameroun. En fait, parle de comment les pays de l'Afrique centrale se sont comportés pendant ces 2 dernières années, comme vous le savez, qui ont été marquées donc
Please, if we could please come back to the hall. That was not loud enough. Yes, I was hoping the speakers would ring outside.
You're already here. I think they'll set you up.
Give me that.
Yes, sir.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Je crois que nous avons la force qu'il faut pour bien démarrer les travaux. Je crois on va commencer avec cette présentation que je vais parler en anglais. Foresting Economic Diversification through the tourism sector. J'invite le modérateur Anthony. Anthony, vous êtes là? Ah oui, ok. Donc, je vous invite à prendre le micro et comme ça, vous dirigez les travaux. À vous la parole, monsieur Anthony.
All right. Let me try to see if my voice is back to normal. Are we all back? Are we all here? Are we all here? Did we take enough coffee? Eh? Okay. So now we are moving on to, I know there are a few questions that were raised. There are so many hands. I'll try to be benevolent dictator in this session so that I can allow more hands to also participate. Well, now we are moving into the second part of this great conversation about tourism and what can be done in Africa. And now we want to look into the second session, whose main objective is to share best lessons on how opportunities presented by urban tourism can be better harnessed through the use of good quality tourism data that could provide a basis to assess economic, social, and environmental impacts. Okay, so we're going to have conversations on this area. We have started off this with a first panel where the first question I asked about institutions and how institutions can play a role in compiling data, and I think that was a very good interventions by panelists that we had. So we want to dive deeper into this conversation now with practitioners on the panel. We want to hear the experiences, the lessons, what is working, what is not working on the ground, and how do we chart a way forward from this conversation. So before that, we're going to have two presentations, and each will be 15 minutes. I'm told lunchtime is at 1, so we have 1 hour and 10 minutes. And then after that, after the presentations, which I hope will take 30 minutes or less, both, we're going to do the same. But this time I'll change the style a bit. Okay, I always try to be innovative. That's what tourism requires, you to be innovative. So the first round of questions will be directed to the presenters. And then I'll chime into asking panelists, and then I'll open again. I started off with this hand. I'm going to start with this hand. I hope it's fair, right? When it comes to the questions. I would like to, if you want to enjoy your lunch so that your lunch is not interfered, and I'm told today we need to finish early, I would plead with all of you, be as precise and concise as possible. Ask questions straight, give comments straight. Otherwise, I'll be forced, if you're an Air Force One, I'll be forced to shoot you down. And apparently I've been given the weapons to shoot you down. All right, so let's start off the conversation with our first presenter, Professor Pius Odunga, who is going to tell us the role of statistics in better harnessing urban tourism opportunities, steps towards assessing economic, social, and environmental impacts. Hence to Professor Odunga, please. Thank you very much. I think people, you don't want to clap hands. How now? Yes. Hey, you give credit to where it is due. It is a fair thing to do. All right, Professor Odunga, I know you're prof, but I'll stop you in 15 minutes. On top of 15 minutes, I'll stop you right there. Thank you. Over to you. Yeah, it's on. Yes.
Thank you. I will start my presentation at 15 minutes, so I will move as fast as I can. It's on the role of statistics in better harnessing urban tourism opportunities. I will look at the economic, social, and environmental dimensions of tourism. For sustainability, we need to look at the 3 dimensions in totality. I will have an introduction, sustainability of urban tourism in general. Then I will look at economic dimensions of urban tourism, environmental dimensions of urban tourism, social dimensions of urban tourism, and I'll conclude. For economic impacts of tourism, I will look at economic impacts of tourism from 3 levels. Direct impact of tourism, I will look at indirect and induced. 3 levels: direct, indirect, and induced, and then the total impacts of tourism in terms of the economic contribution of tourism to an economy. Particularly in this case, we are talking about urban economy, cities. We can treat them as independent units, and we want to find out what urban tourism can contribute to the economies in economic terms, directly, indirectly, and induced. Then environmental impacts of tourism. Tourism is based on natural resources and other assets, as we shall see. We need to know the impact of tourism. As we encourage urban tourism, what happens to the natural capital upon the basis of tourism. And then I will complete with the social impacts of tourism. Next. I would say first, tourism is a social, cultural, and economic phenomena. The impacts of the economy, tourism on the economy, natural and built environment, the local population in the places visited, and the visitors themselves. So therefore, tourism depends on environment, social, and economic structures. It's of vital interest for the sector to sustain the basis of its prosperity, the tourism destinations, in this case, the cities, in all its dimensions. Sustainability takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and the host community. That's the community within urban boundaries, urban centers. This has significant potential to drive socioeconomic development and environmental conservation. There are 3 main SDGs that we address when we look at tourism, number 8, 12, and 14. And then today we have added 11 for the cities. How can sustainable tourism be measured? That will be the question. We shall use the UN Measuring Sustainable Tourism Framework under International Statistical Framework that's currently being developed. So it has not fully come out, but in the process of being released. The aim is to extend the current statistical framework beyond economic focus to incorporate environmental and social dimensions at all levels, global, national, and sub-national. At this time, we are looking at local level, that's urban cities. And this is the framework that we use to measure sustainability of tourism, particularly in the urban centers, where we are getting data for decision making. So you can see under economic, we are going to look at tourism industry value added. We want to know how much urban tourism adds to the GDP of that city. We can get a GDP of a city, and we want to see how much will urban tourism contribute now and in future. We would like to look at tourism establishments within that urban city. Who is supplying goods and services to domestic and international tourists coming into the city? That is the the enterprises, the businesses, accommodation, food, transport that are used by tourists. We want to look at tourism employment, employment at all levels. Direct employment is created by urban tourism, indirect jobs and induced jobs. We would like to look at visitor numbers. I think this one was alluded to earlier, the number of visitors that come to that particular city from the rest of the country, from the rural areas, and from the rest of the world to that city. Visitor expenditure. We would like to look at expenditure, how much they spend, because tourism is a business. Yeah. So expenditure is important to us. You had here quotations on the average expenditure per day, length of stay, and total expenditure. We also like to look at the investment. How much investment, gross fixed capital formation is being formed in the cities in order to meet the demands of tourists, both domestic tourists and international tourists. And then infrastructure. And then on the environment, we would like to look at the water, the use of water, energy, the waste that is being generated, GHG emissions, look at the asset land, the ecosystems in the urban cities, the biodiversity that's there, protected areas and the parks within urban cities. We know some cities in Africa, Central Eastern Africa have parks like Nairobi National Park, a few kilometers from the city center. And then generally the natural resources. Then on the social side, we look at the community, the urban community, the health impact of tourism, the education, the income generation from tourism, and how it is shared. We are interested in income disparities also in the urban areas. The work environment associated with the tourism establishments or tourism industries, tourism businesses, issues of human rights, accessibility, culture and heritage, which you talked about, and security. We can collect data on all this. For economic dimensions, we have international recommended framework for tourism statistics. It's a UN document 2008 that helps us collect data on economic indicators. Environmental indicators, we also have a framework, the framework for development of environmental statistics that we use to collect data on all these indicators. Then the social aspect, we also have indicators being developed. For the economic, as I said, we have an account that we use to measure the economic dimensions of tourism, and this is what we call tourism satellite account. Satellite account just means tourism is not a standalone sector. It is scattered across other sectors, particularly accommodation, food, transport, recreation, culture. So we can bring all these activities into one basket, and that's what we call it satellite account. And that allows us to measure its contribution to GDP of that urban center, its contribution to employment, its contribution to investment, and generally gross fixed capital formation. So we have 10 tables that we normally fill here. The first one is tourism demand, which is table 1 to 4, explains the demand for tourism for that urban city. We shall look at it at 3 levels. Inbound tourism, people coming from the rest of the country or the rural side to that city, and from the rest of the world that city. We would like to measure that as a demand aspect. Then there are also the residents in that city. They also travel outside to the rural areas. There's a question on that, or to the rest of the country or the rest of the world. That's what we are going to call outbound tourism. We would like to measure where do they go to, what do they spend on, how much, for how long do they stay there. So we want to know the money they carry out of that city. We also want to know the domestic tourism within the city, within the boundaries of the city. They also move there. If you're staying in Victoria, you can go to another city. If you stay in Victoria, you can go from one end to another one and spend money there. So in that case, you are domestic tourism within that the urban boundary. So we shall look at the demand side, and then we look at the supply side. Who supplies goods and services? That's the tourism connected industries or tourism characteristic industries, which are mainly in accommodation, food, drinks, transport, as I mentioned. Then we would also like to know the value added of tourism activities in the urban economy. As I said, employment generation because of tourism, gross fixed capital formation as a result of tourism activities, collective consumption. That means how much does the government and other public entities spend on tourism? We just like to know that because we saw the benefits of tourism, so the government is a major spender, particularly on infrastructure for tourism. And then we have other than monetary indicators that we look at, like occupancy rates for bed and room. So these are the 10 tables that we normally use to measure the economic dimensions of tourism under TSA, Tourism Satellite Account, table 1, 2, 3, inbound tourism into the urban area, domestic movement within the boundaries of the city, outbound, the city residents moving out of the city, production account, all the production of goods and services within the city for purposes of satisfying the needs of domestic and inbound tourists. Employment is table 7. Table 8 is gross fixed capital formation. How much capital is created because of tourism within the urban center in terms of hotels built, vehicles brought in, all these are investments. And then government expenditure, and then we have table 4 and 5. And we relate all this to the national accounts of that country under TSA table 6. I have tried to explain how we define inbound tourism in terms of urban tourism. Domestic tourism, I've explained. Outbound tourism, I've explained in terms of the urban tourism. Internal tourism is how much residents are generating within the borders of the urban center and how much is coming in from outside the borders. That's what you mean by internal tourism consumption. Production, who is producing goods and services. And then we have production and consumption of tourism commodities within the urban boundaries. This can be measured. And because we can measure this, we can easily tell you how much tourism contributes to the GDP of that city. Yeah. And then employment jobs created and gross fixed capital formation and other indicators I've indicated. So all this can be done for urban cities so that we quantify the economic dimensions of urban tourism. Now, the TSA, as I've said, the TSA have said all of this under TSA, the 10 tables give you the direct contribution of tourism to the urban economy, direct. But we know tourism has effects across many other sectors, agriculture, that are not mentioned here. For instance, all the food we are eating here is coming from somewhere. So we are interested in the value chains, as we mentioned here, where all the things that we are consuming, where do they come from? We would like to track them up to the point of origin. So we'd like to, after TSA, we normally want to estimate the indirect and induced impacts of tourism. The recommended methodological framework, UN methodological framework, recommends 3 approaches to calculating multipliers so that we can get the indirect and induced contributions of tourism. We use the input-output table approach. Some countries have already used this, Kenya, Rwanda, we have done that at that level. We also use social accounting matrices. Then in some cases, we use general equilibrium models to estimate the contribution of tourism beyond the direct impacts so that we can get the total impacts of tourism in an urban center. The software available, we are using the capacity utilization model, regional economic models, impact analysis for planning model, and computable general equilibrium models. Right now for Rwanda and Kenya, we have used the IMPLAN, which is versatile for the type of economy that we have here. But of course, as we develop with sophistication and technology, we can move to the most robust model, that's the computable general equilibrium models. But IMPLAN is doing good for us. We're able to estimate the total contribution of tourism to the economies of some of these countries, to GDP, to employment, to investment. Total contribution to taxes, total contribution to foreign exchange earnings. We are able to calculate all this because of the IMPLAN software package. That's an example. That's the IMPLAN software package where we have direct effects measured by TSA, and we feed that in TSA results into the IMPLAN software and it will give us the induced effects, indirect effects, until we get the total effects of tourism in terms of GDP, employment, investment, and other variables that I mentioned. The software, I've just talked about it. I know Rwanda has its own, Kenya, it's modeled on that particular economy. You cannot use Rwanda implant on Uganda. Every country has its own macroeconomic structure. We use the input-output tables from there. For environment, I'll move very fast on this one. Here, I'll move, because of time, I'll move to the framework. Just like we develop TSA, to settled account for tourism, we also can develop an account for environment, which we call System of Environmental Economic Accounts, which measures the environmental flows, the water, the energy, the emissions because of tourism. We can measure the natural resources. We can account for natural resources, the timber, the fish, the minerals that are used, the land, the wildlife. We can account for all this. Then environmental transactions like taxes, rebates on expenditure, and then ecosystems can also be valued, accounted for, ecosystem assets and services, the land, the soil, the biodiversity, the hydrology of that urban city, so that we have environmental statistics collected so using this framework. Then if we have the environmental statistics, system of environmental economic accounts, we can put it together with TSA. So if you have TSA, you have this system, SEEA, you can combine them and do the environmental impacts of tourism very objectively. And that's that's a recommended framework. So for countries that have done TSA, they are moving to system of environmental economics accounting. With the two accounts, we can give you the environmental impacts of tourism in that particular urban center or in the country. On social dimensions, we are looking at various things, things to do with social capital, social inclusion, social exclusion, as far as tourism is concerned, in terms of impact of tourism on the culture of the people, the traditions, and other cultural artifacts that we have. So all this can be done again, and we find an account here for social accounts, which you can then compare to TSA and give you the social impacts of tourism in that particular urban center or that country. So that's possible. The frameworks have been put in place. It's now implementation. I know I have not seen many countries going beyond TSA. Others are trying environmental accounts so that they can combine with TSA. And a few others are trying to grapple with social accounts. So in conclusion, we have realized urban centers are characterized by high population densities, high disposable incomes, but they also have high income disparities. We here in some countries, people come for slum tourism, just to go and visit slum so that you understand how people live in poverty. Well, we hope you learn something from it and you can come up with ideas to help them come out of that poverty. Urban centers have high concentration of social cultural attractions. Here we realize in most urban centers it's people to people. It's not really based completely on natural resources only. Urban tourism has the three dimensions you have seen. We can do the economic dimensions of tourism, environmental and social. And then we have said subsector TSS for urban tourism can help in policy formulation and decision making. And when we do tourism at the three levels, tourism is a major component of blue economy. It means these three frameworks can be expanded beyond tourism to cover blue economy, for instance, in the case of countries like Seychelles. So it's a very powerful frameworks that is not only serving tourism, but also sectors that are not standalone sectors like environment and society. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Prof. You may take a seat. I will, and a seat, please. Well, this was a professorial presentation. I'm sure some of us who are allergic to numbers, we got some allergic reactions, right? When you see some IO general equilibrium, you're like, what is he? Is he on the moon? Come back to the world. Let me unpack it for you. And I hope the next presentation will help sort of contextualize what he said. I like his submission on why do we need to do statistics? Why do we need to evaluate these statistics and what constitute these statistics? I think that's very important to understand. Most often, I'm an economist myself, we usually end up on the economics. We look at the value addition, how many tourists are coming in, how much they spent, how many nights they spent, and so on and so forth. Only to realize that there are other elements into accounting for tourism. And he talked about environmental dimensions, because when more in the morning, Jim was telling us too much tourism can also be detrimental, right? When you have too many people and the cities cannot handle the way it is happening in Spain, in Barcelona, it can also have some implication on the environment. How do we account for that? So what he's proposing in his presentation is to think about environmental dimension of accounting for tourism. And the third part is about the social. We talked about people to people, the cultural aspect, the equity. And he is proposing before us that if we are to truly measure tourism and fully account for its role in our economies, we need to factor in the social aspect. And of course, he talked about the methodologies. You don't have to worry about methodologies. You have economists in your countries who are trained to deal with those things. But I think what is important is to appreciate what goes in measuring the role of tourism in economic development, particularly urban tourism. That I think that's the punchline of what he was trying to say. If you didn't get it, or if you found his presentation a bit high level. Okay? Now, with that summary, which sort of contextualizes the conversation, let's bring things home, because he was on the satellite, TCA, satellite, you're on air. Let's bring it home. Let's come back on Earth. And I'm going to invite another presenter, Dr. David. I don't know, where are you hiding, David? Yeah, okay, there he is. So David is going to share, he's going to try to reflect on what has been presented, not on the satellite side of things, more on the reality, what has happened in Kenya, how do they do it, right? So giving the Kenyan perspectives into the conversation so other countries in the room can learn, because we learn from each other, right? So David, you have 15 minutes. If you could do less, that would be lovely. Over to you, sir. Let him fix the presentation.
Thank you, session chairman, and thank you, Bwana moderator, and more so because today I've earned a PhD. He has just called me Dr. David. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's inspiration. I'll make sure I don't let you down. As he's trying to search for it, I must take this opportunity, because I've not taken the mic before since we started this meeting, to thank our host, the government of Seychelles, for the very good experience they are giving us in terms of the workshop facility and the hospitality being accorded to us. And also to thank UNECA through Mama Kita and team for inviting us and hosting us for this meeting, and for the support we have received before, particularly on this area we're talking about TSA and the tourism statistics. I promise you I'll save you a lot of time. I'll try and move fast, because my role is to basically my role is basically to give the practical side of what Prof has presented in terms of how we have handled TSA and tourism statistics in our country. And I was looking at another report that was done about urban tourism, done by WTTC, that was released earlier this year. And I was seeing the report says that 44% of global travel is to cities. Then I asked myself, do we have that? Certainly, we don't have that kind of information about our continent. And so I stand here not because Kenya has the best statistical systems, but because I think we face almost similar challenges as a continent. But at least it's something we can share to see where we are headed. So my name is, as I said, my name is David Gitonga. I run an organization known as Tourism Research Institute. It's a corporate of government, it's a state corporation in the government of Kenya under the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage that is charged with handling the issue of research and statistics for the sector. And that's why I thought, because it's a unique formation that may not be there in other African countries, I thought it's wise to just try and explain, first start with saying who we are. So that shows, the slide there tells you who we are, the Tourism Research Institute, our mandate, everything about collecting data and analysis, analyzing tourism trends, research for reporting on the performance of the sector, things to do with the strategies for product development and marketing, market intelligence, things to do with carrying capacities, checking on the carrying capacities, of course, in collaboration with those people who run the attraction areas, research for sustainability and looking at the emerging issues, including the current issues of disasters and climate change, and of course ensuring that the public and the sector is well informed through various forums for dissemination of this and publication of all these research findings. The next slide is also just to show who are the stakeholders of this organization, national government bodies, county. We have a system of regional government known as county governments. All those businesses in tourism, they need information, collaboration across globally with other research institutions and other international bodies, and of course, working with education institutions to build on this area of research and statistics. So what is expected of such an organization? We are expected to, the Secretariat account is a key responsibility, provide policy briefs on the area of tourism to our leadership, to manage the National Tourism Database, which we're in the process of setting up, collaboration and networking frameworks with others, and of course, tourism research manuals for other people that we collaborate with in research, and consultancy and advisory services where it's possible. So I want to just talk about those of us in tourism understand the challenges we face in terms of tourism sector reporting. So just before we go to the next slide, to understand where what is this tourism sector reporting we're talking about? Well, of course, as destinations, we are interested to know the international arrivals by their nationalities, how they are entering our country, which points aggregate to the various source markets, so that we understand which source markets are performing, the purposes of visit. A lot of challenge, those of us in tourism get this challenge of who a tourist is. When you tell people that even those coming for medical tourism, for sports and all that are tourists, so we for us, all that matters because it's an impact in the economy. So the issue of purposes of visit, I know for those in tourism, is a very important aspect of our reporting. Things of demographics, gender, age, and all the other demographics. Domestic tourism, I know, is one area all destinations in Africa are having challenges measuring it on a continuous basis. You realize even when you have the TSA continuous updating of these aspects, it has been a challenge for all our destinations. And then, of course, we want to know these tourists, how are they getting distributed to our many attraction areas across our destinations? Then what are the capacities for us to host tourists, so that at any given time, when you're engaging our governments and our stakeholders, we can tell which areas need what capacities in terms of accommodation, eating out areas and all that. Then very important also the issue of aviation. These days you cannot talk about Africa tourism without sorting out the issue of aviation, particularly for those of us, most of us are long-haul destinations looking at our main source markets. So how do we get around to gather these statistics? Because tourism does not own its own statistics per se. There we would get statistics related to arrivals from our migration services because they man the entry points. We would want to know all those variables of length of stay, purposes of visit, expenditure, and and demographics, and we conduct what we call exit surveys a lot of times to get to validate or to collect such data. Domestic tourism surveys and household expenditure surveys are some of the things we use to gather data on the area of domestic tourism. TSA and its many surveys and its workings now is making us being able to tell the total expenditures and per capita expenditures. Then, of course, we cannot report on expenditure without validating with the records of the balance of payments records of our central banks. The reason we need TSA is because of the many challenges. As we say, tourism or authorities that handle tourism research like ourselves and others, we do not really generate data of our own. You have to collect data from all these other sources for analysis. And one of the main challenges, I know all of us as African countries would agree, there's a lot of unwillingness by our operators to share data. For some of our economies is because our operators would imagine when they share data with TRI, for example, which is a government body, they could share with the revenue authorities, and maybe they don't want to all that total disclosure of all their operations. So that becomes has been a challenge for many of our destinations. A lot of the sector is highly fragmented. It is not uniformly defined. When you talk of tourism, the tourism of Kenya is so different from the way you define it in terms of its many components, the main attractions, the main access areas, the main infrastructure. It's not uniformly defined across all destinations. Each destination is unique on what their main areas and priority areas are. The same way, they're very fragmented and incompatible data sets, so that the way you want, even when you want to link data online from other data processors, data producers, you find sometimes it's quite incompatible and it becomes a challenge. One of the biggest challenge we're having in Kenya, and I know in many other destinations, and that's the area we're trying to work on, our government, our stakeholders want to understand the whole tourist journey. When they land in your country, which are the areas they are visiting? What value are they leaving in each of the areas they are carrying? So those are I know those are very common challenges for all our destinations, and that's one of the areas that we are trying to unravel. And lack of uniformity in terms of statistical reporting, and that's why I put that quote there from the UNWTO, that there are so many inconsistencies and we cannot talk of uniformity really in terms of data. And that, I believe, is what gave need to the development of the TSA, the Tourism Satellite Account, so that we can try have some uniformity, be guided by a common framework to be able to report on this, as Professor has explained. So again, no Prof has said, just to reiterate what was the key issues when we were talking of this TSA, we want to estimate or calculate tourism demand. That is the inbound, both inbound tourism and domestic tourism. Then to estimate the supply side, what is it we are offering from the supply side, the suppliers of the various services, and also to assess the added value, what value is really being added by this tourism to the economy, to establish the level of employment. This is very critical. Every time we talk about TSA, our authorities want to know how many jobs are we creating as a sector. And even when it comes to fighting for budgets, that becomes very critical, because we know employment is a major challenge in our economies. And of course, to see how much capital is being formed, how much investments are coming in because of tourism and its other multiplier effect, and to measure the collective consumption, what role the governments also play in this whole area. For the benefit of those of us who are in tourism and those countries who are looking forward to develop their TSA, we thought when we consulted with the Prof, it's good to just explain to you who the stakeholders were in the development of the TSA account. Of course, we had UNECA coming in with support, Tourism Research Institute taking the lead, being the agency charged with that. When I say consultant, the consultant that was brought on board by UNECA and all those other bodies, the mother ministry, the marketing body, those of us who give us data there, like immigration and all those other bodies. Some are public bodies, some are private sector bodies. Like number 9 is the organization. One of the panelists, Susan, will be there. She heads that organization, being the umbrella body for for the private sector. So there's on all those other organizations saying, I don't want to read through all of them because they all had a key role, including the academia. So that at the end of it, because the TSA process is quite complex, it's not easily understood. So if you leave out any key stakeholder, ownership at the end of it could be a challenge. So we had to involve all those. My main role, now I get to what my main role here was. It was to tell us how, as a destination, we have made use of TSA, so that then it gets to be practical, like the moderator said. Before TSA, we had not been able to measure domestic tourism. We could not tell how. We could report to domestic bed nights, but at least with TSA, and our base year was the best year, 2019, we were able to tell the real value of domestic tourism vis-a-vis international tourism. And although it doesn't bring in the foreign exchange, it is quite valuable in terms of size, bigger than international tourism, in terms of expenditure. Then we were able to realize that even international tourism, we had been underestimating. And so we are able to review the reporting, our reporting on the value of international tourism. And then we were able, this is on the basis of TSA that we are able now to give projections for the growth of the sector. Very critical, particularly now that we are working to recover from the effects of COVID-19. Then one of the challenges I was saying was, how do we disaggregate and say where the tourists are spending their money? At least with TSA now you can disaggregate the tourist expenditure or income, what is going in transportation, accommodation, food and beverage, and there can be no other statistical system that can give us that. For the first time, even we used to have estimates yet for contribution of tourism to our GDP, but now we have more statistically tested figures for that, and so we can be able to confidently say that from the TSA, we now know that directly tourism contributes 4.4% of Kenya's economy, GDP, and indirectly, the next point now, Professor talked of, TSA takes you up to the direct contribution. But then, as we were finalizing TSA, we realized our government would want to hear beyond that. Don't just tell us about direct. We want to know the total contribution. And so we had to also ensure that as we were completing TSA, and we engaged again with the prof being the consultant to also help us work on the total impact, building on TSA now to give us total impact, which includes the direct and the induced impact. And that's when the system he talked about became very critical in terms of helping us with that, the implant system, and it was able to help us that come up with the total impact, started to give us a total contribution of tourism to Kenya, which is 10.4%. Then even employment, now we had the more reliable figures in terms of what tourism contributes to the employment, which is 5.4% of our country's formal employment. The role of socioeconomic, the role of tourism in socioeconomic development, now we can better assess support for SMEs based on that. Then now we can talk of how much investments tourism brings to the Kenyan economy. And now this is helping us in terms of budgeting for tourism. I know many destinations have this challenge of convincing governments to allocate sufficiently for their budgets. So that TSA is really helping us with that. Then also, of course, helping us also, both the TSA and the total impact studies with implant in place. Now we are able to measure the impact of the various policies government on the tourism sector. Again, very practical. As we were finalizing TSA, then we were grappling with the issue of COVID, and we were able to use TSA and the implant, the total impact study, to work to estimate, to determine how much we suffered from COVID in terms of what we considered to be the COVID period and when recovery started. And we were able to realize that throughout the period, there were job losses of about 1.18 million, with the total income loss, labor income loss of 1.5 billion US dollars. That was direct. Of course, more losses because of indirect and induced impacts. The next table just shows that we are able now to go further and see beyond the tourism how, because of the multiplier effect, how many other losses have accrued out of that in terms of not just labor income, total value addition, how much has been lost, and total output by the sector, how much has been lost. The other way, with the guidance of the UNECA team also, we were able to come to use the same system and framework to assess mice. Mice to us is very important, and even when you're talking about urban tourism, for cities like ours, Nairobi, the aspect of mice and business tourism is so important for the growth of urban tourism. And we want to maintain competitive edge in that. And so this framework also is now helping us tell the country the value of events. A good example, I'm putting those two examples that we have used this system to assess. One of the key events for the World WRC Safari Rally is part of the global WRC series, the only one within Africa. And when it came back to Kenya in 2021, it was quite exciting for us because it was a big achievement, big in the World Rally Championship circuit, the only one in Africa. And so we did an analysis using the same system, and we were able to tell the country, apart from the experiences of tourism, how much the country was gaining out of this. We did the same for another key summit also that was in one of our cities, that is the Afri City Summit, and we were able to collect that data, which you're just finalizing the report. So those are some of the critical, the most important ways in which we have been able to make use of our of the TSA and the related total impact and implant systems. And so, what is the way forward? And I'm happy that we have here the leadership of UNECA, because you could be coming back to visit you again, to now help us take us to the next level, developing a system of environmental economic accounting system, what Prof was talking about, and the next level of social dimensions of tourism. Because as they say, looking at the SDGs, it is, as one report quoted, sustainability is becoming synonymous with the competitiveness. So it is very key for us as a destination, and I believe many other African destinations would want to move very fast to add this area of ensuring sustainability socially, environmentally, and ensuring benefits across the board. Of course, some of the other things that we'll need to pursue as destinations very vigorously is, apart from these areas of even looking at adaptation, mitigation by our tourism facilities, that's all under sustainability, measuring the sustainability of our conservation areas, most of our destinations being nature-based. The other areas I think we need to emphasize is the area of digitizing our systems. I was quite impressed by the system that Seychelles is using. Very good. There is no visa, but I think it's very important. The system that we were taken through before for your entry to be authorized.
Please, you can summary, give you 15 minutes.
Okay.
I'm
finished. Yeah. The issue of digitalization also will be very important, and that will be there. So with that, then I want to stop there. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, David. Please take a seat. See, the chair had to stand in. I think the material was so much flowing in. The chair was like, I'm getting blown away. So please stop. Don't kill me. All right, good people. Can you, if we could arrange, yes. So we heard from Kenya how TSA has helped in many areas. We had the challenges. We had how it was possible for doing disaggregation, for granular analysis, to understand which areas, which sectors are affected. He talked about the role of investment and budgeting in this process and what Kenya has done and Kenya is doing in this process. He talked about how they use this system to measure the impact of COVID on the tourism sector. And we know so many countries were affected because of that. And of course, as usual, for those who live in Kenya like myself, he promoted Kenya and why they're still remaining competitive on their MICE events. So perhaps if you want to try, then just know you have a competitor in the room. I think these are great presentation that tie together, right? They bring the high level thing, the sophistication into reality and seeing how it has been done. Now, we have about 23 minutes to lunchtime. And I know there are so many burning questions in the room, so many interventions that need to be presented. So, but I'm going to be a benevolent dictator. What I would like to do now, before I call the panel, I will take 3 questions. And 3, not more, not less. I'll take 3 questions for the presenters to respond. 1 from this side, 1 in the middle, 1 from this side. Minister, if I may ask you not to ask, so we give a chance to someone else. Please, with all due respect, sir. Thank you for your understanding and your patience. Anyone who has not spoken who would like to ask on this side, and I'm going to be very specific. If it's a contribution, make it precise in 1.5 minutes. If it's a question, stop meandering. Straight. My question is, are we together? We are between lunchtime. My question is, don't start, I went to Dubai, I do that. My question is A, B, C, D. We take note. Are we together? In the middle, the same. On this side, the same. Abdi, I will not ask you to raise your hand, please. I want someone who has not spoken. Yes, 1 hand there, 1 hand in the middle. You're forfeiting your vote. Okay, I can pass it to someone else. No one else. Okay, people are shying away. Why? Is it because of lunchtime? I shouldn't have used that word. Okay, this side. All right, Minister, you can ask. Anyone else from this side? All right, I'll give it to Abdi. Oh, Tanzania is there. Okay, my home country. At least I'm allowed to give my preferential treatment to my own country. So let's start. Let's start with a gentleman here, and then we'll come to the minister, and then Tanzania. As I said, not more than 1.5 minutes, precise to the point. Otherwise, I'll stop you. Yes, your question is?
Thank you so much. My name is William from Bank of Tanzania. Actually, I wanted to appreciate for the presentation from the presenters. I just wanted to know from their experience. There is like most of the tourists nowadays, they prefer to make payments using digital currencies like Bitcoin and what are their experience? Are they acceptable in their jurisdiction, or if they are acceptable, what are they doing about the issues of taxing, the transactions, and also the Forex? Thank you.
Thank you very much. 3 loaded questions. Do you accept digital payment system? If yes, what are your experiences in terms of taxes, regulations, and so on and so forth? I think that's the question. And I hope that goes to you because you're the government. I'm not sure, Prof, if you want to knock yourself out on that question. All right, let's go to the minister.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Here.
Chairman. My first question goes to Prof. He has been presenting about social, environmental, and economic impacts about the 3 dimensions. So in this, the economic dimension is clear to calculate the number of employment lost, currencies obtained, currencies lost, income gained, income lost. It's very simple. Environment is the same, how many trees were cut down and disrupted. But in the social aspect, how did you calculate the social crisis and the cultural commercialization and negative consequence of tourism on the culture and society? That's one. And the second goes to Kenya. I'm happy that we got a lot of lesson from the TSA being implemented in Kenya. But my question is, how did you calculate the domestic tourism? Because Kenya has a lot of towns and cities like Mombasa, Nairobi, and other small cities. People are moving every night for meeting, for trade, for visit, for visiting family and relatives, for holiday, and maybe for a photocopy. So how did you identify who is a tourist and who is not? How did you calculate also the actual economic impact obtained during this domestic tourism? I understand that there is a cash mobilization that you can tell, but how and how much? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me clarify the question. One to the prof, which is how do you measure? In fact, if I'm to put in practical terms without being specific, how do we measure the social dimension? Because it's invisible, it's unobservable, right? What are your thoughts in terms of how countries can actually measure it? I think that's a more practical way of asking it. David, I live in Nairobi. You live in Kiambu. Kiambu are contiguous cities. I moved to Kiambu, I'm in another city. You calculate, how do you ensure that you're able to disaggregate that I am from Nairobi, you're from Mombasa? That's the practical question. All right, the third hand.
Thank you very much. I wish to commend the presenter for a very good presentation. So my question is just to see if it's possible to have to develop one system which will accommodate both the tourism, the social, and the economic dimension. Is it possible to have one system that will cut across all the sector? Because we have seen Kenya is asking for further support to develop the system for the social and the environmental dimension.
Yes.
So is it possible to have one system that will accommodate all?
I think that's a very good question. Prof, can we have one system that is all encompassing? It might not be easy technically speaking. And if not, what are the challenges? What are the mitigation? What are the ways around it? I think. I've added an additional question for myself. Abdi, do you want to ask? Yes, please.
Je voudrais poser une question à Monsieur Pius concernant la mesure du tourisme induit. Le tourisme induit a des effets, comment on appelle, interagit avec les autres secteurs. Comment on peut isoler cette estimation, puisque tout en évitant qu'il y ait des erreurs, des redondances sur les autres secteurs. Quelle est l'expérience des pays qui ont réussi, tels que le Kenya ou l'Afrique du Sud, dans l'autre zone, mais en l'Est, le Kenya peut-être. Merci.
Thank you. How do we measure induced tourism? I think that's the gist of the question. Now, before they respond, I know these are heavy loaded questions. May I now use this opportunity to invite the panelists? And here we have great minds coming here. Mr. Simon Kiarie, who is the Principal Tourism Officer from East African Community. Can you please join? Clap our hands for him, please. And we also have Ms. Susan Ongalo. She's the CEO of Kenya Tourism Federation from Kenya. We have, the reason why I'm inviting them so you can think. This is to buy you time, basically. Mr. Dennis Ojok, who is a senior statistician, Minister of Tourism, Wildlife, Antiquities from Uganda. And finally, the fourth panelist is Mr. Mabad Muhuddin from Zanzibar Tourism Commission. Thank you, Marketing Officer. So we have people who are in the field, right? Let's see how the conversation will gravitate. So, David, Prof, you have had your share of questions. You're going to respond. You're not going to you can't run away. You're going to respond. For the other panelists, while they're responding and your share of questions are coming, an opening question for you, when they're responding, you need to start thinking. One of the key features of this conversation has been data is missing. I think from morning we've heard that. Data is missing, okay? If data is missing, what needs to be done? And I would like you to speak from your own perspectives. And then I'll come to the questions. Yeah? So while they are responding, data is missing. Statistics are important, whether it's TSA, whether it's economic, whether it's environmental, whether it's social, but data is missing. And you are in the sector. From your sectoral experiences, what do you think can be done? We are going to start from there and then we'll delve into the questions. All right, let's start off with Prof. Precise to the point. 3 minutes.
Thank you. I think I will start with the minister's question on social dimensions of tourism. There are various approaches we are using. Social capital, that means networks in the community, things to do with values. This can be affected by tourism. Social inclusion and exclusion. To what extent is the local community participating in the tourism value chains? That's inclusion in the value chain. Is also important to us. It touches on social issues. Equity, social equity and welfare of particularly the host community. We look at this as an approach, and we are able to determine the extent to which tourism affects the society, social cohesion and well-being. And we have various three perspectives we look at. We look at it from the visitor's point of view, the host community point of view, and the tourism business point of view. So we do a survey, ask them their perspective on tourism from the 3 points of view. Then we have aspects, different aspects like health. How does tourism affect health, education, culture, and to what extent does tourism provide decent jobs, earnings, work environment? We look at all this as social thing, and then we look at the segments in the population. We want to know the effect of tourism on the elderly, the children, the youths, people with disabilities. So all this touch on social dimensions of tourism. Then I come to the question of the framework, having one framework, apart from separating them into economic, social, environmental. We are, the UN is in the process of finalizing on one framework. It's possible. So for now, we are still doing them separately, and we submit our results to UN to consider in including the framework they're coming up with. It was supposed to have come up last year, but COVID interfered. So we are hoping in 2023, we shall have one framework that's applicable to all countries. So it's possible. Then there was a question. There was a question on induced impacts. Well, induced impact means when a tourist spends money here, I think we have euros. If you spend your euros here, people are going to be paid salaries, wages, allowances out of it in this accommodation facility. The accommodation facility is going to buy certain goods and services from agriculture, from information, communication, transport. All these sectors have people employed there. When they get their earnings, they spend back in the economy of Seychelles. That expenditure arising from labor earnings is what we are referring to as the induced impacts. Besides the tourists spending money, that's direct. The hotel buying from other sectors, that's indirect. The workers spending their money, that's induced. If you add the three, you get the total impacts of tourism. And that's what implant software does through the multiplier system based on input-output table and other algebra, matrix algebra algorithms there. Then there was the issue of Bitcoins. At the end of the day, what we want to know is how much you're brought into that economy, that urban economy. So we shall have to figure out with this new currency, its value. What value does it give us in terms of expenditure? The value that you brought that economy is what is of interest to us. So we shall have to figure out how we can extract value out of this. So the currency does not matter, is the goods and services you are consuming and what the impact on the economy. And lastly, I would say when we do the direct, indirect and induced, we don't only do it for determining the contribution of tourism to the economy, but also employment. Because direct employment is in the hotels here. There are some people who are supplying goods and services to this hotel. That's indirect employment. And then we have induced employment. So TSA will give us direct employment, but the implant will help us calculate the total employment attributable to tourism in that economy. The same to investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think he tried to attempt to the questions. As I said earlier, if you're not satisfied during lunch, grab his hand and keep pressing for more while you are eating something, right? All right, David, your turn. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, the first question was about how we measure domestic tourism. I will answer, but if I will leave out something, Prof could come in because he was involved in the process. But domestic tourism, the basic tool of collecting data for TSA purposes is the domestic tourism surveys through a representative sample, where you're able to interview households on their expenditure in tourism. Coupled with that, we also depended on a household expenditure survey that our National Bureau of Statistics had done that had elements of tourism, domestic tourism expenditure. So that forms the basis for that domestic tourism survey part of it. But then, of course, when you run through the system, when you run through the model, there are those calculations will do if there are estimates to be done, if there are assumptions to be taken, then that is documented. Then the issue of digital payments. Again, the basic tool for inbound, table one, inbound tourism expenditure is again the inbound tourism survey through a representative sample again on the tourists as they depart. So that gives us the basic information for that bit. But again, there's a lot of verification. That's why I said the committee of TSA needs to be quite inclusive. So then when you need to verify data with central bank in terms of digital payment, because they get returns from the commercial banks on that, then you're able to do that to validate whatever data you have. Prof, if I've left anything.
Okay, I mean, I think that's perfect. And I know Tanzania at some point was collecting tourist surveys. You arrive, they do surveys, and I know those data were somewhere. At some point, I was doing a study. I had a chance to look at those data. I hope we can do more. I like his response on mapping stakeholders, and perhaps that echoes Emmanuel's question on with this new form of digital payments. Perhaps you need to have central bank people in the room as part of the team, where they can also not only advise on regulation, but create early warning system. We know cryptocurrencies and what is going on in the world right now. So you need actually to have, when we are thinking of stakeholders, the question that was answered by ministers in the morning on key institutional stakeholders and players, then perhaps countries need to think about involving financial sector people who might be able to not only advise on how best to capture such statistics, but also how to regulate, because there could be some exchange rate fluctuations, whatever it is that we don't know, that we might need to learn. All right, with that now, let me come back to my panel. Not to say David and Prof are not panelists, you are induced panelists, by the way. Just to use, it shows I'm a good student, yeah? You are induced panelist. Yeah? All right, so now I gave you the first question, but while you have spent some time to think about it, while you're going to answer that question, I am going to give you another question, okay? Which is, we have talked about data, TSA, but I want you, while you're answering what is missing, in that response, I would like you to also respond on what are the best practices that can inform the compilation of good quality tourism data from your own perspective. So 2 things. Number 1, what is missing? What can be done? Number 2, how can we collect good data? You don't have to be an expert, just give your thoughts about it. All right. Since Susan, you're the only lady, it's not called a panel, it's called manel. I had a problem sometimes. I prepared a panel and then there were only men talking about gender issues, and on Twitter they called manel, not panel, manel, because they're all men. But at least we have a lady. So I'm gonna give you 4 minutes preferential treatment. The rest will get 2 because you're special. Okay? All right, over to you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the preferential status. I'll really misuse it. No, I will use it properly. Um, data is missing. It's a fact. What needs to be done from the private sector perspective and from David's presentation, it's clear that the private sector is afraid to give actual data because then there's a repercussion that comes, especially from the tax collector. So I think what needs to be done is to cultivate trust and openness to encourage the tourism trade operators to share actual credible data and also underline that it is the absence of punishment. There shouldn't be any worry. It should be, I'm giving you this data so that you project correctly, but you shall not use it against me. So once that is understood and agreed between the parties, then data, I think we can get credible data. The other way we can get is to collaborate with the bodies, and David has said that as well, that also are involved in collecting some form of service, like we have the Tourism Regulatory Authority in Kenya, and I'll speak in the case of Kenya, that then can be giving their data. Who are you dealing with? There are the banks. There is also the tourism fund that also deal with the trade. Just to know, are we getting almost the actual numbers? And then there's a big tax office, just to check in all those to see whether this data is almost. But the key here is trust and openness, and that is what I would say to what needs to be done from the private sector perspective.
And how do we collect good data? Is it still trust?
Collecting good data, I don't know what we call good data, but I think credible data is making comparisons as well. Like under KTF, we have 8 associations. So in each association, go down to tour operators, hoteliers, and all that, so that then you see which line is looking like it's not full, and then you can see where else to look. So when you do those comparisons, then you're able to just see whether this data is correct or almost correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good answer. Good people, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the top of the hour, and I promised that we needed to break for lunch. Before we proceed, I would like to ask for your indulgence. Can we use, and I'm going to try to be very strict, 20 more minutes, so that we have the conversation, we have questions, then we conclude at 1:20. Is that okay? So I don't dilute your lunch time. Chair, with your permission. I have to go through the chair. It's okay. It's okay, Chair. Thank you. I'm allowed. All right. Let's go back. So now you have answered. Can I move to, or you still want to say? No. Okay, good. Let me go to, I'll come to it. Let's go this direction. Let's go to Zanzibar. What is missing? How do we collect good data?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will start with the last question, then I will come the first question. Mr. Moderator, we are collecting data through major 2 points, airport and seaports. Because Pemba is not well developed, so we think if we collect data through Pemba, it become redundancy, repetition, because most of the visitors who come to Zanzibar enter through Zanzibar, then go to Pemba. So
for those who don't know, Pemba is another island.
Yeah, Pemba is another island of Zanzibar. Zanzibar is the union of 2 islands. We have Zanzibar, which is the city, and we have another one in Pemba. But Zanzibar is a union of Tanganyika and Zanzibar itself. In order to have a good data, for the case of Zanzibar, we have technical committee dealing with dealing with the data. We have person from immigration, from BOT, Commission for Tourism, and we have people from OCGS. So whenever we want to provide a data, we should meet, then we agreed that how we can use or how we can disseminate that data. Then so I think collaboration is very important in so as to have a good and quality data.
Thank you very much. I think we will come back to you again.
Okay. When we come to, as well, we have the same committee in Tanzania mainland. That's what you have just said. It involves 5 institutions: BOT, Zanzibar Commission for Tourism, National Bureau of Statistics, Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism. We are doing exit survey annually through 7 major exit points. 3 international airports: Zanzibar International Airport, Dar es Salaam International Airport, and Kia, Kilimanjaro International Airport. But we are doing on the border post as well: Mtukula, Tunduma, Namanga, and so still I insist the collaboration of stakeholders so as to have a good and quality data. For the case of,
I'm gonna have to stop you.
For the case
Apologies.
of capturing, for the case of,
if you could speak in 30 seconds.
Missing data.
Yes, 30 seconds.
I think it's for the case of Zanzibar, it's a capturing system at the airport. Still needs some adjustment, but again, it is trust, especially for investors. We totally can't do bed occupancy because there is no trust and openness to some investors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm told there'll be no interpretation as usual. They are very serious hard stop. If they could give us another 15 minutes, I would like to wrap it up like the way they did yesterday. They set a precedent. I'm going to build on that. Okay. All right. Uganda, my brother from Uganda.
Thank you very much,
You have heard
moderator.
the announcement. 2 minutes.
Yes,
please.
thank you very much. First of all, it would be very criminal for me to speak without thanking Mama Keita and UNECA for the support they've given Uganda to develop the tourism satellite account. With the tourism satellite account, we now have very rich data that we can use for policy. So there are 2 questions. One, what is missing and what can be done? I think the challenge that has always been there is that there is limited appreciation of statistics as a whole amongst the managers and decision makers. And this is where the problem comes from. Because at budget allocation, statistics is not given money. But at platforms like here, the decision makers demand for statistics. They want the statistics. The policy makers, the politicians, they're demanding for statistics. But at budget allocation, it's not there. So what is missing? I think what is missing, one of them is funding. There's limited funding for statistics. If it is there, we should be able to have adequate statistics that we can use. 2, there is limited sensitization on statistics, especially to the managers. They do not know, they do not appreciate. So we need to sensitize them so that they can know the value of having quality and good statistics, so that it is more funded. Thirdly, what is missing is capacity. I want to thank UNECA because In Uganda, they have built capacity of over 50 officers in statistics. This is a good way, and this is a start to having quality statistics in place. So what is missing is really capacity. We need to build capacity of different countries to be able to have quality data. The other one would be coordination. We have seen from the presentation of David Gitonga that to have the TSA, to have statistics available, there was multi-sectoral collaboration between many stakeholders. But you find in many countries there is a weak coordination amongst the different stakeholders, and this has affected that. The last one, what is missing is the systems. We are moving digital, but most of the processes of capturing data are still manual. If you go to the national parks, if you go to the accommodation facilities, everything is still manual, and this is a challenge. So what should be done? And we can pick lessons from successful destinations like Australia, Singapore, even South Africa here in Africa. One is that there is high priority on ensuring.
Make it three, top three.
Yes, there is high priority on ensuring valid and reliable tourism statistics. And how are they doing this? They're doing this by allocating enough resources. 2, by skilling and building capacity of the staff. 3, through coordination efforts. The second one is through tourism satellite accounts. This is a tool that organizes all data of the sector. And if countries that have the TSA can testify that they have very rich data on all aspects of the sector. So TSA should be something that each country should ensure that it has. The last one is the institutional structures. Countries that have been successful in having quality data have institutionalized their structures. They have dedicated research institutes. For example, Australia, it has a dedicated tourism research institute, Australia. If you go to South Africa, there is South Africa Tourism Strategic Research Unit. Kenya has also come up, and it has now developed the Tourism Research Institute. So if you have those structures, you will be able to collect and publish quality statistics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uganda. Now let's come to EAC. Simon, before you answer, because I think so much has been said with your colleagues, I'm going to give you an additional question. Okay? So you're going to answer 3. What is missing? How do we collect good data? Since you're coming from EAC, I'm going to give you another one, which is EAC related. What support could be rendered in future to ensure that member states and RECs have the capacity to collect good data on tourism and are able to construct relevant tools and framework to better assess economic, social, and environmental impacts of tourism? How can you support countries as an EAC? How do you build that capacity within countries? And what do you think will be the intervention at the regional level? Over to you. And I'll give you an addition of 2 more minutes. So you have 4.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. And also thanks to UNECA and the Republic of Seychelles for the warm hospitality that has been rare to us. And also I think all of them, they looked at my notes. So all my points have been said. So I'll focus on what has not been said. Number one,
I missed that part, so it's okay.
Okay. On the missing data, I can give examples. For instance, we have an exercise that we are undertaking, developing what we are calling EAC Tourism Barometer. That's a regional tool to measure performance of tourism in all the sectors. We're getting support even from Professor as a consultant at the GIZ. And like one country was reporting to us, they have a challenge of having accommodation data, related data, especially from big hotels, I think. So they get data from small hotels, but when they go to 4-star to 5-star, they have a challenge. Others are complaining they are not able to get data from licensed facilities there. So we have a quite wide range of accommodation facilities which do not give us data. That's number one. Then we had an exercise where we are reviewing the classification criteria, and you're asking panda states, how many accommodation facilities do you have? And I think none of the panda states were able to give accurate data. They was guessing sort of. So we have a lot of missing gap in terms of accommodation facilities. When it comes to visitors to tourism attractions, we get reports from Bureau of Statistics, but you find that it's like from a small sample. So that's also another set of missing data. GDP, we have been having a debate on accuracy of the GDP that's being reported to EAC, because Apanda states to say this is the GDP from tourism, contribution from tourism. Next year, it's like they're contesting the same. So we have the value of tourism is not well recorded there. What to do? Sensitization has been talked about, but I give an example. I did data collection some time back in Windsor, that's in the UK, where I had a questionnaire. It's like taking to the public. They're answering very fast. I thought I could repeat the same when it came to East Africa. I was doing data collection at the border point, and the person was asking, what is in it for me? So it's like there was a bit of resistance. So sensitization need to go beyond tourism service providers, even to public, to show that when they give data, it's informed policy formulation. Another question is, can we tie provision of data to regulation? Like make it a requirement when you are renewing our licenses. I think there is a provision in one of tourism regulatory authority regulations, but it's like in practice, it's not effective. But can we do that? Then can we leverage technology? He talked about it like, coming up with systems. I think when we had the presentation on fintech, I found that exciting. Can we try to leverage development of technology in terms of data capturing? Like when you check in a hotel, they get a photocopy your passport, they get your details for security purposes mainly, but can we use that for policy decision making? No, I think we need to come up with destination management system, especially when talking about urban tourism. I think we should embark on developing systems that are integrated and interoperable between institutions, central bank, Bureau of Statistics, tourism regulatory authorities. The final question was what EAC can do. Just to repeat what I said, we are having an exercise of developing an ESG tourism barometer. There is what we call EAC Open Data Portal that is provided by AU, but we are leveraging that to start feeding it with tourism data. And last week we had a meeting with a team from the partner states and also from the consultants, whereby we agreed on the set of indicators that we need to provide data on. And also we came up with a framework of reporting, what we're calling ESG tourism barometer. But also we realize we need to do a lot of capacity building, especially to some of our member states. You find it's only about 4 who give us it's like accurate data. Others have missing gaps. So we need capacity building. And here actually we are extending our request that if you could support the Republic of Burundi, they have not developed TSA. Republic of South Sudan, they have expressed that interest. And also we have mainland Tanzania, they are yet to develop that, but I think they have started a process. But if it could be fast tracked so that all of us can have TSA frameworks, and also the new kid on the block, DRC, we are yet to actually interact with them to know to what extent they have gone to. But if you could have all the ESC partner states having TSA, that would be very helpful. I submit.
I'll call DRC a new brother on the block. It's not kid, it's a big giant country. Okay. So I asked for 20 minutes. We have 4 minutes. I'm not going to open it for the floor, but I'll give a chance to one burning question. Very burning. It cuts across all of the panelists. One. There's none.
Modérateur, oui, d'accord. Les gens,
You have a question?
sont fatigués, mais comme le sujet est intéressant, on fait 4 minutes, comme vous le dites, pas plus. Okay.
Sorry, I missed that part. Not more than 4. Oh, okay. That's what you. Yes, we have 3 actually, not 3. Now it's 3. Now it's 3. All right. Any burning issue? One. None. Okay. As usual, I'm going to come back to the panel. First, I want to thank you for your submission interventions. But I want to challenge the same way I challenged those in the morning. But this time, your task is Wait for it. This time, you are not supposed to say what they said, what has been said. You're supposed to say what you have not said completely since you came to Seychelles, but it has to relate to tourism. And they have to connect. Otherwise, you're not going to get your lunch. Let's start with David. One word you have never said since you came to Seychelles that relates to tourism. One word, David. You live in tourism. You know these words. One word. One word. One word. Okay, let's go to Simon and we'll come back to you.
I'm also having that challenge. But
we have 2 minutes. Chair told me to not more than if just one word, not sentence, one word.
Enjoy.
Enjoy. I like that. Yes, that's creativity. Susan? Demystify. Okay? Enjoy, demystify. Enjoy, demystify. Eh?
Let me pass to you.
Mine is calm.
Calm.
I love the environment.
Okay,
It's very
calm. Enjoy, demystify, calm. Prof, I don't think you ran out of words.
It's one word, but it has a hyphen.
Uh-huh.
Poverty reduction.
It's poverty. All right, David. And then Simon, you said it. Oh, you say okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I think we have 1 minute. Chair, now over to you. I have done my job, and thank you so much for the panel for the good work, good engagement and interventions. And bon appétit.
Mais tout de même, merci, hein, mais tout de même, moi, je demanderais à Seychelles d'être flexible. En fait, les gens qui viennent dans des conférences pareilles, parce que la demande d'autorisation est tellement compliquée que ça dérange. Merci. Bon appétit.
All right, I have actually one comment to share with the room just before you leave for lunch. I do need a list of the people who would be needing PCR tests to go back home, to return into back to the country. So I do need, there will be a list going around the table for those who do need PCRs to go back home. Please, if I could get that filled in as soon as, I won't keep you from lunch, so I'll let you go have lunch. But as soon as you do come back, please make sure this is filled in if you do need a PCR test. Thank you. And I think today we can give an hour for lunch. So 2:20, we'll be back in the room. Thank you.
Okay.
été marqués donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19 qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une grave crise économique due à la chute des cours du pétrole en 2014. Donc en fait, cette crise de la Covid a été le facteur qui a en fait exacerbé les problèmes structurels de nos économies qui sont des matières premières. Été marqué donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19 qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une grave crise économique due à la chute des cours du pétrole en 2014. Donc en fait, cette crise de la Covid a été le facteur qui a en fait exacerbé les problèmes structurels de nos économies qui sont des matières premières. Été marqué donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19 qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une grave crise économique due à la chute des cours du pétrole en 2014. Donc en fait, cette crise de la Covid a été le facteur qui a en fait exacerbé les problèmes structurels de nos économies qui sont des matières premières. Été marqué donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19 qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une grave crise économique due à la chute des cours du pétrole en 2014. Donc en fait, cette crise de la Covid a été le facteur qui a en fait exacerbé les problèmes structurels de nos économies qui sont des matières premières. Été marqué donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19 qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une grave crise économique due à la chute des cours du pétrole en 2014. Donc en fait, cette crise de la Covid a été le facteur qui a en fait exacerbé les problèmes structurels de nos économies qui sont des matières premières. Été marqué donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19 qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une grave crise économique due à la chute des cours du pétrole en 2014. Donc en fait, cette crise de la Covid a été le facteur qui a en fait exacerbé les problèmes structurels de nos économies des matières premières. Donc en fait, cette crise de la Covid a été le qui a en fait exacerbé les problèmes structurels de nos économies des matières premières. Les pays d'Afrique centrale s'affranchissent donc de leur dépendance à l'égard des produits de base parce que nous pensons que c'est là où se trouve la véritable résilience. La preuve des pays comme l'Amérique due à la chute. Donc en fait, cette crise de la Covid a été le qui a en fait exacerbé les problèmes structurels de nos économies des matières premières. Les pays d'Afrique centrale s'affranchissent donc de leur dépendance à l'égard des produits de base parce que nous pensons que c'est comme vous le savez, qui ont été marqués donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19, qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une grave crise économique due à la chute des cours du pétrole en 2014. Donc en fait, cette crise de la Covid a été le facteur aggravant et qui a en fait exhibe les problèmes structurels de nos économies qui sont très été marqués donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19 qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une et forcément donc des exportations pour les pays de crise économique due à la chute des cours du pétrole en 2014. Donc en fait, cette crise de la Covid a été le facteur aggravant et qui a en fait exhibe Problèmes structurels de nos économies qui sont très démarqués donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19 qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une et forcément donc des exportations pour les pays de crise économique due à la chute des cours du pétrole en 2014. Donc en fait cette crise de la Covid a été le facteur aggravant et qui a en fait exhibe les problèmes structurels de nos économies qui sont très démarqués donc par la pandémie de crise de Covid-19 qui a atteint les pays à un moment où ils se remettaient encore d'une et forcément donc des exportations pour les pays de crise économique due à la chute des cours du pétrole en 2014. Donc en fait cette crise de la Covid a été
actually shows that growth rebounded quite strongly in Eastern Africa in 2021. The report focused really on three main areas which need some discussion and consideration. The firstly is really how to improve food security in the region. We've seen that with these sharp increases in global prices of food imports, actually shows that growth rebounded quite strongly in Eastern Africa in 2021. The report focused really on three main areas which need some discussion and consideration. The firstly is really how to improve food security in the region. We've seen that with these sharp increases in global prices of food imports, actually shows that growth rebounded quite strongly in Eastern Africa in 2021. The report focused really on three main areas which need some discussion. A very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. The second area we point to is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. The second area we point to is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. The second area we point to is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. The second area we point to is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. The second area we point to is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. The second area we point to is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. The second area we point to is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. To is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. Prices of food input is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. Prices of food input is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. Food input is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. Food input is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. Food input is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently about the high cost of credit. And we contrast that in our report, a very important part of improving resilience, simply dedicating more resources to agriculture going forward. Food input is the importance of fixing finance. If you look at studies, surveys of the private business sector, you'll see that the complaint comes back persistently
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to make that announcement once again with regards to PCR testing. Those who need to have PCR tests done in order to re-enter their country. For example, to re-enter their country, to go back home, to re-enter your country, if you need a PCR test done, there will be a document going round the tables for your name to be entered on this sheet so that we can communicate with you with regards to your appointments. Okay, so you need the form. Here you go. You're welcome. Okay, thank you. And please excuse the repetition because I probably will need to repeat this later on when the room fills up again. Just give us 2 minutes while we sort out some technical difficulties and we can proceed.
Yes. While waiting to sort out the difficulty, can I ask a question to the organizers?
Do we have organizers?
Where are they? They are not. Okay. So if there's one of them, I will ask a question. My question is: we are talking of tourism and promoting intra-African tourism, and we are here in Seychelles, and we don't have the opportunity to visit the town. Are we not contradictory in what we are doing? Yes. It's just a question. I would have suggested that we'll try to review the program if we can finish today, and tomorrow we have the day to do tourism. Because we are talking of promoting tourism, and we are not promoting it.
Yes, I can respond from here if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Your request is noted. I'll discuss it with the hierarchy. I agree with you. If we can, if you can stay with us, perhaps up to the time, not the time we stayed until yesterday, and we could see if we can't have some of the activity reports presented this afternoon. And then tomorrow you will have some time maybe to go to town and come back to adopt the report. If that will work, it's not a promise. It's just something I will need to discuss with my bosses. Thank you. distinguished experts, good afternoon. I'm not hearing interpretation. Interpreters, are you there? Okay, thank you very much. Please note that those who are supposed to do your PCR, the cost for the test is already covered in the DSA that you received. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon and welcome back. So we do have this afternoon session. This afternoon session would be the challenges and opportunities of a consortium on the evaluation and valuation of natural capital in Central Africa. Now, our moderator for this afternoon would be Mr. Yembi Augustin from Gabon. Welcome, and this will be followed by a presentation by Mr. Adama Koulibaly. And Mr. Adama, let's try and do as much as we can this afternoon so we can try and accommodate tomorrow's request. Okay, so it hasn't fallen upon deaf ears. We shall see what we can do. But please let us try and keep time. Thank you so much. Okay, I just also want to confirm, you do not need a PCR to leave Seychelles. Okay, we have demanded enough for you to enter the country. Leaving is not so complicated. To leave the country, to leave Seychelles, you do not need a PCR. But to enter your country, your home country, to enter your country, your destination country, please, if you do need a PCR to enter your destination country, then please put your name on that paper and we can see how we can help. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, tout protocole observé, je voudrais ici commencer par vous remercier pour déjà le parcours, l'écoute, toute l'attention
dont nous avons fait preuve, bénéficié de votre part depuis le commencement de ces travaux. Eh bien, nous sommes à une autre étape importante de nos consultations pour cette importante rencontre. Il s'agit de vous présenter les enjeux et les opportunités de la mise en place d'un consortium de classe mondiale pour valoriser, mieux évaluer et valoriser, je dirais, le capital naturel dont dispose l'Afrique centrale et plus loin dont dispose l'Afrique pour pouvoir véritablement accélérer la réparation du climat, la réparation de notre planète, mais en même temps aussi, étant donné que l'activité industrielle est une activité polluante, si nous réparons la planète et le climat sans aller réparer l'industrie, eh bien, c'est comme si nous passons le temps à remplir, je dirais, une barrique sans fond. Vous voyez? Donc, il nous faut s'occuper de non seulement réparer le climat, mais réparer aussi l'activité la plus polluante qui est le secteur, l'industrie. Et donc, c'est à cela que nous allons nous atteler. Et donc, dans cet exercice, globalement, je suis heureux d'avoir dans cet exercice d'avoir le président Augustin Yambi qui va donc, je crois, présider nos travaux. Et il y a le directeur Jean-Luc qui va aussi jouer le rôle de modération. Et compte tenu du fait que le temps est serré, je vais donc faire en sorte que mon exposé soit beaucoup plus direct parce que l'exposé que je vais faire, il y a un papier de, je dirais, 30 pages que nous avons préparé de façon pédagogique pour qu'on explique tout. L'enjeu autour de pourquoi mettre en place un consortium et puis les opportunités qui sont là, qui sont à portée de main et aussi en quoi est-ce que aujourd'hui la mise en place de ce consortium-là ne doit pas être un secret. Nous avons prévu les solutions pour pouvoir mettre en place le consortium. Donc, au niveau des solutions, il y aura plusieurs interventions. On a mis en place un groupe de travail stratégique et certains membres de ce groupe de travail stratégique vont intervenir. Ce sont des experts de haute facture, des experts de renom qui vont expliquer les solutions, comment mettre en place de façon pratique un consortium. Donc, notre ambition, ici, on doit partir d'un diagnostic franc. Si nous ne commençons pas par un diagnostic franc, eh bien, les remèdes que nous allons apporter seront des remèdes cosmétiques. Ce seront des solutions. Donc, si quelqu'un est malade, il faut bien faire le diagnostic pour lui prescrire quelque chose vraiment qui touche droit au problème de sa maladie. Donc, j'ai commencé ici par vous montrer d'abord à travers l'approche cadran. Je vais aller très vite parce que compte tenu du temps, beaucoup d'experts vont intervenir. Et on voudrait aussi revenir à vous pour que l'idée de l'appel que nous faisons pour mettre en place un consortium, c'est un consortium que nous voulons en même temps aussi une organisation de membres. Et ceux qui doivent être les membres, ce doivent être des membres qui croient. C'est comme une église. Il n'y a pas d'église si on n'a pas de croyants. Donc, on veut mettre en place une organisation et l'organisation doit se pencher sur un certain nombre de choses. On veut que les membres de cette organisation croient aux objectifs, croient aux idéaux. Donc, c'est un peu ça. Mais nous commençons d'abord par regarder ici un cadran, c'est une approche cadran qui essaie de combiner, c'est juste une image sur 100 images. Nous avons combiné différents facteurs, croisé plusieurs facteurs pour voir si on croise, si on veut compter par exemple sur le capital humain, et puis aussi les autres variables qu'il faut mettre, les financements qu'il faut combiner pour pouvoir véritablement nous en sortir, c'est-à-dire quitter de la pauvreté qui est le premier cadran et pour aller au quatrième cadran qui est le cadran de la prospérité, eh bien, comment procéder? Donc, on voit ici que dans le premier cadran, la plupart des pays, comme ça a été déjà démontré le premier jour par l'honorable Oziala, le premier cadran montre que les pays de l'Afrique centrale et l'Afrique de l'Est, pour la plupart du temps, et même en général les pays de l'Afrique subsaharienne, sont dans le premier cadran, c'est-à-dire le cadran de la sous-performance, le cadran de la pauvreté, et donc nous sommes loin derrière dans la course sur la voie du développement. Ensuite, nous avons ici fait une sélection, juste vous montrer 4 images rapidement. Les images résument tout simplement que les économies de l'Afrique centrale, ce que vous avez dans le premier, on a mis en relief le solde budgétaire, c'est-à-dire l'État vit au-dessus, en quelque sorte au-dessus de ses moyens. Donc, structurellement, vous voyez que le solde budgétaire dans notre région, le solde budgétaire est négatif, structurellement négatif depuis 40 ans, depuis 30 ans. Donc, c'est quelque chose qu'on ne dit pas. Donc, nos États vivent au-dessus de leurs moyens. Ensuite, il y a le cadran que vous voyez un peu plus en bas, c'est la balance des paiements. La balance des paiements n'est rien d'autre qu'un indicateur de compétitivité. Donc, encore une fois, nos économies ne sont pas compétitives parce que, à travers tout ce que nous faisons, notre relation avec le monde extérieur, eh bien, cette balance-là est structurellement aussi négative. Et cela montre encore une fois que nous avons une situation, je dirais, de non-compétitivité. Vous voyez aussi le cadran, l'autre cadran, l'autre panel qui montre, au niveau des 50 premières banques les plus prêteuses en Afrique, qu'est-ce que nous captons comme prêt? Eh bien, ici, encore une fois, l'Afrique centrale, l'Afrique de l'Est, on ne capte que 1% à 2%. Donc, on ne capte rien. Voilà, on est complètement en dehors des circuits de prêt. Ensuite, le dernier élément, c'est les 100 premiers assureurs, les premiums, tout ce qui est assurance. Et encore une fois, nous ne représentons rien dans ce qui est couverture des risques. Donc, nous avons une région où nos économies sont à risque. Donc, tenant compte de cela, il faut partir de cette compréhension. Nous avons ici, dans ce graphique-là, on a essayé de regarder des simulations et la simulation ici est une simulation autour de la problématique climatique. La problématique climatique aujourd'hui se mesure de façon, en gros, au niveau de 2 éléments. L'élévation de la température, donc il fait un peu plus chaud, 1,5 degré, on s'en va vers 2, ou bien on essaie de regarder aussi l'élévation du niveau de la mer. Et à ce niveau, ces simulations ont été faites. Ces simulations ne sont pas une vue de l'esprit. C'est des simulations qui montrent ici, à travers ce dessin, comme vous le voyez, on aime souvent les scénarios, surtout ceux qui sont les modèles. Donc, scénario pessimiste, c'est ce qui est rouge. C'est-à-dire, si on laisse le niveau de mer s'élever au-delà de 1,5 m ou 2 mètres, le niveau pessimiste optimiste, c'est ce qui est en vert. Le niveau, comment on appelle ça? Le niveau moyen, c'est ce que vous voyez en bleu. Donc, on a pris le cas d'un pays, un de nos pays qui nous est cher, c'est Sao Tomé. Donc, selon les simulations climatiques du niveau d'élévation de la mer, eh bien, il y a un risque. Lorsque vous voyez, si le niveau de la mer dépasse un certain niveau, par exemple 1,5 à 1 mètre à 1,5 m, vous voyez que Sao Tomé peut se retrouver englouti en dessous des eaux. Ce n'est pas seulement Sao Tomé, il y a beaucoup d'autres pays qui sont nos pays, qui sont donc menacés par cette situation climatique. Mais ça, c'est une illustration seulement au niveau de niveau de mer. Mais lorsque on regarde l'Afrique tout entière, on constate que l'Afrique, en gros, est exposée, est menacée aussi par cette même réalité. Donc, nous sommes sous menace existentielle si nous n'accordons pas du temps, une attention particulière au climat. Nous avons remarqué que malgré cette situation, l'Afrique reste quand même plus vulnérable puisque l'Afrique détient près de 25% des financements du monde alors qu'elle représente 40% des pays éligibles à l'aide. Donc, sur la question seulement de capter des fonds pour réparer le climat, nous ne sommes pas bien lotis. Nous avons essayé aussi de regarder cette image. Cette image, c'est tout simplement la situation de la finance climatique publique. Et quand vous regardez cette carte, elle ne représente les verts, disons le niveau de vulnérabilité au climat. Vous voyez que quand c'est vert, donc on est faiblement exposé. Et quand c'est beaucoup plus foncé, on est beaucoup plus exposé. Donc les pays africains, vous voyez, avec le bleu que vous voyez, sont pour la plupart du temps, les économies sont pour la plupart du temps les plus exposées au climat, à la menace climatique. Mais en même temps, pour ce qui concerne la finance, vous voyez aussi que dans la distribution des fonds qui sont disponibles, de façon pléthorique d'ailleurs, comme vous allez le voir tout à l'heure, nous n'arrivons pas à capter suffisamment ces fonds. Donc ici, vous voyez que tout ce qui est en vert, c'est-à-dire la zone de ce qu'on appelle le bassin du Congo, qu'on a entouré un peu en jaune, cette zone-là, elle arrive faiblement à capter des fonds climatiques. Donc, les fonds qui sont mis là pour le climat sont des fonds qui existent, mais ces fonds-là ne profitent absolument pas du tout aux économies de l'Afrique centrale et de l'Est. Et plus particulièrement, quand vous regardez les petites îles, les pays qui sont les pays les plus menacés, vous voyez ces petites des îles comme Seychelles, Comores, l'île Maurice et Sao Tomé. Toutes ces économies sont des économies à haut risque, mais malheureusement, les fonds climatiques qui sont mis à disposition ne vont pas vers ces pays. Donc, nous pouvons dire par là qu'il y a un problème, il y a un problème de critères. Parce qu'il y a certains pays, rien que certains pays, mais comme nous sommes entre Africains, on ne peut pas pointer du doigt que pourquoi ce pays à lui seul déjà capte, par exemple, 10 milliards de dollars à être seul, alors que d'autres n'ont que n'arrivent pas même à capter 0,2 milliards. Donc, cette problématique, c'est une problématique que nous voulons prendre de façon collective pour dire que l'Afrique est le continent qui est vraiment menacé par cette question existentielle, mais nous ne captons pas, nous n'arrivons pas à capter les ressources qu'il faut pour pouvoir véritablement limiter, réparer les dégâts, réparer les pertes que nous avons. Nous avons aussi résumé ici, vous allez le voir dans le papier, sur ce graphique, il y a ce qu'on appelle les négociations au niveau de la conférence, les COP. Les COP ont commencé depuis un certain temps. Jusqu'à aujourd'hui, il y a une semaine, ça venait de terminer. Eh bien, les COP nous ont pas aussi encore apporté ce qu'on attendait. C'est-à-dire, il y a des promesses qui sont faites, mais à la fin du jour, ce sont des promesses non tenues. Donc, encore une fois, nous avons résumé ici tous les engagements pris depuis la COP 15, la COP 25, la COP 21, la COP 26. Jusque-là, des promesses ont été faites, mais ces promesses n'ont pas véritablement porté concrètement, apporté des ressources fraîches, même des ressources même qui ne sont pas fraîches, n'ont pas pu les capter. Ici, on a aussi fait un résumé un peu des différents fonds, parce que le climat est devenu aussi un fonds de commerce. C'est un fonds de commerce pour capter des ressources. Mais ces nombreux fonds que vous voyez ici listés, je ne veux pas les lister, les détailler, mais en rouge, c'est le plus grand fonds. C'est le Fonds global pour l'environnement. Ce fonds existe, le vert aussi existe. Donc, il y a plusieurs fonds qui existent, mais ces fonds-là sont d'abord managés par des instituts qui sont bien localisés, mais nous avons beaucoup de mal. Je parle de nos économies dans l'ensemble. Les économies ont du mal à pouvoir véritablement accéder à ces fonds. Ensuite, je voudrais, à travers cette image aussi, mettre en relief l'autre menace qui est en cours. Cette menace qui est en cours, c'est le fait que de plus en plus, il y a un lien entre le type d'énergie que nous consommons dans nos voitures ou bien dans nos ménages et la question climatique. ce qui est appelé de plus en plus maintenant à prévoir à très bientôt ou très court terme, moyen terme, long terme, en tout cas un passage, une transition. Comment quitter, comment utiliser, éliminer, réduire, éliminer à terme l'utilisation des ressources fossiles. Je veux parler du charbon, je veux parler du gaz, je veux parler du pétrole. Comment passer à un monde sans pétrole, un monde où on ne fait plus utilisation de pétrole. Donc, comprenez, si nous avons des régions dont l'activité, l'économie, dont tout dépend du pétrole, ces économies aussi n'ont pas d'avenir. Ce sont des économies sans avenir dans un monde sans pétrole. Donc, cette transition transition très bientôt, 2030, 2035, ce sont aussi des menaces pour nous. Et donc, on a aussi regardé la création de richesses. Au niveau de la création de richesses, la création globale de richesses au niveau de l'Afrique, eh bien, ce qui est en bleu, c'est ce qui est créé comme richesse créée, mesurée de façon comptable par le PIB. La richesse créée pour le continent, ce qui est en bleu, c'est ce qui est créé en Afrique centrale et ce qui est en violet en Afrique de l'Est. Donc, vous voyez encore une fois que nous avons affaire à des économies qui transforment peu, qui créent peu de richesses. Donc, indirectement, pour encore illustrer une fois pourquoi nous sommes dans le cadran numéro 1 tout à l'heure. Donc, ce diagnostic nous interpelle pour dire que ça ne va pas et qu'il faut changer de paradigme. Et si nous devons changer de paradigme, généralement, quand vous voulez changer de paradigme, vous devez regarder vos avantages comparatifs. Et en regardant les avantages comparatifs, eh bien, nous avons quelque chose de très important que tout le monde reconnaît, c'est ce qu'on appelle le capital naturel. Le capital naturel, on l'a décrit, c'est l'ensemble des ressources naturelles utiles. Mais en même temps aussi, on l'a visionné pour que ce soit bien compris. Donc, le capital naturel, de façon visualisée, c'est ce que vous voyez en vert. À côté de cela, il y a le capital humain. Et à côté de cela aussi, l'autre bloc, c'est les avoirs extérieurs nets. Et ce qui est en bleu, c'est ce qui est créé. C'est le capital produit. Donc, vous voyez ici, ce qui est en bas, c'est la partie bleue. C'est-à-dire, c'est en quelque sorte toute la réalité que nous vivons, c'est-à-dire l'eau, les océans, etc., etc. Et donc, le capital naturel est vraiment quelque chose de très présent, surtout pour l'Afrique centrale, et je peux prolonger pour l'Afrique de l'Est. Ici, je voudrais résumer que l'Afrique centrale, c'est 530 millions d'hectares de superficie globale, mais c'est 268 millions d'hectares de superficie de forêt. Rien que ça déjà, on peut dire, suivant des scénarios, qu'on a un potentiel d'engrager dans une cagnotte au moins 1 milliard. Si on rémunère une tonne de CO2 capté, on peut tout de suite collecter sans rien faire. C'est-à-dire le travail, le service écosystémique que fait chaque année nos économies, globalement pris, ça pourrait rapporter 1 milliard si le monde entier ne reconnaît pas ce que vaut la qualité de l'air, la qualité de vie. Donc, on peut rémunérer ce service à raison de, je dirais, $1 seulement, $1 pour une tonne de CO2. Ça, c'est lorsqu'on n'est vraiment pas reconnaissant du tout. Mais si on reconnaît que le bassin du Congo, avec toutes ces superficies, peut être à travers cette activité de service, que je peux appeler service quand même à haute valeur ajoutée, on peut considérer que rémunérer la tonne de CO2 à raison de, par exemple, $50. Et ça, cette activité de négociation entre les pays qui font ce service et les pays qui polluent, cette négociation également est au point mort actuellement parce que les pays qui polluent ne sont pas prêts actuellement à accorder une valeur de peut-être $5 ou $20 ou $50. Donc, c'est une négociation qui n'a pas encore abouti. Donc, ce potentiel a été déjà mesuré par d'autres études. Les revenus potentiels sont de l'ordre, en tout cas, 80 milliards. Mais ce n'est que du potentiel. Et depuis, je dirais, un bon moment de négociation à travers les négociations climatiques, nous essayons nos économies à chaque occasion. La dernière occasion, c'était en Égypte il y a une semaine. Et à chaque occasion, il y a négociation. Mais les négociations n'aboutissent pas. Donc, c'est pour ça que lors de notre CIE, notre comité, lors de le dernier CIE qui s'est passé à Brazzaville, nous avons posé le problème, nous avons étudié le problème, nous avons mis le problème sur la table et vous avez décidé qu'il faut vraiment voir dans quelle mesure on peut aller de l'avant. On peut regarder d'autres options. Et parmi les options, il a été recommandé lors du dernier CIE 2021 à Brazzaville de voir la possibilité, l'étude, la possibilité de mettre en place un consortium. Donc, c'est à partir de ce moment que nous avons commencé à nous pencher sur l'idée de consortium. L'idée de consortium, c'est tout simplement une association, une combinaison d'entreprises, d'institutions financières, d'investisseurs dans le but de s'engager dans une co-entreprise. Donc, ce n'est pas un mot, c'est pas un mot nouveau. Le consortium, on le vit chaque jour, surtout au niveau des secteurs comme l'immobilier, la construction. Chaque jour, on voit des consortiums. Lorsqu'il y a des projets gigantesques d'envergure, on voit par exemple des consortiums qui sont constitués par les Chinois. On voit des consortiums qui sont constitués par les Américains, des Européens. Ils se mettent ensemble. Ils se mettent ensemble dans un premier temps pour aller répondre à l'appel d'offres. Et quand ils gagnent le marché, maintenant ce marché-là, il se retourne maintenant à l'intérieur pour essayer de voir comment partager ce marché, l'exécution de ce marché à tout le nuage, tout le paysage des entrepreneurs, petits entrepreneurs, urbains, ruraux. On essaie de mobiliser tout le monde pour donner quelque chose à faire à chacun. Donc, l'idée de consortium, ça s'exprime de cette façon. Et l'idée le consortium, nous avons voulu illustrer pour que ce ne soit pas de l'abstrait. Alors, ici, vous avez l'exemple du Airbus A320. Le Airbus A320 est l'exemple palpable de l'idée d'un consortium. C'est-à-dire quoi? Que malgré l'existence du Boeing, qui était aussi un consortium, une entreprise, une co-entreprise par plusieurs acteurs qui ont pour intérêt de se mettre ensemble pour fabriquer ne serait-ce qu'un avion qui, en son temps, devait être l'avion le plus performant, eh bien, tout récemment, malgré ce consortium, il a été l'initiative de se mettre ensemble en consortium pour lancer la fabrication d'un avion qui va être plus performant que le Boeing a été lancé. Et ça résume un peu de façon concrète l'idée de consortium. Et ici, vous avez différentes parties du consortium qui est réalisé par des pays. Donc, certains font le pneu, certains font l'aile, certains font les fauteuils, d'autres font les phares. Donc, c'est tout simplement, fondamentalement, ce qu'on veut partager, c'est accepter au niveau de l'Afrique ou bien au niveau de l'Afrique centrale, un temps soit peu de se mettre ensemble. L'idée de se mettre ensemble pour créer, pour ambition de créer un avion, ça s'appelle l'avion CEMAT, ça s'appelle l'avion CEAC, ça peut être tout simplement l'avion même pour l'Afrique, mais c'est de se mettre ensemble. Eh bien, les Africains ne se mettent pas ensemble. Les Africains, ils aiment travailler seuls. Les économies, partout où on va, dans nos pays, les Africains, je dis bien les Africains, quand il dit Africain, je veux parler de toute la gamme du paysage. C'est-à-dire les chefs d'État, les chefs d'entreprise. On veut travailler seul. On veut travailler seul. Donc, c'est pas la pratique aujourd'hui, c'est de se mettre ensemble. Donc, c'est ce que font les autres. Donc, ici, on a voulu donc partager cette idée. Il s'agit de mieux repositionner nos économies pour des opportunités de financement, pour les appels d'offres, pour gagner en force. Donc, pour résumer, c'est ce que nous voulons. L'idée a été faite de créer un consortium. Maintenant, il s'agit de passer à l'action. Et pour passer à l'action, à côté de l'idée de consortium, nous avons pensé aussi qu'il va un peu faire ressortir cette idée de mettre en place, de penser en termes d'organisation durable, d'organisation de membres. Et donc, ce que vous voyez ici, on voudrait que dans l'esprit, dans la démarche d'aller faire un consortium, on s'organise comme une organisation de membres. Dans l'organisation de membres, c'est-à-dire, il y aura donc un comité il aura une plateforme. Cette plateforme va être une plateforme d'échange et puis aussi de mobilisation de fonds. C'est ce qui est au milieu. C'est-à-dire vous avez le toit. Ensuite, vous avez le milieu. Ensuite, pour que cette organisation puisse tenir sur les pieds, il faudrait qu'on s'intéresse vraiment à un pilier qu'on appelle le pilier de la finance. Le pilier de la finance, c'est-à-dire que nous devons voir comment utiliser les innovations financières. C'est ce qui a été discuté depuis le début de notre réunion. Les innovations financières, ce qu'on appelle financement innovant, ce ne doit pas être que des mots, ça doit être véritablement de la réalité. Donc, ce pilier-là, si on ne met pas ce pilier, notre vision va rester par terre. Voilà. Donc, ce pilier va être expliqué tout à l'heure par un des experts qui va venir et puis, dans son exposé, il va expliquer. On a déjà exposé. Le professeur Soumaré, le frère, le professeur, il a expliqué. Beaucoup d'experts ici ont expliqué. Donc, nous avons expliqué comment passer par des financements innovants pour pouvoir ériger ce pilier qu'on appelle le pilier de la finance. Il y a aussi le pilier des blockchains. Le pilier des blockchains, c'est ce que vous voyez ici. Il y a aussi le pilier des chaînes d'offres. Il y a le pilier de la gouvernance. Et il y a le pilier aussi des chaînes de valeur durables. Les chaînes de valeur durables ou les chaînes de valeur vertes, ça va être aussi expliqué tout à l'heure. Qu'est-ce qu'on veut dire par embrasser systématiquement, aller dans une optique systématique d'utiliser les chaînes de valeur vertes. Cette approche, nous avons la chance d'écouter en 5 minutes ce que ça veut dire. Le professeur GCC, qui est de l'Éthiopie, c'est lui qui a pensé la stratégie verte de l'Éthiopie, qui est citée en exemple partout. C'est lui aussi qui a pensé la stratégie du Vietnam, qui permet au Vietnam aujourd'hui de mobiliser des fonds sur le marché, tout simplement en faisant des émissions de fonds, des émissions de titres. Donc, tout à l'heure, moi, je ne vais pas élaborer trop. Je vais seulement laisser les experts que nous avons identifiés dans notre groupe de travail. Le groupe de travail est tout simplement un groupe stratégique. C'est des groupes de travail dans chaque pays. Nous sommes aujourd'hui aux Seychelles. Nous allons voir dans quelle mesure les experts qui sont aux Seychelles peuvent se joindre au groupe de travail stratégique pour réfléchir ensemble. Nous tous, on réfléchit aux problèmes du Seychelles, aux problèmes du Kenya, aux problèmes du Cameroun. Nous constituons un groupe de travail stratégique que la CEA voudrait entretenir, c'est-à-dire mobiliser à chaque fois pour qu'on se penche sur les problèmes qui bloquent le continent, en particulier les problèmes de financement. Donc, c'est ce qui va être exposé tout à l'heure. Alors, comment y aller rapidement? Il faut s'assurer qu'on procède par, on essaie de d'abord collecter des données fiables sur les problèmes du capital. Le capital naturel, actuellement, c'est quoi? Si on me demande dans chaque pays, le capital naturel, c'est quoi? Nous n'avons pas de statistiques fiables pour dire que notre capital naturel, voilà ce que ça vaut. Donc, quand tu n'as pas de données, tu ne peux même pas négocier. Donc, nous avons commencé à nous pencher sur la collecte des données fiables, le partage d'informations, la communication, la sensibilisation. Ensuite, nous essayons aussi, à travers cette approche de consultation par étapes, nous consultons par étapes et puis nous faisons en même temps des bilans par étapes. À cette étape, le 5 mai dernier, on a lancé le consortium à Libreville, pardon. À cet lancement, il y a eu des consultations comme nous le faisons actuellement. Ça a apporté quelques fruits. Il y a le Gabon qui a indiqué qu'elle va souscrire, le Gabon va souscrire au consortium. Et en même temps, la BDAC aussi a indiqué qu'elle va pouvoir être partenaire de soutien au consortium. Donc, c'est un processus que nous voulons continuer. C'est-à-dire comment enraciner l'esprit participatif pour qu'on puisse aboutir à des solutions endogènes durables. Voilà. Donc, c'est de ça qu'il s'agit au niveau du consortium. Les différents, je vais résumer en gros les moyens innovants de financement par lesquels passer. C'est un résumé de ce qui a été déjà discuté ces derniers temps, longuement discuté. Donc, il y a les zéro obligations, il y a les financements participatifs, il y a les finances islamiques, il y a les instruments d'atténuation des risques et incitations, et puis il y a la mise en place d'un marché carbone, qui est une initiative qui est actuellement portée par certains travaux de la CEA. Donc, nous avons ici notre directeur, Jean-Paul, qui va dire aussi, qui dira quelques mots de cette partie du marché ce que nous sommes en train de faire. Si la CEA essaye d'accompagner les économies de l'Afrique, et plus particulièrement les économies de l'Afrique centrale, pour faire en sorte que l'idée de mettre en place un marché de crédit carbone ne reste pas aussi sur papier, que ce soit vraiment une idée qu'on porte concrètement. Et aujourd'hui, on crée ce marché et on commence véritablement, sans attendre, à essayer de faire en sorte que ce processus-là puisse aboutir. Donc, pour résumer, la mise en place du consortium, ça va nous permettre de de mobiliser des ressources pour pouvoir collecter des données sur le capital naturel, ce qui n'existe pas actuellement. De mieux valoriser le capital naturel dont nous disposons, et puis de pouvoir parler d'une seule voix dans les négociations internationales sur le climat. Nous voulons aussi aller au-delà du marché, simplement du marché crédit carbone. Et enfin, nous voulons être dans une meilleure position de négociation du prix de la tonne de carbone, qui est le prix actuellement, si vous allez sur le marché, eh bien, c'est un prix qui est volatile. Aujourd'hui, c'est $2, demain, c'est $5, après, ça revient à $1. Donc, c'est un prix, c'est un marché sur lequel on ne peut pas compter. Bon, donc, pour résumer aussi, sur la partie comment on peut être membre du consortium, nous avons proposé que les États qui ont en commun, qui ont l'avantage collectif de pouvoir disposer de ce patrimoine naturel qui est le bassin du Congo, que ces États puissent être membres, c'est une proposition, puissent être membres du consortium. Pourront devenir membres aussi, ou des associés, ou des partenaires de soutien, des institutions ou entreprises publiques, des États partis, des ressortissants aussi des États partis, des personnes morales, etc. Et puis aussi faire en sorte qu'on ait des institutions financières, des communautés économiques régionales qui soient membres de ce consortium. Donc, nous avons approfondi la réflexion pour aussi réfléchir comment on peut véritablement mettre en place la plateforme.
Nous avons largement dépassé le temps.
OK. Donc, on a déjà, l'image que vous voyez ici, le consortium sera donc une composante investisseur, un centre d'échange, et puis ça va être avec une approche d'indexation du prix carbone. On aura un marché crédit vert, et puis on aura un marché crédit populaire. Tout ça, ça va très bien apparaître à travers les exposés qui pourront suivre. Donc, voilà un peu ce que je voulais, je pense, résumer. Je ne vais pas rentrer dans les autres, mais pour tout simplement dire, même si nous comptons sur le capital naturel, le capital humain, ça ne suffit pas. Il faut faire appel aussi à d'autres plans structurels qui sont des plans d'investissement, des plans d'industrialisation. C'est par l'industrialisation que véritablement on peut s'en sortir. Donc, voilà un peu, je crois, ce que j'avais voulu dire ou introduire à ce stade. Mais il y a d'autres experts, il y a 3 ou 4 experts qui viendront. Et puis, on veut compter aussi sur la contribution de tous. Comment on peut concrétiser le consortium? Comment faire en sorte qu'on augmente l'adhésion des membres? Comment est-ce qu'on puisse utiliser le consortium pour mobiliser un fonds qu'on va appeler un fonds souverain qui va nous permettre de financer véritablement l'industrie, financer tout ce qui est priorité de développement. Donc, je voudrais m'arrêter là, Monsieur le Président. Voilà. Donc, encore une fois, merci de votre attention.
Merci. Nous invitons donc le modérateur directeur Jean-Luc pour la conduite des échanges. Nous accorderons 10 minutes pour qu'on essaie d'anticiper sur les panels, les sessions de demain et laisser un peu de temps à tout le monde de visiter aussi les Seychelles. Cela fait aussi partie de l'intégration entre régionales. Donc, voilà. Merci bien.
Merci beaucoup, Président. Merci, Adama, pour cette présentation qui résume les parcours que nous avons réalisés depuis la recommandation de Brazzaville par rapport au consortium jusqu'à aujourd'hui. il y a eu des intérêts qui se sont manifestés déjà pour faire partie du consortium, notamment la CEAC, certaines institutions financières sous-régionales. Tous, nous sommes convaincus que les ressources financières à la disposition de la transformation structurelle en Afrique centrale ne sont pas suffisantes. Les nouvelles crises ont apporté de nouveaux besoins et qu'il faut mobiliser, valoriser, capitaliser sur nos ressources naturelles pour pouvoir mobiliser des ressources financières additionnelles. Je vais donc tout de suite là, sans perdre beaucoup de temps, inviter d'autres experts qui vont s'exprimer sur la question. Je crois que le premier est en ligne. Monsieur Tabouna, j'espère que Monsieur Tabouna est connecté. Est-ce qu'il l'est? Monsieur Tabouna est commissaire sur l'environnement et le développement durable de la CEAC. Est-ce qu'il est connecté, Monsieur Tabouna? Si Monsieur Tabouna n'est pas connecté en attendant qu'on résolve ces problèmes-là, je crois que la BDAC, qui est disponible online maintenant, collègues, on peut savoir qui sont connectés et qui peuvent intervenir directement. En attendant que ceux qui sont en ligne, puissent intervenir, nous allons donc inviter M. Nyansa, qui est dans la salle, de pouvoir éclairer, intervenir sur les enjeux de la mobilisation du capital naturel, sa valorisation pour le financement de la transformation structurelle en Afrique centrale. Monsieur Nyansa, vous allez avoir 5 bonnes minutes pour parler de ces défis et des opportunités qui s'offrent à la sous-région. Après cela, M. Gessé pourra intervenir directement. Et donc, M. Nyansa, directement 5 minutes. Et puis, on va donner la parole à M. Gessé qui est déjà en attente.
Merci beaucoup. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nyasha Mtengwa. I'm with the World Food Program. I'm the Senior Regional Advisor on Innovative Financing and Partnerships with International Financial Institutions. And I'm based in Johannesburg, covering Southern Africa. And thank you very much I just want to say thank you to my colleague, Adama, for the excellent presentation and of course, all the work, the research that has gone into this. And I believe as a continent, these are sort of the dialogues we need to be having in terms of how do we create the right environment to be able to attract capital. But in addition to creating the right environment, we need to be able to create the vehicles through which the capital can flow into our economies. And the idea of a consortium is one of those that can help create the right environment and also the vehicle for attracting investment. And so I just wanted to add to that discussion in terms of how then do we engage our counterparts on this discussion, because for any meaningful investments, we're going to need capital beyond what is already in existence on the continent, particularly when you're talking of financial capital. We need to be speaking the same language with the international, with institutional investors, with the Western governments, with China, with the developed countries across the world. And so the first premise that I've noticed, the first premise that you need in investment is to agree on a common objective. What are we trying to achieve when we're talking of a consortium? What are we trying to achieve when we're talking of the Congo Basin? And I have identified two two goals that we can engage in forums such as COP or the World Economic Forums with respect to the development of natural capital. The first is we want to unlock large-scale investment towards, in this case, the Congo Basin, preservation and restoration. Why preservation? Because as we know, it contains 3 billion metric tons of carbon just by existence. So if we do not touch the Congo Basin, we are storing 3 billion metric tons of carbon. And that is equivalent to all the carbon emissions that we generate as a planet over the course of 3 years. Restoration. We already know that the Congo Basin, because of deforestation and other human activities, is losing its value or contribution to the fight against climate change. So we need to make sure that all that which is lost is being rejuvenated, new trees are being planted. But of course, we cannot talk about preservation and restoration without addressing the root causes of that degradation, which is there are millions of lives that are economically dependent on the Congo Basin. Hence, to be able to stop the deforestation, the degradation, and ensure that the capital that we have within the basin continues to yield a positive green return for the globe. We need to transition those communities into other industries. We need to create economic opportunities elsewhere. And also we need to make sure that those that do not want to move to other places outside the Congo Basin itself would have other alternative economic means to continue with their lives without affecting the viability of the Congo Basin. So in that, once we have that premise of what are the goals, we can engage with all the stakeholders. And for effect, the Congo Basin is of interest not only to governments or to the private sector, but to everybody who has everybody who has a roof over their head. They have an interest in ensuring that we stop the rise in global temperatures, and carbon sinks are the primary way through which we can achieve that. So I just want to present a model, a blended finance model that has worked elsewhere, including in the Amazon, the coral reefs, and at WFP. We're also using blended finance increasingly in food systems. And basically it contains two components, a grant component and of course an investment component. Why a grant component? The reason why Adama was saying we are attracting, I believe, in terms of global capital as a continent, we attract less than 0.5% of all investments in a year. Why is it so? It's not because there are no opportunities on the continent. It is because we don't have the right environment to be able to attract those opportunities. But the private sector are not going to come and work on developing policies. They're not going to work on developing the skills, the human capital of a country. The private sector are there for a financial return or an economic return. Hence, all the things that falls beyond that, they need to be taken care of by public funding. But because we also have limited public funding, in general, our governments mobilize less than 10% of GDP in tax revenue. Whereas if you look at the OECD, it's around 23%. Whilst they mobilize less revenue, they're also facing greater costs in terms of responding to the effects of climate change. And just by the response effort, we are crowding out possible investment that could go towards creating that enabling environment for private investment to flow into our economies. In the food system, in the food systems where I primarily work, just this year we signed a $120 million agreement with the private foundation to address the grant component. And that's across 5 countries, targeting making food systems more appealing to the youth. And with that 120 million, we're also able to bring in other partners, IFIs, to actually look at the second component, which is the investment component. As some of you know, the World Food Program and the FCFTA Secretariat signed a $2 billion agreement in July, essentially addressing the right side of that. How do we bring concessionary funding to be able to mobilize private capital? And once you have the grant component, those elements that are not investable by themselves addressed, and you have a partner that is willing to take some risk from the private sector, it's often risk sharing and also the tenure of their commitments. The IFIs, they might not give you concessionary financing depending on the economic classification of your country. But what they do bring, which you don't often get in the Eurobond or in the private credit market, is the tenure. Afreximbank is able to commit funds for 20 years. African Development Bank, the same. And by bringing in that component that allows businesses to thrive in the early years and generate an appeal to increased investment, then you're able to speak the same language with the KKRs, with the BlackRocks of this world, in terms of institutional flows of funds towards our own continental development. And I just wanted to focus on the block in the middle here, where on the extreme left, of course, we have talked about everything that needs to go in that is not financially attractive to the private sector and that requires public funding or grant funding to actually kick off. But in the middle here, we have revenue generation projects. These are essential to ensure that communities that are disenfranchised by the movement, by bringing in large-scale capital, actually remain relevant within their own space. We have seen that, for example, in Kenya, I visited Hell's Gate National Park, and you have people that actually sell souvenirs. They have markets to sell souvenirs to tourists that enter. When you go to Hell's Gate National Park near Naivasha, you also get local guides, the Maasai, that take you through the park, and they earn decent living through doing that within their own communities. And those activities bring in more tourists, and by so doing, you have the entrance fees that they pay to actually just enter the park. And those entrance fees, a portion of that could go towards community development. And therefore, you make sure that those people that are not willing to move to Nairobi, to the big economic centers, also have livelihoods based on the natural capital that they have owned and lived on for generations. But more importantly, to the point that Adama was talking about in terms of diversification of our economies, the portfolio of private investment is critical. If we want to move towards the direction of Vietnam, Malaysia, China, we have mentioned most of this, we need to make sure that the private sector is empowered, but also attracts the right kind of capital for the stage of development in which they are. What this investment fund does is that it provides credit mainly to the SMEs, to the startups. It's able to take outsized risk because we have the concessionary capital. Having done so, once you have traction to a certain level, you're then able to securitize and bring in equity. So other investors are now able to buy shares within those companies or to issue bonds. And then the institutional investors that have clearly defined risk tolerance levels and parameters, they're able to buy those bonds because they create a mix that is preferable in their portfolio, and that brings greater diversification. So in conclusion, I just wanted us to look at the last element, which is critical to ensuring that we have everyone on board doing the same thing, but also to make sure that the engagement we have at the beginning is also measured across the implementation phase of or the lifespan of the consortium. I believe it was the permanent secretary earlier in the day was talking about what gets measured gets managed. And if you don't measure anything, you don't manage, you're not able to manage effectively. And this is also the interest when we speak with bankers, when you speak with foundations, when you speak with IFIs, when you speak with donors, the questions always boils down to how do we measure success? At the end of 5 years, at the end of 20 years, at the end of 50 years, how do we measure success? Of course, globally, we have the 1.5 Celsius ceiling to temperature increase versus pre-industrial times. But when you're talking at a project level, you need concrete, specific, measurable goals and outcomes. And these are some of the outcomes that would be essential, particularly when we are talking about a consortium targeting specifically the Congo Basin. And the results framework will focus on the protection. So the first and primary goal is to make sure that we protect the Congo Basin as a carbon sink and natural capital. By simply doing so, you're already speaking the language of COP in general, but also you have fund managers with $6 trillion, or the Norwegian fund with $1.5 trillion that are looking at sustainable investments. And the key way to do so is, unless the technology advances elsewhere, for now, the primary way we can do so is through carbon offsets. And the Congo Basin gives you that opportunity. By protecting, you can demonstrate that you're offsetting this million metric tons of carbon being emitted into the atmosphere. And therefore, there is a price element that can be attached to that, and it is measurable over time in terms of the square meters that have remained intact, in terms of those that have been rejuvenated. And then the second component, which is of interest to our governments, to the communities, is actually the transformation of the lives of the people that are directly dependent on this natural capital. How do we ensure that their lives remain sustainable even without having to cut trees to sell timber? And that is simple and measurable, because we look at a baseline. Maybe they are currently getting 90% of their income through activities related to deforestation. 2 years down the line, we want to measure household income, and then we measure what is the percentage of that household income is now being derived from sources outside the direct exploitation of the basin. And then, of course, I've already mentioned the sustainable restoration and management of the Congo Basin. This is where we bring in the local communities and the international community in terms of grants and investment towards the restoration of the Congo Basin. What we have lost, we need to build back to make sure that we increase the amount of carbon that is sunk within the Congo Basin. And tied to that is to make sure that there is local ownership and management of our own natural capital. And the last and most prominent and relevant to this discussion is, of course, how then do we build how do we diversify and build new industries that are not directly dependent on our natural capital? And this is the extreme right component that I spoke about in the last slide. And with that, I just want to say thank you very much, and I'll be happy to take any questions after.
Je crois que je vais demander à M. Nyassa et Adama déjà de monter sur le podium pour que s'il y a une seule question, il va y avoir très peu de temps, mais quand même, s'il y a une question qui puisse être en mesure de répondre. Je vais encore rappeler que M. Nyacha est le conseiller régional du PAM, Programme alimentaire mondial, spécialiste de financement innovant. Il nous a indiqué l'approche par laquelle la combinaison des fonds publics, de revenus et des projets générateurs de revenus et de portefeuilles d'investissement peuvent être combinés, non seulement pour la restauration des ressources du bassin du Congo, mais leur mobilisation pour un meilleur piège à carbone et des meilleurs mécanismes de survie pour les populations vivant dans cette zone-là. Après cette intervention-là, nous allons inviter maintenant M. Gessese, s'il est connecté. Qui est connecté les deux directement ici? Daniel Cassier est connecté. Je voudrais avoir celui qui est connecté directement. La présentation. Qui gère la présentation? C'est ici ou c'est là-bas?
C'est Jean-Claude. Jean-Claude.
Non, il dit de mettre et toi tu avances. Ok. Can I upload the presentation then?
Yeah. No.
La présentation est déjà là. Daniel, vous nous suivez? Vous nous suivez? Vous avez 10 minutes pour votre présentation. Vous pouvez y aller directement. Monsieur Daniel Ngassiki, est-ce que vous nous suivez? Est-ce que vous êtes connecté, vous nous suivez? Non, c'est francophone. Est-ce que M. Daniel Ngassiki nous suit? En attendant que M. Daniel Ngassiki se connecte, est-ce qu'il y a une ou deux questions pour Adama? Ah, il est là déjà.
Vous m'entendez?
Très bien.
Là, vous m'entendez?
Très
Ok.
bien.
Merci beaucoup.
Vous avez donc moins de 10 minutes parce que vous avez grignoté sur vos minutes. Allez-y.
Bon, ok. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous salue toutes et tous, tout protocole respecté. Je vais aller très vite, mais je vais commencer mon propos en saluant et en remerciant la CEA Bureau sous-régional Afrique centrale de m'avoir invité comme panéliste. Par-delà, intuitif personnel, par-delà ma fonction d'ambassadeur, et je suis ici en tant que panéliste. Ce que je vais vous livrer fait partie d'une nouvelle pensée qui permet justement d'accéder à certaines solutions de financement innovant. Nous allons pour cela essayer de voir comment nous apprécions le contexte et quelle est la vision et les choix et les principes qui nous guident lorsque nous réfléchissons ou proposons des solutions de finances innovantes et inclusives. Donc, pour le contexte, nous pouvons faire la page suivante. Page suivante. Voilà, le contexte, c'est le contexte que Allô? Allô?
Nous vous suivons.
D'accord. Donc, le contexte, c'est celui qui a été notamment présenté par M. Adama. Je vais donc aller rapidement pour dire que le poids de la dette et les déficits dans lesquels nous nous trouvons ne permettent pas, pour ce qui concerne le financement, les solutions de financement, pouvoir compter sur la dette. Et donc, l'idéal serait pour nous, pour l'Afrique, de pouvoir rechercher des solutions de financement par fonds propres. Le tableau qui est ici ne montre que le contexte, et comme le temps m'est compté, le contexte est donc celui d'une Afrique avec peu de financement pour soutenir son développement. Donc, nous pouvons aller à la page suivante. Diapo suivant, s'il vous plaît. Le diapo suivant, s'il vous plaît. Voilà. Donc, pour ce qui concerne... Non, le diapo précédent. Voilà. Il s'agit donc pour l'Afrique de marcher sans concession vers la liberté, l'enrichissement financier en évitant toute subordination financière, parce que nous attirons l'attention des Africains que nous sommes tous, qu'il y a dans le financement également des risques. L'un des risques, c'est que la dette peut être conçue comme un des moyens d'asservissement des peuples, parce que ça se fait par la guerre ou par la dette, ce qui fait que nous ne devrions pas, compte tenu de notre histoire, continuer à chercher des solutions qui peuvent tout simplement avoir comme effet l'asservissement. Pour cela, nous devons tirer le plus grand profit possible du capital naturel. Pour cela, il y a lieu, notamment pour les États, de prendre la posture de propriétaire par rapport au capital naturel. Donc, quand il y a des solutions, de se positionner en situation d'associé ou de copropriétaire. Il y a aussi comme préoccupation de pouvoir avoir comme stratégie d'enrichissement la formation de masse et de qualité en termes de capital humain. Diapo suivant. Voilà. Ce que nous voulons dire, c'est que celui qui se finance sur les capitaux propres bénéficie du levier des intérêts composés. Tandis que celui qui ne fait que s'endetter est, lui, sous le fardeau exponentiel des capitaux, des intérêts versés aux capitaux empruntés. En particulier, d'une manière générale, le capitalisme attribue les privilèges et les victoires à celui qui détient du capital. Et il attribue les fardeaux et les défaites à celui qui ne dispose pas de titre de propriété rémunéré. Donc, étant donné que l'Afrique dispose d'un capital naturel important, il est également nécessaire pour nous de nous comporter en propriétaires, donc propriétaires de ce capital-là. Diapo suivant. Alors, nous avons retenu donc l'idée de consortium. Même pour le consortium, nous devons aller tenir compte de ces mêmes principes, à savoir que le consortium pourrait être composé des États membres du bassin du Congo d'office et également les particuliers pour leurs apports, des particuliers et principalement autant que possible et au maximum, pour le maximum, les Africains. Le financement du consortium par des capitaux externes n'est pas exclu, mais cela devrait concerner seulement les subventions et les dons et le financement de projets à haut rendement, de sorte que ceux-ci puissent restituer en intérêt, en charge d'intérêt sur leur rendement, les intérêts qu'on aurait eu à prendre. Slide encore suivant. Slide suivant, nous venons de dire presque la même chose. Le slide suivant. Voilà. Pour le financement, vous voyez qu'il y a deux catégories de financement. Il y a des financements innovants ne dépendant pas des États et qui sont pourtant liés à la valorisation du capital naturel du bassin du Congo. Sans faire leur inventaire, nous avons entendu ici parler notamment des fonds climatiques et les engagements internationaux pris par les pays industrialisés dans le cadre de la lutte contre le changement climatique, en relation avec la stature du bassin du Congo comme deuxième poumon écologique de la planète. Ça, ce sont des financements. Nous pouvons en attendre beaucoup, mais ça ne dépend pas spécialement de nous. L'intervenant Adama, qui a fait le chapeau de nos présentations, a signalé le cas notamment des 100 milliards de dollars qui sont promis et qui, jusqu'à présent, depuis la COP 15 en 2009, ne sont que des promesses. Il a illustré dans le même graphique que nous avons dans le slide suivant. Slide suivant. Donc, là-dedans, nous avons le cas, par exemple, du Fonds bleu pour le bassin du Congo, qui est une des solutions de ce type-là, et dans lequel les pays ont mis en commun et actuellement un plan d'investissement de 10 milliards de dollars. La BDAC a été sélectionnée pour remplir le mandat d'hébergement et de gestion de la ligne de crédit du Fonds bleu du bassin du Congo. Nous attendons donc l'avènement d'un marché du carbone souverain pour avoir des fonds, des financements par ce biais-là. Mais ce que nous soulignons, c'est que les promesses sont toujours là. Slide suivant. Il y a beaucoup de promesses, mais peu de paroles sont tenues, sont remplies. C'est pourquoi il vaut mieux se pencher sur les financements dépendant des États de l'Afrique centrale eux-mêmes, parmi lesquels, l'occasion est bonne donc pour les souligner rapidement, il y a la fiscalité traditionnelle sur la production, les transactions et les résultats des entreprises, les modalités de partage de production applicables à l'exploitation des ressources humaines, la constitution d'un fonds souverain régional, si possible, greffé au consortium. Et surtout, ce qui nous semble comme des mines de diamants inexploitées, la création, l'émission et la commercialisation des actions de l'État dépourvues du droit de vote. Il s'agit de véritablement d'une solution à la fois entre les mains des pays africains et une solution innovante. Parce qu'on peut avoir plusieurs solutions innovantes, bon, qui la plupart, quand on continue de parler de couverture des risques, de fonds participatifs, c'est devenu des solutions innovantes, mais d'un certain âge. Mais la solution pour laquelle, en tant que vraiment économiste financier, ancien secrétaire général de la Banque centrale, aujourd'hui ambassadeur, Je dis, après avoir étudié tout cela, la création, l'émission et la commercialisation des actions de l'État dépourvues du droit de vote, c'est vraiment l'océan que nous pouvons, un océan fait pour le développement de l'Afrique, mais un océan que nous ne voyons pas comme nous pouvons avoir des mines de diamants. On est pauvre, mais sur des mines de diamants parce qu'on ne connaît pas ces mines de diamants et parce que l'on n'a pas mis ces mines les diamants en question sur le marché. Donc, on peut être riche comme nous le sommes, on dit de l'Afrique qu'elle est riche, mais elle est riche sur des choses qu'elle ne maîtrise pas et sur des choses qu'elle n'exploite pas pour des choses qu'elle ne met pas sur le marché. Les entreprises se financent de plusieurs façons, par la dette, par les bénéfices, mais aussi par émission des actions de l'État sans droit de vote. Mais pour ce qui concerne les États, il suffit tout simplement d'exclure le droit de vote et nous pouvons mettre des actions de l'État sur les marchés et acquérir beaucoup d'argent par ce biais-là. Slide suivant. Après avoir dit ça, nous pouvons... voilà. Donc, c'est un peu le mécanisme qui est expliqué sur ce slide. L'État est en partie propriétaire du capital naturel et de revenus futurs à perpétuité. Je constate que de nombreux économistes parlent de la richesse en termes de PIB, surtout de PIB, qui n'est que de la comptabilité. Moi, je suis de la finance et en finance, nous tenons compte non seulement des revenus que la comptabilité a déjà pris en compte, parce que c'est le présent, c'est l'existant, mais en finance, on tient compte également de tout ce qui concerne le futur. Alors, le processus de l'État qui peut émettre des actions sans droit de vote lui permettant de lever d'importants financements non remboursables par émission des actions de l'État sans droit de vote, on peut raisonner comme ceci très rapidement. Nous avons du capital naturel, humain, et on peut additionner toute forme de capitaux. Ces capitaux, on sait avec certitude qu'ils vont nous apporter des revenus nets futurs à l'État. Et quand un financier a cette information-là, il peut procéder pour les revenus, les richesses qui sont dans le futur, les actualiser aujourd'hui. Et quand on fait cela mathématiquement, on arrive à trouver que les États sont des mines de capitaux de valeur illimitée, donc vraiment inépuisable, comme une mine de diamants qu'on ne voit pas. Et pour cela, donc, pour que cela soit perçu, il s'agit de créer des actions de l'État sans droit de vote qui permettent de mettre cette valeur-là méconnue sur le marché. Parce que c'est comme vous avez des diamants, vous ne connaissez pas ces diamants. Vous découvrez qu'il y a des diamants, vous pouvez croire que c'est des pierres sans valeur. Il s'agit de prendre ces pierres, en réalité les mettre sur le marché. Les gens qui sont sur le marché sauront mieux que vous reconnaître les diamants en question, qui sont donc les actions de l'État sans droit de vote. Je rencontre beaucoup de gens qui ne croient pas trop aux actions de l'État, mais c'est comme j'avais un vieux arrière-grand-père qui ne savait pas reconnaître le diamant quand il est dans la boue avant d'être travaillé. Donc, nous sommes beaucoup de nombreux Africains ne connaissons pas les diamants qu'on appelle les actions de l'État sans droit de vote. Il est temps de les connaître, de les mettre sur le marché. Comme la valeur de l'État est infinie, je vous dis, le problème de financement peut avoir trouvé une solution. Mais tout simplement, jusqu'à présent, nous ne voyons pas cette solution-là parce que ça relève de la finance et de l'actualisation du futur. Mais les financiers font cela tous les jours. Les boursiers font cela tous les jours. On bourse, on raisonne comme cela. On achète une entreprise parce que, non pas que l'entreprise fait des bénéfices aujourd'hui, mais si on la redresse, elle fera des bénéfices comme cela. Je tiens à ce niveau-là à vous rappeler que l'homme le plus riche du monde est un Africain de 51 ans. L'homme le plus riche du monde est né en Afrique. Il a 51 ans, il s'est naturalisé américain et il s'appelle Elon Musk. Voilà. Et c'est sur des procédures de cette façon-là. Ces biens sont sur les actions, sur les marchés. Aujourd'hui, il va jusqu'au Bitcoin qu'on met sur le marché.
Monsieur Gassaki, il reste 2 minutes. pouvez conclure.
2 minutes, je vais conclure pour dire que voici le cadran qui est présenté. Nous avons l'État qui est propriétaire de capital naturel et autres. Première phase. Nous allons à la deuxième phase 2. La valeur en capital financier de l'État est très élevée, sinon illimitée. Il est illimité s'il y a une politique de finance derrière. Nous savons comment faire cela et devant des financiers même du monde entier, nous pouvons démontrer que la valeur de l'État peut tendre vers l'infini. À partir de là, on va au cadran 3 où justement l'État peut s'enrichir et trouver, vendre ces actions-là et trouver de l'argent. On aura donc ici un cercle vicieux. Les plus grands financements que l'Afrique peut mobiliser sont en Afrique. Il n'est pas nécessaire d'aller, bien entendu c'est nécessaire, mais en complément. Ce que nous allons chercher à l'étranger, c'est un complément. Le principal est sous nos pieds et est entre les mains de nos États à la seule condition qu'ils se réveillent, qu'ils prennent connaissance qu'ils ont un capital financier comme un paysan assis sur une mine de diamants. Voilà donc l'essentiel. Et quand nous aurons fait cela, l'Afrique crie toujours que son problème pour le développement, c'est l'argent qui manque. En réalité, il y a cette solution innovante qui montrera et qui conduira l'Afrique à être, chaque État, une mine de diamants. Et nous avons 54 États. Tous nos problèmes, même financer l'Union africaine et tout, on peut le faire à partir de cette innovation que nous sommes en train de mettre en place à Yaoundé intellectuellement et avec la CEA à Yaoundé, que je remercie parce qu'ils ont eu la grande intelligence de nous entendre et de le percevoir très rapidement à telle enseigne qu'ils nous ont invités à cette conférence. Je vous remercie beaucoup. Je vous remercie beaucoup. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, M. Ngasaki. Bien, une présentation très affirmative sur le rôle de l'État propriétaire des ressources naturelles, ou le rôle d'un État qui mobilise les ressources domestiques et qui ne s'enlise pas dans l'endettement et son asservissement, mais aussi des processus très sophistiqués de création d'obligations et d'actions publiques, et où l'endettement extérieur n'est qu'un moyen d'appoint, ce qui entre dans la logique même des financements des ODD qui doivent être portés par la mobilisation des ressources domestiques. Après cette présentation de M. Gassiki, nous allons immédiatement donner la parole à M. Gessese, s'il est connecté. M. Gessese est un expert très bien connu sur des questions de chaîne de valeur verte et économie verte. Il va nous parler des opportunités liées à cette économie verte, aux chaînes de valeur vertes, dans la mobilisation, la valorisation et la mobilisation des ressources à partir du capital naturel du bassin du Congo. Dear Gessese, you have the floor. You have 10 minutes exactly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Gessese, we can manipulate. We can manipulate from here in case you have some difficulty.
So far not. Can you see that one now?
We can see the presentation, please. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me also?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I am Naviya Gessese, based here in Addis, Ethiopia. I'm a natural capital assets strategist. And I'm going to talk very shortly about natural capital, then followed by the components of natural capital and some other capitals, and then jump on the concept of value chain and green value chain. Finally, I'll see how to make value chain green. Shortly, Dr. Adama Coulibaly has said a lot about natural capital, but in short, natural capital is package of renewable and non-renewable resource together that can be used by human being for its existence. Natural capital is one of the national ones that need to be seen together with other type of capital, manufacturing capital, human capital, social capital, natural capital, of course, financial capital. Okay. The financial capital is the capital that the above capitals to interact to each other to be a dynamic capital. So in order to use natural capital for a sustainable development, there is a need for strong institution and good governance. Good governance to ensure that resources are invested in education and infrastructure for capacity and national capacity building, and not used entirely for consumption. Therefore, there is a need to focus on developing human capital and social capital. And under human capital, it's to be understood that the people and their skill and knowledge, and social capital, trust, norms, and institutions. Dr. Adama Coulibaly, he talked about the relationship between the human capital and the financial system. Now, I would like us to talk about natural capital versus human capital. Actually, the thinking behind the application of this matrix is to cluster countries in the respective quadrants based on the level of human capital and endowment of their national capital. You can see that in the first quadrant, you can see low walls and low potential for sustainability, and second one, medium walls and high potential for sustainability, and the three high walls and vulnerable and low sustainability, and in the fourth, high walls and high potential for sustainability. Now, the Central African countries are categorized in a low level of human capital and abundance of natural capital. So there is a need for investing on the human and social capital to bring about development of their technological capacity to come up to quadrant 4. Now this diagram has been shown to you by Dr. Adama Coulibaly. I'm going to really focus on the bottom one, sustainable value chain. And in order to really avoid the confusion between a value chain and supply chain, I would like to say somewhat this conceptually what we mean by value chain. Actually, value chain looked at the value-adding activities or the processes from one stage to the another stage, whereas supply chain is a kind of physical transaction of goods or service from one point to another point. In value chain, there are different complex variables to be considered, whereas in supply chain, we are talking about more on transportation and the human being. Therefore, there shouldn't be really a confusion and a mess up or mix it up between value chain and supply chain. In order to show you what I mean by value chain, I just took as an example the value chain of maize farming in Cote d'Ivoire. There are two stages of value chain analysis. The first one, for example, land preparation, planting. In the middle chain, the land preparation, planting, cultivation, harvesting, drying, transporting, and this is the primary chain, where the first activity is really to prepare the land, and then planting and cultivating and so on. Therefore, at each level of the value chain, there should be analysis. This one showed actually from the cost point of view, but there should be also seen along the value chain the environmental burdens as well as the social burden. At land preparation, in this case, for example, for Cote d'Ivoire, maize farming, The land preparation consumes high fertilizer, labor, and equipment, but fertilizer is the highest cost that contributes to the end product. Planting is the second one, and at this level, there is also need for fertilizer, where again, at the planting level, fertilizer is the highest cost. Therefore, the need for taking action is where the red labeled activities. This is the kind of value chain which we are, when we are talking and referring to value chain analysis. Now, we have seen that there is a value chain, there is activities to be carried out in order to get products. Along the value chain, as we usually do, we were really focusing only on the costs in order to make the product competitive. And we looked at where action is to be taken in order to minimize or to reduce the cost to make the product competitive. But this was not anymore the case. We need nowadays to look at the environmental burdens at each level, as well as to look at the social burden at each level of the value chain. And therefore, optimizing or mitigating the negative impacts that arise as a result of certain activities along the value chain, actions need to be taken. Why? To minimize the impact on ecosystem service and biodiversity, to minimize the use of natural resource, to minimize to increase the sustainability of the resources, and optimize the consumption of the resources, and to reduce or mitigate negative environmental impact along the value chain. This is actually the general idea, the general concept, why we need to act at each stage of the value chain phases. And by doing this, we can really bring the products, the end product green, and we can the product can have also a green passport, acting at each level of the value chain to reduce, minimize, possibly avoid any negative environmental impact or activities that can cause a negative impact at each level. This includes also the bringing the low carbon footprint and low water footprint. How can we do that? This is, for example, the greenhouse gas emission along the maize production value chain. As I said, we estimated the greenhouse gas emission at each level, at each stage, at each step of the value chain, and we can see that the fertilizer at all stages, when we combine them together, there is an emission of carbon dioxide equivalent about 0.06. In general, the fertilizer application in the production of maize in Cote d'Ivoire, and for the specific area which we considered, 87.5% of the emission arises from fertilizer application. And the next one is fuel consumption. What do we mean by fuel consumption? Fuel consumption used for plowing, transportation, and so on and so on. That causes 7.8%, and residue burning. Yeah, before the plowing, tilling, there is a burning of residue, and that goes also about 4.7%. In general, along the value chain, if we reduce these greenhouse emissions or any other also environmental impacts, we mean that we can bring the end product green, and we can have that product can have a green passport to be sold all over the world. So as it fulfills the requirements to be in terms of environmental and social, as well as we act against also these environmental burdens, and see also the cost aspects. The product could have a competitive price. Now the question is, okay, we are talking about all these things. We have to really make the value chain green, and at the end the product can have the green passport, and the cost can be also be minimized or addressed in the value where the highest costs arise, and the social burden also be addressed along the value chain, and so on and so on. But how do we green the value chain? The first point is the applying the circular economy. Applying the circular economy means that reducing the exploitation of the virgin resource. One, because we are recycling already produced products, and after they finish, complete their service, it can be recycled and reused. By doing that, we can minimize the exploitation of the virgin resources. And in addition to that, all the required investment and energy to bring the products, the resource from the environment to a certain level would be also minimized, and that can also add to the minimization avoiding of the environmental impact, and that would also add the positive environmental contribution to the product. Use of low carbon energy. That means we talked about low carbon energy several times. That means application of renewable energies like wind, solar, hydro, or nuclear power. Nuclear power still, it is another question because the risk is high, although it doesn't really contribute a lot to the global warming or the carbon emission. And when we can see that this low carbon energy shouldn't be also the responsibility of the government or public enterprise. The government's responsibility, in addition to its efforts, should be facilitating or creating conducive environment to bring the private sector on board. There are many countries in Eastern Africa and in some also Western and Central Western Africa that private sector do allow to generate energy and sell to the government, but their capacity or their responsibility, the generated energy can only be transferred until the transmission unit. They can produce and bring to the transmission unit and sell it to the government. There is a so-called PPA, power purchase agreement. This power purchase agreement is an agreement. That purchase agreement is an agreement between the government and the power generating companies. They sell to the government, and the government buys this energy at the transmission point. After that is the dissemination, the distribution, and bringing to the national grid will be then the responsibility. And to do that, the private sector would be the appropriate body. In Ethiopia, for example, the geothermal is given to one of the companies from France. The geothermal is one of the new or one of the renewable energy types, and this company generates energy and sell it to the government, and the government buy, but there should be an agreement between the government and the private, the companies that generate energy before even invests to generate that energy. That agreement would be discussed clearly in the PPA, the power purchase agreement. The application of resource efficiency and cleaner production, this is now becoming really very popular in many industries. And instead of really taking or treating the pollution or treating the wastes, it would be really very important to reduce the emissions from the source by applying different mechanisms. And the third one is sustainable agricultural practice, for example, in the case of the maize farming, which I showed you as an example, applying proper type of fertilizer at the right time would be one of the sustainable way of practicing agriculture at the farm level. By doing so, we can really green the value chain. And by greening the value chain, one, we're going to have very competitive products with the green passports, and two, reduce exploitation of natural resource, and three, we are not only addressing the issue of environment and cost, we also address the issue of social, which the through pillars can be addressed together. And by doing that, we can call the value chain a green value chain. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, Monsieur Gessese. Un appel à combiner le capital naturel et le capital humain, mais aussi à s'engager vers des pratiques de production à faible empreinte carbone et qui permettent de s'engager dans l'économie circulaire et les bonnes pratiques d'agriculture durable, mais aussi les passeports verts qui assurent l'accès au marché aux produits issus des ressources naturelles de l'Afrique centrale. Avant qu'on ne passe aux questions, je veux me rassurer si M. Tabouna est connecté cette fois. M. Tabouna de la CEAC est-il connecté?
Oui, je suis connecté, monsieur. Bonjour.
Bonjour, M. Tabouna. Tabouna est commissaire CEAC en matière d'environnement et développement durable. Il va donc nous parler pendant 10 minutes des opportunités sur les consortiums, sur les ressources naturelles, mais aussi des défis et les mobilisations nécessaires pour qu'on puisse y arriver. Commissaire Tabouna, vous avez donc 10 minutes. À vous la parole.
Oui, monsieur, bonjour. Donc, je suis Honoré Tabouna, commissaire en charge de l'environnement, ressources naturelles, agriculture et développement durable rural au sein de la commission de la CEAC. Je voudrais d'abord remercier la CEA pour l'invitation et me donner l'opportunité de parler rapidement des enjeux ou bien de la vision que nous avons du consortium. Je crois qu'en suivant les uns les autres, ils ont déjà présenté tout le potentiel en capital naturel de l'Afrique centrale. On n'y reviendra plus. Mais nous avons pensé qu'en Afrique centrale, après toute la réflexion que nous avons menée ici depuis 2009 pour la transformation structurelle de l'économie des ressources naturelles, donc du capital de ressources naturelles de l'Afrique centrale, et il était temps qu'on passe maintenant aux actions. Et pour passer aux actions, nous avons mis en place ici ce que nous appelons à la fois un outil, une approche, une vision et un modèle, le système de l'économie verte en Afrique centrale. Nous voulons bien valoriser, mais il faudrait tenir compte de la protection de l'environnement. C'est ce système de l'économie verte en Afrique centrale que nous avons fait adopter au chef d'État en 2015 au sein de la CEAC. Et dans le cadre de ce système, nous avons plusieurs piliers. On peut parler du pilier institutionnel, on peut parler du pilier politique, on peut parler du pilier financier et le pilier technique opérationnel avec les programmes, mais c'est surtout le pilier coopération, partenariat et collaboration. Parce que quand on regarde l'Afrique centrale, il y a bien entendu les États, nous avons des ONG internationales. Alors, comment on peut travailler? Donc, voilà pourquoi nous avons pensé que pour que nous ayons une vision commune entre les États, la CEAC, la commission de la CEAC, avec ses institutions spécialisées, les agences d'exécution et l'ensemble des partenaires techniques financiers, l'idée géniale serait, comme on le fait partout dans le cadre des business, puisqu'on est en train de parler en fait du business ici, c'est de monter un consortium. Bon, nous avons imaginé, dans le cadre de la recherche en Afrique centrale, le consortium sur la recherche d'innovation et la formation pour le développement en Afrique centrale. C'était en 2012. Donc, en s'inspirant de cette approche, le consortium, bien entendu, en s'appuyant sur tous les consortiums qui existent dans le monde, nous avons, à partir de là, pensé que pour réussir ce que nous n'avons pas réussi jusque-là, dans la valorisation du capital de ressources naturelles en Afrique centrale, c'est de monter ce consortium entre la CEAC et tous les partenaires qui sont impliqués dans la valorisation des ressources naturelles. Et parmi ces partenaires, il y a la CEA. Et voilà pourquoi nous avons commencé lors de la dernière réunion du CE à Brazzaville à présenter ce consortium entre la CEAC, la CEA, la FAO, la Banque de développement de l'Afrique centrale, pour aller de l'avant. Alors, il est question ici, dans le cas de ce consortium-là, de se mettre ensemble pour avoir une vision commune, pour que nous essayions, ou bien nous fassions cet effort-là dans le cadre du plan stratégique 2021-2025, adopté par les chefs d'État le 27 novembre 2020, ici à Libreville, de passer de la réflexion à l'action dans le cadre de l'économie du capital naturel de l'Afrique centrale. Voilà ce sur quoi on s'est mis d'accord. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, si j'interviens, c'est pour voir comment on peut y faire. Alors, l'un des objectifs dans ce consortium-là, une fois qu'on s'est mis d'accord sur cette vision qui se trouve dans le plan stratégique, c'est passer, disons déjà, à la mise en œuvre des programmes. Nous avons, dans le cadre du système de l'économie verte en Afrique centrale, je vous ai dit qu'il y a un pilier que nous avons intitulé pilier technique opérationnel avec plusieurs programmes. Programmes sur l'économie des produits forestiers non ligneux, programmes sur l'économie des produits forestiers non ligneux. Donc, à partir de là, nous avons besoin maintenant d'aller, entre autres, à la recherche de financement, puisque nous avons les programmes. Donc, l'un des défis, c'est se mettre d'accord sur les programmes. De toute façon, il n'y a pas à se mettre d'accord puisque nous les avons fait adopter auprès des chefs d'État de la sous-région. Le deuxième niveau, c'est comment on s'organise avec un secrétariat qui sera basé à la CEAC pour faire de la coordination, qui est le métier en fait de la commission de la CEAC. Et l'autre défi, c'est comment mobiliser des ressources pour financer, disons, ces programmes. Mais il faudrait dire ici que dans le travail qui est fait au niveau de la CEAC, au niveau de la commission, qui est en place depuis le 1er septembre 2020 et qui a commencé ses activités en janvier 2020, les chefs d'État nous ont demandé d'avoir dorénavant des programmes à durée déterminée qui pourront substituer ou bien qui vont substituer les programmes à durée déterminée qu'on avait naguère dans la sous-région, dont les impacts socio-économiques ont été faibles, peut-être parfois même très faibles, disons même insuffisants. Donc, nous avons là au niveau des programmes. Et pour qu'il y ait beaucoup d'impact que nous sommes en train de chercher, chaque État membre de la CEAC, nous nous sommes mis d'accord, devrait être leader d'un programme. Et alors, à ce moment-là, on verra comment, avec les partenaires dans le cadre de ce consortium, se distribuer les rôles. Parce que l'une des choses que nous avons, disons même insuffisantes, que les rôles ne sont pas bien définis, ne sont pas bien précis entre les partenaires. Donc, l'un des défis, c'est bien définir quel est le rôle de la CEAC, quel est le rôle de CEA et quel est le rôle de chaque partenaire qui sera dans le consortium. Voilà un peu pour dire comment nous voyons ce consortium-là et que nous appelons de tous nos voeux. Bien entendu, il faudrait encore qu'on en discute comme dans tous les points. Et ce que nous sommes en train de faire ici, c'est une approche managériale. Je crois que quelqu'un a dû faire la présentation, comment les consortiums marchent dans le monde. Et c'est ce que nous voulons faire. Nous voulons de plus en plus, au niveau de la CEAC, sortir des discours, sortir des questions, sortir de tout ce narratif du système international qui, à la fin, a dû produire peut-être certains résultats. Mais ceux qui sont attendus par les secteurs privés, par les populations, à travers la valorisation du capital naturel, nous en sommes encore très loin. Mais nous pensons qu'à partir de ce consortium, nous pourrons être proches de ce que nous sommes en train de chercher. Voilà, mesdames, messieurs, quelques éléments par rapport à ce qui m'a été demandé d'échanger, de partager avec les participants qui sont soit en présentiel ou en distanciel dans le cadre de cet événement. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Tabouna. Les cheminements que nous avons faits depuis Brazzaville, les chefs d'État de la sous-région ont déjà avalisé le concept. Maintenant, il faut avancer, appeler à d'autres partenariats, définir les rôles des uns des autres, en essayant de promouvoir un modèle managérial inspiré du secteur privé. Un appel à d'autres grands acteurs de la sous-région à venir se joindre à la CEA, à la FAO, à la CEAC et à la BDAC qui sont déjà parties prenantes au consortium. C'est donc un appel à nous tous pour venir nous joindre au projet. Je vais donc donner la parole aux deux derniers acteurs. Je crois que le Congo a émis le vœu, c'est cela, je parle sous contrôle d'Adama. Le Congo a émis le vœu de partager une expérience sur la mobilisation des ressources naturelles à partir d'initiatives pharmaceutiques. C'est cela, Adama? Oui, nous allons donc donner 5 minutes au Congo pour partager son expérience avant de partager quelques idées sur l'initiative sur le développement du marché carbone en Afrique centrale de la CEA. Congo-Brazzaville, oui. Monsieur Dika, allez-y. Ça commence à être 4. Hein? Très bien. 5 minutes ronde. Vous avez la parole.
Monsieur le modérateur et mesdames, messieurs, tout protocole respecté, je crois que je vais intervenir. Tout a été dit. Nous avions parlé du consortium. Nous avons parlé de cette chaîne de valeur des produits verts, les ressources naturelles. Je voulais intervenir juste au niveau des programmes, puisque tout a été déjà défini au niveau des programmes. Et à ce niveau des programmes, je voulais m'arrêter en ce qui concerne les ressources végétales, les plantes médicinales. Les plantes médicinales. Vous l'avez dans ce programme sur les plantes médicinales. Je me réfère, vous avez vu, je venais de rentrer à ce plan de Lagos, le plan d'action de Lagos. On a dit tout, en particulier les plantes médicinales. Et j'avais souhaité, dans ce patrimoine que nous possédons, à partir de nos forêts, le bassin du Congo, l'exploitation de ces plantes médicinales. Vous savez, nous avons ici aussi, dans ce cadre, dans ce chaîne de valeur des plantes vertes, nous avions vu l'action de ces plantes médicinales. Nous avons aussi un capital, le capital humain, tous ces guérisseurs. Nous avons vu aussi ce savoir-faire avec tous ces guérisseurs-là. Et nous avons le dernier événement que nous avions vécu sur le Covid-19. Vous avez vu chacun, dans toutes les familles, chacun avec son produit puisqu'on avait prédit qu'avec le Covid, l'Afrique, la population africaine va disparaître. Enfin, pourrait disparaître. Et vous avez vu tout ce qui a été mis en œuvre par-ci, par-là, à partir de ces plantes médicinales pour résister contre cette maladie. Vous saviez tout ce potentiel, tout ce capital qui existe pour soigner la tension artérielle. Pour soigner la tension artérielle, pour soigner ceci, telle maladie ou telle maladie à partir de toutes ces plantes. Donc, nous avons un capital qui existe. Et c'est ce programme sur l'exploitation des plantes médicinales que je voulais introduire dans le cadre de ce consortium, dans le cadre de la valorisation de ce patrimoine vert que nous possédons au niveau ne parlant que de cela, du bassin du Congo, deuxième bassin du monde. Je suis, c'est vrai, je suis connu ici, directeur de cabinet, mais je suis professeur Louembe, professeur de biologie moléculaire, l'université Mariangwabi à Brazzaville. Je vous remercie.
Merci, professeur. Merci, directeur de cabinet. Quelle des compétences ici. Nous prenons bonne note de cette belle proposition qui déjà a été mobilisée. Le secrétaire général de l'industrie du Cameroun est ici par une initiative présidentielle au Cameroun qui la seule accompagne le développement de la chaîne de valeur pharmaceutique. À partir de la pharmacopée, l'inventaire des ressources pharmaceutiques, jusqu'à l'intégration du Cameroun dans la chaîne de valeur des médicaments au niveau sous-régional, s'inspirant du contexte Covid, comme vous l'avez fait. Nous prenons donc bonne note. Dernière intervention, c'est sur l'initiative sur le développement du marché de carbone, les opportunités pour l'Afrique centrale, les défis relatifs, et où est-ce que nous en sommes au niveau de la SER, et peut-être appeler nos États à jouer le rôle qu'ils doivent jouer dans cette initiative. Jean-Paul, vous avez 10 minutes.
Merci beaucoup Jean-Luc, et merci beaucoup à tous les présentateurs. Je vous félicite tous pour la qualité de vos interventions. Et avant de passer sur la question des marchés de carbone dans le bassin du Congo, que ma présentation sera très courte, je voudrais réfléchir un peu sur l'idée d'un consortium dans le contexte de la COP27 qui déroule toujours. Ce n'est pas terminé. Et d'ailleurs, les dernières informations, c'est que les négociations risquent de se prolonger jusqu'à dimanche le 20. Normalement, ça se termine demain, mais la probabilité, c'est que nous aurons des négociations qui vont durer plus que prévu. Et ce qui est clair, c'est la difficulté de mobiliser les ressources promises. Les 100 milliards sont aussi loin aujourd'hui qu'elles n'ont jamais été. Et il y a une vraie réticence de la part des pays développés qui sont partis de l'accord de Paris à faire des vrais efforts à augmenter les ressources mobilisées. Ce qui en suit, c'est il y a aussi une détermination des parties africaines à insister que les pays développés gardent leurs promesses, mais il y a aussi une démarche très forte de la part des pays africains à développer des mécanismes, à mobiliser mieux les ressources sur le continent africain même. Et ce consortium, l'idée d'un consortium est tout à fait dans ce sens. L'idée d'un consortium aussi permet d'avoir l'effet d'échelle, parce que beaucoup des problèmes justement pour la mobilisation des ressources financières par les pays africains sont liés au fait que dans nos pays respectifs, nous avons parfois des petits projets. Je suis actuellement bien sûr dans la CEA, mais je suis originaire des Seychelles. Et je sais que quand on regarde l'ensemble de tous les projets aux Seychelles, nous avons plusieurs projets qui coûtent peut-être $100 000 ici, $200 000 là-bas, peut-être par ici ou par là, il y a quelques projets qui dépassent 1 million. Mais dans la totalité, en termes d'investissement, ça représente des coûts pas très élevés. Et je crois que le problème se reproduit dans d'autres pays, ou même peut-être si les sommes montent à plusieurs dizaines de millions par rapport aux sommes investies souvent, si on regarde par exemple dans le secteur de l'énergie, des investissements de plusieurs milliards sont la norme. Et la réduction du coût de l'investissement est très importante si nous avons cet effet d'échelle. Et c'est là où je crois nous avons l'importance d'un consortium. L'autre problématique qu'on essaye de résoudre et que les pays africains ont mis en avant sur la journée sur le financement climatique qui était le mercredi dernier, c'était l'effet de l'impact du risque dans l'investissement sur le continent africain. Le coût de l'investissement en Afrique est souvent plus élevé parce que la perception du risque est beaucoup plus élevée. Et nous savons que les pays, on appelle ça parfois en anglais le Africa Premium. Et le fait qu'un investisseur qui vient en Afrique, même un investisseur étranger qui prête de l'argent, même dans les pays développés, quand il vient en Afrique, souvent doit payer davantage à assurer son argent ou assurer l'investissement. Et ça fait que le coût du capital en Afrique est beaucoup plus élevé. Encore, le consortium pourrait aider et j'ai noté les idées, par exemple, à utiliser des financements mixtes ou en anglais de blended finance pour permettre la réduction des coûts. Et je crois que, et avant de passer sur les marchés de carbone dans le bassin du Congo, j'ai quand même quelques questions pour le présentateur. En premier lieu, j'ai noté la possibilité de mobiliser des fonds et après de reprêter vers des PME. Et la question qui se pose, est-ce que cela se ferait par les banques de développement régionales ou nationales? Parce que nous allons créer un consortium, mais après, ce n'est pas une banque. Et alors, comment envisageons-nous les relations entre le consortium et les banques qui existent déjà et le transfert des ressources dans ce contexte? Et puis, la deuxième question, c'est que l'idée d'un consortium encore, je crois, c'est une très bonne idée, mais nous avons déjà le Fonds bleu du Congo, par exemple, le Fonds bleu pour le bassin du Congo, qui sera le fonds, par exemple, pour les marchés de carbone. Et comment est-ce que nous voyons le lien entre l'idée d'un consortium et des fonds qui existent comme le Fonds bleu pour le bassin du Congo? Comment est-ce que nous envisageons l'interaction entre ces initiatives sans tomber dans la duplication et d'assurer que vraiment il y a un effet de complémentarité? Je pense que c'est effectivement possible. Je voudrais demander qu'on fasse une réflexion plus détaillée à ce sujet. Passons aux questions du soutien qu'amène la CEA pour les pays du bassin du Congo. Nous avons eu la demande exprimée par la présidente technique de la coordination pour le Fonds bleu du bassin du Congo, Madame la ministre, Son Excellence Madame la ministre Arlette Soudan-Nono, la ministre de l'Environnement, du Développement durable du bassin du Congo, de la République du Congo. Elle a exprimé le souhait au nom de tous les pays à la CEA lors du Forum régional sur le développement durable en Afrique qui a eu lieu à Kigali, que la CEA appuie les pays du bassin du Congo à développer la capacité pour l'émission des crédits de carbone par les pays du bassin du Congo à travers le Fonds bleu du Congo. Ce travail a été fait surtout en développant un protocole harmonisé pour mesurer les crédits de carbone, pour mesurer les émissions de gaz à effet de serre, et qui permet ensuite la régulation des crédits de carbone dans un registre régional. Ce projet de registre a été présenté vendredi dernier à la COP27 dans le pavillon de la Commission du bassin du Congo. Et ce registre régional propose, en fait, c'est le premier registre proposé sur la base régionale à notre connaissance dans le monde. Et c'est un registre, en fait, qui permet même les pays à faible capacité à émettre des crédits de carbone sur un registre de haute intégrité. C'est très important parce que nous avons eu des cas dans le passé dans les pays africains où des crédits de carbone ont été émis, mais en fait, l'argent n'est jamais venu en Afrique. Et les crédits de carbone ont été échangés sur des bourses dans les pays européens ou asiatiques, mais il n'y a pas eu d'investissement dans les pays d'Afrique. Mais le nom du crédit du carbone a été apporté parfois sur le nom d'un pays africain. Alors l'idée, c'est de renforcer la capacité des pays, et je voudrais dire que pour l'instant, le registre régional est un registre volontaire, et c'est-à-dire qu'un pays a tout le droit à émettre des crédits de carbone en son nom propre, sans passer par le registre régional. Mais nous estimons que la qualité et l'intégrité du registre régional va permettre qu'à long terme, le prix qu'on aura pour les crédits de carbone à travers le registre régional va quand même attirer tous les pays à utiliser ce registre. Nous félicitons des pays qui sont déjà très avancés dans la question d'émission des crédits de carbone, notamment le Gabon, qui a fait un travail exceptionnel et je dirais qu'il n'y a pas vraiment besoin de l'appui du registre régional. Et d'ailleurs, Je pense que dans le travail que nous allons faire, nous allons continuer de faire pour la mise en place du registre, que ça sera un travail d'apprentissage mutuel. Le travail du registre régional va bâtir sur le travail déjà fait par le Gabon, et le Gabon pourrait aussi travailler en collaboration avec le registre régional pour avoir un effet de soutien mutuel. L'idée encore, c'est de bâtir des compétences à travers des projets types dans le registre régional. Et alors, on a fait une étude déjà des différents projets qui existaient dans les pays et on a regardé les paramètres par rapport aux besoins des marchés internationaux pour les crédits de carbone et qui permet des projets types pour l'instant dans 4 secteurs. Les 4 secteurs sont la réforestation, la gestion des forêts déjà existantes et surtout en développant l'écotourisme, des activités et liées à ça des activités agroforestières. Il y a aussi l'investissement dans l'énergie renouvelable pour des communautés qui habitent dans des régions de grande importance pour la biodiversité. Et il y a aussi la production du riz à travers des méthodes d'irrigation modernes et qui permet la réduction de l'intensité des émissions de gaz de méthane. Ces projets types, pour l'instant que dans 4 secteurs, mais nous allons élargir ces projets types pour travailler dans les pays, les cadres qui peuvent alors proposer des projets pour l'investissement par soit des investisseurs dans le pays ou des investissements qui viendront de l'extérieur. Un élément clé aussi, c'est un principe du registre, c'est de faire l'émission, ce qu'on appelle des émissions des crédits souverains, c'est-à-dire des crédits qui vont être liés au cadre établi par, j'oublie l'abréviation en français, mais en anglais c'est le UNFCCC, c'est la convention cadre sur le changement climatique. Et ça, c'est en fait une forme c'est d'assurer la souveraineté de l'émission des crédits de carbone de chaque pays, même si c'est dans le cadre d'un crédit régional, d'un registre régional, et assurer aussi, encore une fois, la haute intégrité de ces crédits de carbone. Et l'idée encore de ce registre, c'est à travers le Fonds bleu du Congo, du bassin du Congo, c'est d'attirer des investissements de grande envergure, de permettre une action transformatrice dans les communautés, dans les pays du bassin du Congo. Monsieur le Président, je crois que je m'arrête là parce que j'avais prévu 5 minutes, je crois que j'ai dépassé un peu, mais je suis très intéressé par l'idée du consortium et je crois qu'il y a un vrai potentiel de faire la liaison entre l'idée du consortium et le développement des marchés de carbone pour les pays du bassin du Congo et aussi pour tout le continent africain. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Jean-Paul, pour cette économie sur l'initiative de développement de marché de carbone en Afrique centrale. L'Afrique centrale a déjà pris une bonne initiative à travers le Gabon. Nous sommes conscients de nos problèmes, on a commencé à réfléchir. Ça va être une pierre sur laquelle on va bâtir pour un registre crédible, sous-régional, mais qui va laisser la souveraineté aux États par rapport au développement de l'émission de leur carbone. Une opportunité pour mobiliser encore des ressources pour le financement de la transformation structurelle de nos pays à travers le vaste piège à carbone que nous avons dans la région du bassin du Congo. Nous avons donc suivi tous les panélistes de cette session. Une session hautement informative par rapport à une initiative existante et qui est en train de se bâtir. Une approche de mobilisation d'autres acteurs pour qu'ils viennent se joindre, non seulement au Gabon qui a commencé, qui a fait le premier pas, que nous venions tous ensemble comme sous-région sur le développement du marché du carbone à travers l'accompagnement de la CEA, mais aussi l'invitation des États, des grands acteurs, au-delà de la CEAC, de la FAO, de la BDAC, que d'autres viennent se joindre au consortium. Les questions de Jean-Paul sont des questions évidemment qui s'adressent aux panélistes, mais des suggestions pour une meilleure coordination. Un consortium, c'est un exercice de coordination. Comment est-ce qu'on coordonne ces initiatives existantes, cette initiative avec les initiatives existantes? Il s'agit donc, au-delà d'être une question, c'est une suggestion. qu'on ouvre déjà le dialogue avec le Fonds bleu du Congo, mais aussi qu'on puisse voir comment on construit les passerelles avec d'autres. Je vais donc donner, avant de donner 2 ou 3 questions maximum, parce qu'on est déjà au-delà du temps, je vais me rassurer d'abord que les intervenants online sont toujours là, j'espère. Et après, je donne, avant qu'Adama ne commente, 1-2 questions pour que nous avancions. Monsieur CRS, voilà, j'en vois déjà 3, 4. On va prendre les 4 et on se dit que c'est bon, on est bien informé sur l'initiative. Je commence par CRS de ce côté avant qu'on rentre de l'autre côté. Très bref et précis, CRS 1 minute.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je prends l'initiative en route, mais je voudrais faire une petite contribution avec des questions pour voir si on peut pas l'élargir. Première question de géographie. Pourquoi on se limite au bassin du Congo alors qu'on est là en train de réfléchir entre communautés économiques régionales et même 2 communautés économiques régionales, voire pas 3? J'ai l'impression qu'il y a une majorité de la réflexion qui s'oriente vers les forêts, alors qu'il y a de l'eau, avec le Nil, le Congo, il y a du soleil avec un avantage comparé très important de l'Afrique. Le directeur de cabinet a parlé des plantes, un autre intervenant a parlé des minéraux. Donc, je pense que là, il y aurait peut-être matière à mener une réflexion plus large pour générer justement plus de fonds à partir de ces ressources avec des projets de ressources partagées. Il y a des gazoducs qui partent avec du gaz, etc. L'idée, c'est pas d'attaquer la souveraineté des États, mais peut-être qu'une partie des ressources du Congo, une partie des ressources de l'Angola, en fonction des minéraux, pourrait servir à créer ces fonds régionaux. Troisième question importante, c'est celle de la propriété. Je suis un peu surpris d'entendre dire que les ressources naturelles appartiennent aux États. Je voudrais relire là l'article 21 de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme qui dit les peuples ont la libre disposition de leurs richesses et de leurs ressources naturelles. Ce droit s'exerce dans l'intérêt exclusif des populations. En aucun cas, un peuple ne peut en être privé. Et l'alinéa 4, les États partis, ça c'est dans la mise en œuvre, à la présente charte s'engagent tant individuellement que collectivement à exercer le droit de libre disposition de leurs recherches et de leurs ressources naturelles en vue de renforcer l'unité et la solidarité africaine. J'aime bien ce que dit le professeur en termes de patrimoine, mais donc la question qui se pose, c'est quel est dans ces initiatives le rôle de la société civile, des populations? Dernier point, je trouve qu'effectivement, on est très dans une tendance de réflexion sur les questions d'environnement et notamment de ce financement avec des fonds verts, marché carbone, émissions d'obligations vertes, etc. Alors que je pense que la réflexion sur le financement doit être plus large avec des ressources très différentes. Après, dernière réflexion, c'est le 4e point au niveau institutionnel. Quand je lis ce qui a été publié et ce que j'entends, on parle d'un consortium avec une addition de parties publiques, privées, etc. Et la question qu'on peut se poser, c'est mais comment ça fonctionne? Et en fait, le commissaire a très justement assuré peut-être une rationalisation avec le rôle de la commission. Il faut bien qu'à un moment donné, cette commission devienne, entre guillemets, une sorte d'autorité de développement, une autorité contractante. Cette commission doit avoir en lien un certain nombre de fonds, des fonds qui peuvent être des fonds verts, etc., etc., etc. Et après, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Ben, on part à la phase de projet, c'est-à-dire qu'une fois qu'on a récupéré des fonds, on va lancer des appels d'offres et on va demander à des structures publiques, privées, en consortium, etc., de développer des études sur des domaines de recherche ou de développer des projets, de mise en œuvre des projets. Et je voudrais, en dernier point, quand même rappeler l'initiative de la Commission européenne, parce que c'est exactement comme ça qu'elle fonctionne. C'est pas peut-être la peine de le répliquer, mais qu'est-ce qu'elle a fait? Au niveau des initiatives régionales, elle a créé 5 domaines: recherche, innovation, technologie numérique, économie sobre en carbone, gestion durable des ressources naturelles, PME. Ça, c'est l'horizon 2020. Il y a des fonds, il y a 5 fonds, des fonds de cohésion, des fonds de développement européen, régional, etc. Et au niveau pratique, il y a des initiatives à travers des initiatives technologiques conjointes, des entreprises communes et des PPP contractuels. Donc en fait, je crois qu'il y a beaucoup de rationalisation dans cette réflexion sur la gouvernance de cet consortium à mettre. Le consortium regroupe certes beaucoup d'acteurs, mais je pense que, comme l'a rappelé le commissaire, il faut bien structurer et assurer la gouvernance de ces projets. Et je pense que peut-être l'exemple européen, qui doit être sûrement réfléchi et développé et contredit, et en tout cas utilisé peut-être, quand j'entends parler peut-être de faire intervenir un État ou par État, non, je pense que c'est plutôt des initiatives communautaires qui vont être conduites au plan d'une structure communautaire. Voilà ce que je voulais partager peut-être comme contribution. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur Serres. On prend 2 autres questions et comme ça, on va essayer de répondre de façon globale. On va dans ce sens-là. J'avais vu, je crois, c'est le Gabon, c'est ça, la CEMAC. Monsieur Duval.
Merci. Alors, moi, c'est Duval Dembi, directeur de l'industrie des mines du tourisme à la CEMAC. J'avais deux questions, une question et une proposition, une contribution. Permettez-moi d'abord de présenter mes civilités à monsieur l'ambassadeur qui est en ligne, Daniel Ngassiki, et monsieur le commissaire à la CEA. Alors, la question. D'ailleurs, il était là, monsieur l'ambassadeur, le 29 octobre dernier à Yaoundé, lors du conseil des ministres de l'UAC, dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de la stratégie d'industrialisation durable de la filière bois dans le bassin du Congo. La question portant sur l'interdiction d'exporter les légumes a été reportée pour une date ultérieure parce que il se trouve que la date de l'interdiction va provoquer un choc fiscal. Donc les recettes fiscales forestières vont baisser et à cet effet, les États demandent quel serait le mécanisme d'atténuation de ce choc et d'adaptation. Donc, nous sommes coincés à ce niveau. Alors, je demande dans votre papier, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas... C'est comme on demande de l'autofinancement d'une matière première par elle-même, de sa valorisation. Et dans ce cadre, à propos de la forêt, est-ce que... Quel instrument prévoit le mécanisme pour atténuer ce choc? Parce que je serais très, très bien intéressé de le prendre ça et puis partir avec à la CEMAC, dire ça aux autorités. Voilà. Là-bas, la CEA a trouvé un moyen d'atténuer le choc fiscal qui sera occasionné par l'interdiction d'exporter les légumes. Pour la proposition, toujours à la CEMAC, nous avons mis en place une étude qui porte sur la politique minière commune. Dans cette étude, on a déjà fait le rapport diagnostic, l'état des lieux. On a trouvé qu'il y a un filon, comme a dit monsieur l'ambassadeur, le filon de l'or. Tous les pays de la CEMAC produisent de l'or. Il se trouve que, pour des raisons XY, vous voyez, même au niveau international, il y a plus en plus des démarches pour la monétisation de l'or. Et la Banque centrale a une démarche dans ce sens. Quand nous avons proposé cette initiative à la Banque centrale, et elle était très contente et dit, bon, dans la politique minière de la CEMAC, prévoyez un chapitre qui parle de la monétisation de l'or. Mais j'ai vu que dans votre présentation, je ne sais pas si ça y est dans les détails, hein, mais l'or n'a pas, tout à l'heure, François Cérès vient de le dire, il y a aussi les minéraux. Donc, vous voyez dans quelle proportion favoriser la monétisation de l'or en Afrique centrale pour les banques centrales, pour la stabilité de la politique monétaire, surtout pour le renforcement des réserves d'échange. Et on en a besoin pour financer le développement. Je vous remercie.
On passe au suivant, c'est... Ah oui.
Je prends une question.
Non, ça vient, ce sera après. Oui, allez-y.
Ok, merci. C'est peut-être juste une question, une contribution pour voir peut-être sinon même peut-être trouver vraiment un lien entre tout ce que l'on a discuté un peu par exemple sur la ZLECAF, ZES et la valorisation du capital naturel que l'on est en train de discuter actuellement. Peut-être l'une des questions peut-être intéressantes, c'est regarder, par exemple, au niveau, par exemple, dans les accords commerciaux, ZLECAF ou OMC, on est en train souvent de discuter la question des subventions liées au commerce, c'est-à-dire que les incitations que les pays en fait, donnent aux entreprises qui s'installent dans les ZES, par exemple, et puis on dit, ben, voyez, contre ces subventions et essayer d'échanger, essayer de faire le commerce exporté. Bon, l'idée, ce serait de voir, puisque dans certaines règles du commerce, on veut interdire un peu ces subventions liées à l'exportation. L'idée, ce serait de voir est-ce qu'on ne pourra pas remplacer la condition de subordination au résultat de l'exportation, dire par exemple aux entreprises qui viennent s'installer dans les ES, on dit, mais voilà, on va vous donner un peu de subventions, mais au lieu vraiment que ça soit vraiment pour exporter, mais essayer d'adopter vraiment des comportements qui soient très proactif du point de vue de l'environnement, qui soit très respectueux de l'environnement. Et il y a des normes qui existent aujourd'hui, en particulier des normes ISO 26000 et qui contiennent vraiment des comportements, disons, souhaitables en termes d'environnement de la part des entreprises. Donc, vous voyez donc, en échange des incitations, des subventions que l'on donne pour vous installer dans des ES,
adopter vraiment tel comportement et qui soit très respectueux de l'environnement, donc de la valorisation du capital. Donc, c'est une idée en fait que j'ai en tête. Je me demande peut-être si c'est pas intéressant de mieux réfléchir un peu sur cette question qui va nous permettre vraiment de relier les ES, les accords commerciaux et la valorisation du capital naturel. Merci.
Très bien. Et maintenant, le Tchad suivi du Burundi et on va donner la parole aux panélistes pour boucler la boucle. Oui, Douzouné.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur, pour la parole accordée. Moi, j'aimerais intervenir sur le concept même de capital naturel. J'ai l'impression, quand on parle de capital naturel, on fait toujours référence à l'eau, donc la mer, et on fait référence donc à la forêt. Or, les pays comme le Tchad, c'est le désert aussi, hein, à mon sens, parce que c'est 1 284 000 km², cinquième pays le plus vaste du continent, avec un tiers du territoire qui est désertique. Alors, de ce fait-là, le Tchad bénéficie d'un taux d'ensoleillement donc de 2000 à 2600 heures par an, donc je crois qu'il n'y a pas son égal hein, sur le continent à part le Niger. Aussi, le Tchad se dispose donc d'un fort potentiel avec du vent atteignant donc la vitesse de 7 à 7,5 mètres par seconde. Donc là aussi, c'est un avantage comparatif que le Tchad dispose. Et lorsqu'on parle de capital naturel, on a tendance à omettre complètement tout ce qui est question donc du sable, qui est un avantage comparatif donc pour le Tchad. Donc, je ne sais pas comment donc le Tchad pourrait se positionner, n'est-ce pas, dans ces contextes de consortium que vous êtes en train donc, de mettre en place. Voilà la question qui retient mon attention. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Douzouné. Je crois que vous le dites si bien, parce que déjà, avec la CEA, capital naturel est seulement la forêt pour l'autre dimension. Le solaire vient d'être souligné par le Tchad. L'éolien, comment est-ce qu'on embrasse ces dimensions beaucoup plus larges du capital naturel? Première question. Deuxième question, des initiatives existantes.
Allumez votre micro, président.
Oui. Je disais que les questions qui ont été posées tournent autour de l'élargissement de l'initiative et de l'inclusion d'autres secteurs. Lorsque nous parlons ressources naturelles, on a l'impression que nous parlons seulement des forêts et de l'eau, vient d'ajouter le Tchad. Mais quelle est la place du solaire, quelle est la place de l'éolienne, au-delà de cela, d'autres ressources naturelles? Les mines, on a parlé de l'or, quelle est la place de toutes ces autres initiatives, de toutes ces autres ressources naturelles? Je crois que le mécanisme est assez inclusif. Je vais laisser Adama répondre à cette question. Deuxième question, quel est le lien avec les initiatives existantes? Le fonds bleu qui est coordonné par le Congo déjà, d'autres initiatives dans le bassin, comment est-ce qu'on bâtit ensemble? Une autre question d'inclusion, c'est le rapport avec les banques commerciales et les banques sous-régionales qui existent. Lorsqu'on passe à l'approche d'hébergement de fonds, au projet qui le fait, quel est le rôle que vont jouer ces banques-là dans l'architecture financière que le consortium est en train de promouvoir? Et une autre question, c'est par rapport à l'initiative sur l'exportation des grumes en Afrique centrale, dont la période de moratoire vient encore d'être étendue. C'est ce que monsieur Duval a dit.
On est en discussion, ce n'est pas encore étendu.
Ah, on est en discussion, nous sommes presque en fin d'année. C'est déjà suspendu. Nous sommes déjà en fin d'année, ça devrait être en fin de cette année. Donc, la mesure a été prise. Ça a été reporté. Et donc,
non, excusez-moi, ça n'a pas été reporté. C'est en discussion.
Très bien. OK, très bien. Comment est-ce que, quelle solution pour les pays par rapport aux efforts fiscaux? Je vais donc donner la parole aux panélistes en sachant que la plupart des commentaires informent le processus de réflexion en cours. Nous inspirer du modèle de l'Union européenne, ainsi de suite. C'est des commentaires, des suggestions. Je donne donc la parole. Est-ce que monsieur l'ambassadeur Ngakissi est en ligne pour la question des liens avec les banques commerciales et les banques sous-régionales? Je crois que monsieur Ngakissi, l'ambassadeur Ngassiki, excusez-moi, n'est plus en ligne. Oui, monsieur Tabouna, vous avez suivi les questions.
Monsieur le modérateur, avec la permission des autres panélistes, j'ai une autre réunion. Voilà pourquoi je voudrais peut-être, avec votre permission et celle des autres collègues panélistes, d'intervenir, parce que j'ai une autre réunion au niveau de la présidence de la commission. Alors,
allez-y.
OK. Donc, première chose, merci d'abord pour les collègues qui ont posé des questions. Sur le capital naturel, c'est vrai qu'on a parlé des forêts, mais quand on parle de capital naturel, c'est de l'évidence. Il s'agit de tout ce qui nous entoure, le vent, le soleil, et on prend tous les écosystèmes que nous avons au niveau de l'Afrique centrale, depuis le Sahara, le Sahel, tout ce que nous avons. C'est ça le capital naturel. Peut-être qu'on n'est pas parti dans le détail. Donc, pour les collègues du Tchad, sachez que nous sommes en train de réfléchir, entre autres, au niveau de la CEAC, sur la dépression de Baudelaire, cette poussière qui est au nord du Tchad, qui alimente depuis des années, depuis des milliers d'années, peut-être des milliards, qui alimente la forêt amazonienne, comme vous le savez. Donc, rien n'exclut. Tous les États membres de la CEAC sont pris en compte dans le cadre de tout ce que nous fait et tout ce que nous sommes en train de faire et tout ce que nous allons opérationnaliser. J'ai parlé tout à l'heure du système de l'économie verte en Afrique centrale. Le Tchad, et comme tous les autres États membres de la CEAC, ont participé à ce processus. L'autre question concernant la coordination, la gouvernance. Et comme je l'ai dit, nous ne sommes pas en train d'inventer la roue. Quand on parle de consortium, on sait comment un consortium fonctionne. C'est avec une coordination. Voilà pourquoi j'ai parlé tout à l'heure d'un secrétariat de coordination qui sera assuré par la CEAC, dont le métier est justement de faire de la coordination. Bien entendu, chaque partenaire qui viendra dans le consortium aura son autonomie institutionnelle. Mais ici, il s'agit de voir dans la même direction. Maintenant, tout le management des programmes, j'en ai parlé, tout le management des projets aussi, c'est les choses sur lesquelles nous sommes en train de travailler. La CEAC a besoin d'avoir ces partenaires-là pour, cette fois-ci, commencer à avoir des programmes qui vont résoudre des problèmes. Parce qu'il y a eu beaucoup de programmes qui ont été imaginés, mais qui n'ont jamais réussi à résoudre les problèmes. Je viens du monde du privé, je viens du système international. Quand on monte un programme, on monte un projet, c'est pour résoudre un problème. Ce qui n'a pas été fait, en tout cas, insuffisamment fait jusqu'à ce jour. La question maintenant des fonds. J'ai parlé du système de l'économie verte en Afrique centrale comme une vision, un modèle, une approche, un outil avec plusieurs piliers, dont le pilier financier. Pour ceux qui suivent un peu ce que la CEAC fait depuis quelques années, nous avons donc dans la sous-région ou bien au niveau de la CEAC le fonds de compensation, de coopération et de développement qu'il faudrait opérationnaliser. Nous avons dans le cadre des commissions climat qui ont été mis en place par les chefs d'État en 2016 en marge de la COP 22 à Marrakech, la commission climat du bassin du Congo avec son fonds financier ou bien son outil financier qui est le fonds bleu pour le bassin du Congo je rentre de Sharm el-Sheikh, qui a été encore présenté par le chef d'État et qui a avancé en termes disons, d'opérationnalisation. Et je vois qu'il y a les amis de la BDAC qui sont là, qui est la banque qui a été choisie. À côté de ça, en ce qui concerne la CEAC, nous avons déjà adopté par le chef d'État le Fonds pour l'économie verte en Afrique centrale. Donc, voilà tout le système sur lequel nous devons travailler avec les partenaires pour opérationnaliser. Et comme je le disais, tout ce que nous sommes en train de dire ici, capital naturel, en fait, valorisation du capital naturel, c'est de l'évidence. Nous sommes en train de nous répéter et nous le savons. Le pétrole, c'est de la valorisation du capital naturel. Les minerais, c'est du capital naturel. Le nucléaire, c'est la valorisation du capital naturel. Le coton, tout ce que nous avons, nous vient de la nature, voyez-vous. Donc, nous sommes en train de faire quelque chose qui a été déjà fait. Et nous devons donc poursuivre pour ajouter peut-être un peu de valeur ajoutée encore par rapport à l'état d'avancement de la science, de la finance, du marketing, tout ce que nous savons faire. Et enfin, pour terminer, nous allons discuter pour avoir une coordination forte avec cet esprit-là qui va nous sortir du narratif, comme je dis tantôt, du système international, avec des mots parfois derrière les populations ne comprennent pas. Donc, quand je parle de population, je tiens à ce que quelqu'un a dit que voilà, c'est en contradiction. Non, nous ne sommes pas en contradiction avec la déclaration qui a été lue. Les populations sont dans les États. C'est ça qui est question. Il faut que cela soit clair. Les populations sont dans les États. Donc, c'est d'abord l'État qui coordonne. Et c'est toutes ces choses-là, nous allons discuter avant même le lancement des activités de notre consortium. Voilà, donc moi, je voudrais vraiment encore vous remercier et que si nous commençons à travailler ensemble, ça va nous éviter d'avoir dans la sous-région plusieurs visions pour un problème unique. Moi, j'ai ma vision, la CEA a sa vision, la FAO a sa vision, le PNUD a sa vision. Ça, on peut éviter ça. Et en se mettant en consortium, je crois que nous allons rapprocher nos points de vue pour avoir une seule vision qui va permettre à ce que les résultats, les attentes des États soient assouvis. Donc voilà, disons, des réponses par rapport aux questions soulevées et les autres questions que auxquelles je n'ai pas pu donner des réponses. Les collègues panélistes peuvent répondre à ces questions. Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur, et merci beaucoup à la CEA et à tous les collègues qui ont posé des questions.
Merci. Je ne sais pas si l'ambassadeur est encore en ligne. 1 minute sur le rôle des banques commerciales et des autres banques dans l'initiative de mobilisation des ressources. Ambassadeur Gassi,
oui.
1 minute.
Oui, merci. Oui, vous m'entendez? Donc,
très bien.
Alors, l'initiative, d'abord, je voudrais préciser quelque chose sur ce qui concerne la monétisation de l'or. Bien entendu, l'or naturel est monétisable en ce sens où la Banque centrale peut acheter de l'or, mais la Banque centrale achète sur le marché. Donc, il y a tout un dispositif à faire pour que l'or soit véritablement monétisable. Ce n'est pas la Banque centrale qui monétise. Il faudrait d'abord qu'il y ait un commerce, un marché et le format de l'or se présentant sous forme de format, lingots et autres. Donc, il y a d'abord un problème un peu industriel. Une fois que c'est disponible, bien entendu, les banques centrales peuvent acheter et aussi, bien entendu, les banques centrales peuvent aider à ce que ces structures-là se mettent en place pour que l'or soit acheté. Elle est monétisée quand elle est achetée par la Banque centrale ou à la limite par une banque. Alors, s'agissant de l'intervention des banques, je pense que si la question est posée par rapport au consortium et à la mobilisation notamment des fonds climatiques, je pense que il y a une convention qui devrait être signée. La BDAC en ce moment a une convention d'hébergement et de certaines lignes de crédit. Je crois qu'elle pourrait seulement jouer ce rôle. Quant aux banques, c'est leur métier, vendre, acheter de l'argent, prendre des risques, s'il y a des financements, gérer des lignes de crédit. Comme je n'ai que 2 minutes, je ne peux pas m'y étendre pour cela. C'est vraiment le métier des banques.
Très bien.
Voilà. Donc, mais par contre, pour ce qui concerne le capital et les détails du capital, vous savez, il y a toujours la possibilité de faire l'inventaire à la Flébert et distinguer les différents types de capitaux. Quand ça arrive vraiment au niveau de la finance, en fait, on se pose la question, en gros, pour dire à quel point c'est étendu, c'est de dire, si quelqu'un devait acheter tous ces biens-là, ou tous ces territoires, à quel prix il achèterait. Alors, si on fait bien les calculs et autres, et même sur les questions de souveraineté, les questions politiques, on dit tout simplement qu'il n'y a pas le prix. Et le prix est vraiment infini en réalité. Si quelqu'un, il n'y a personne assez riche pour acheter la République française ou pour acheter les États-Unis ou pour acheter le Congo. Il n'y a personne assez riche pour acheter tout le Congo ou tout le Cameroun. Donc, quelque part, les mathématiques financières arrivent, si on les utilise, à montrer que la valeur peut tendre vers l'infini. Ce qui fait qu'il n'y a que le marché qui peut maintenant donner la valeur aux choses. Or, nous avons ces capitaux-là. La difficulté pour toute économie, c'est qu'il n'y a pas de... Tant qu'il n'y a pas de marché, c'est difficile de calculer la valeur. Donc, en dehors de la valeur mathématique.
Ambassadeur, nous prenons bonne note de toutes ces suggestions. Les banques ont leur rôle à jouer. Je vais donner, pour boucler la boucle, 1 minute aux deux panélistes qui nous restent. Adama, des partenariats. En 1 minute, quel est le mot qu'on dirait pour mobiliser les autres partenaires qui sont ici ou qui sont en dehors de cette salle-là pour les consortiums? En 1 minute, quel mot pour les partenaires?
Merci Jean-Luc. En fait, comme on a dit 1 minute, vous voyez. Donc, ce que je peux dire, c'est que cette opportunité, cette belle opportunité, je dirais, que nous avons pu organiser ici en terre Seychelles, nous voudrons imaginer que cette réunion puisse être la réunion qui, encore une fois, après le lancement du consortium le 5 mai dernier à Brazzaville, à Libreville, que cette réunion soit encore une autre étape pour amplifier cette idée de consortium, nous rapprocher un peu plus de l'objectif de mettre en place ce consortium de classe mondiale, je dis bien de classe mondiale, qui puisse être un véhicule qui porte toutes les aspirations, je dirais, non seulement des pays, des 5 sous-régions, mais aussi, et plus loin, qui porte vraiment l'aspiration du continent. Parce que le consortium a déjà fait ses preuves. Ce n'est pas une démonstration nouvelle qu'il faut passer par un consortium. Nous ne venons pas ici, vraiment la CEA, pour faire la démonstration de l'efficacité de l'instrument consortium pour essayer de rassembler et de mobiliser des ressources. Quand je dis ressources, ça va au-delà même des ressources pour mobiliser toutes les compétences et puis se mettre ensemble pour arriver avec une vision commune à réaliser, à financer des objectifs communs. S'il y a un seul objectif qui n'est pas encore fait au niveau du continent, c'est l'industrialisation. Le continent n'est pas industrialisé. Nos économies ne sont pas industrialisées. Et l'industrie est l'activité la plus polluante au monde. C'est pour ça que nous ne voulons pas détacher la question climatique, c'est-à-dire l'émission de CO2 et autres, de la question de l'industrialisation. Le consortium va permettre, en un premier temps, de rassembler les 56 pays. Je dis bien 50, pas 55, 56 pays. N'oubliez pas la diaspora. Il s'agit de mobiliser les 56 pays à travers cette idée de consortium pour qu'on mobilise des financements et ces financements vont permettre de financer non seulement la réparation du climat, mais de financer aussi l'industrie. Donc voilà un peu, Jean-Luc, ce que je voudrais vraiment dire. Regardez le consortium comme un instrument par lequel passer financer notre priorité des priorités, l'industrialisation.
Très bien. Adama, merci pour cette belle passion. Monsieur Nyassa, in 1 minute, just 1 minute, how do we mobilize the partnership? What should we do? Just in one word, what should we do to mobilize the partnership? And we close the session.
Thank you very much. I think it's been a very rich discussion, and it's a great pleasure to be part of this very rich panel. In conclusion, I just wanted to say that this is a strategic opportunity and a strategic discussion, because it gives us a vehicle through which we can leverage the limited resources that we have to attract greater investment towards a critical component or asset within Central Africa, particularly when you're talking about the Congo Basin. And I just wanted to say that specialization is often key to attracting investment. Therefore, even though there is scope to bring in other countries and other types of natural assets, having a specialized focus is often key to bring stakeholders on the table and convincing them that this is a good idea to invest in. Secondly, and I wanted to talk about the subsidies. I think it's a key issue that has been talked about throughout these discussions with the context of special economic zones, the CFTA, the relationship with the World Trade Organization. However, as complex as the discussions on subsidies are, this consortium idea gives us the ability to actually talk about an area of production which is not often subject to discussions on subsidies, which is financing. We are able to lower the cost of financing that goes into the productive sector.
Okay.
After the, I just wanted, just 30 seconds. With the global financial crisis, we saw an influx of funds under quantitative easing and the lowering of reserve rates by central banks. And that what it effectively did was to subsidize capital for the European and other developed markets. And they remained afloat and competitive globally because they could borrow and invest at very low rates. And the consortium gives us that ability to take out the transaction cost, take within the domestic financial sector the risk premium that is often more of a perception than reality attached to investing in Africa. And secondly, and thirdly, it allows our central banks to also participate in lowering the overall cost of financing by injecting on capital through lowering of their own reserve rates and allowing the consortium to access funds at preferential rates. And this is the role of the central banks, the regional banks that we've been talking about. And so with that, thank you very much.
Discussion can continue on bilateral. OK. Je ne donne pas la parole. Terrible et longue. Je vais donc rendre la parole au président pour qu'il boucle la boucle. Mon voisin demande 1 minute.
Je suis chez moi, alors merci de me donner une certaine flexibilité. Je vais être très rapide. Je crois qu'il y avait une question autour de pourquoi l'échelle régionale et pas peut-être continentale. Et juste de dire que il y a eu des débuts de négociations à la COP27 dirigés par, notamment, je crois, le Gabon, le ministre Lee White a mis ça en avant. Mais d'une manière très intéressante, il y a aussi l'Afreximbank, qui est une banque régionale de import-export qui est prêt à faire un préfinancement pour regarder de créer en fait un marché continental pour les crédits de carbone. Mais je crois qu'il faut, et là je fais un plaidoyer aux États, les Nations Unies répondent aux demandes spécifiques des États. Alors la CEA, on a fait le registre pour le bassin du Congo suite à une demande très précise de la part du bassin du Congo. Et si nous avons une demande très claire des États qui nous disent nous voudrons faire quelque chose de similaire à l'échelle continentale, je pense que nous allons chercher les moyens pour le faire. Merci beaucoup. C'était juste l'intervention très rapide.
Au terme de ces échanges fructueux,
sur les enjeux et opportunités d'un consortium sur l'évaluation et la valorisation du capital naturel de l'Afrique centrale. Il convient de dire, surtout pour nous, le Gabon, où s'est tenue donc le 5 mai dernier la réunion qui a entériné la naissance ou la mise en place de ce consortium, que nous n'allons pas nous étendre en discours. Nous remercions tous ceux qui sont intervenus. Nous voulons simplement dire aux États membres donc de l'Afrique centrale et aux responsables qui sont là et qui ont entendu d'être des relais auprès des plus hautes autorités pour qu'on élabore dans les meilleurs délais un calendrier de mise en œuvre effective de ce consortium pour éviter que cela soit une narration de plus. Je vous remercie.
Jean-Luc.
C'est maintenant à la coordination générale. C'est la pause. Je crois qu'on va prendre une petite pause. N'est-ce pas, maman? Le président a clos l'association par la réunion. Yes. Coffee break and
C'est juste les pays comment, juste pendant le café, c'était d'avoir un moment ensemble, Comores, Seychelles, Sao Tomé, Équatorial Guinée, les îles, les pays comment on appelle ça? Insulaires, voilà. Juste en 5 minutes et puis pendant le café ensemble.
Ok, ça c'est
Make
pas
sure
pour-
that you have someone from
la
our
réponse,
office
la réponse sort pas de moi.
Non, c'est
Okay,
ça
oui.
ce qu'on
All right. Okay. With that, thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone once again for another very obviously engaging conversation throughout the day, and another fruitful deliberations and another great session. So with that, I think we can close early for today. Although I will stress that tomorrow, given the amount of time that you have requested, please, if we can stress on starting at 8:30 sharp, we can get through the program as quick as we can, as quick as possible, so that we can release as early as possible. So with that, I'd like to close today's discussion. So thank you once again for attending. Coffee is served outside. I think it's well deserved. So tomorrow 8:30. Thank you.
Est-ce à dire que l'idée de tourisme n'a pas été acceptée? Les organisateurs.